Forget everything you think you know about Batman. The typical Caped Crusader is a brooding, mysterious figure. Adam West's Batman in the 1966 series and movie are a goofy, campy good time. How goofy, you might ask? Well, it's the origin of the infamous Bat Shark repellent, plus the episode titles rhyme. So how does The Dark Knight go from this to this?
Don't move.
Let's check out the entire story of the 1966 Batman series and movie. Follow Batman, Robin, and eventually Batgirl on their crime-fighting adventure against the Gallery of Rogues and beyond. Holy episode recaps, Batman! Episode 1, Hi Diddle Riddle, starts with the cutting of a special friendship cake at the Gotham City World's Fair. Things take a dramatic turn when the cake blows up. A message from the villainous character known as the Riddler, played by Frank Gorshin, floats down on a tiny parachute. The message, of course, a riddle. Why is an orange like a bell? The police are stumped, so they call the Batman hotline. They reach the faithful butler of the Wayne residence, Alfred Pennyworth, played by Alan Napier. Fun fact, Napier had no idea what Batman was before filming. Honestly, that's kind of wild. Millionaire Bruce Wayne, played by Adam West, is in the middle of a very important meeting with some very important looking people. But he has no trouble brushing them off because he forgot he was going to take his young ward fishing. The business people thank Wayne for gracing them with his glorious presence as he leaves with his ward, Dick Grayson, played by Burt Ward. The two go through a fake bookshelf into the Batcave. Spoiler alert for a nearly 90-year-old character, Bruce Wayne and Dick Grayson are Batman and Robin. They hop into the Batmobile and zoom over to the police department. Robin instantly solves the riddle. Both a bell and an orange must be peeled. It's a clue for where they'll find the Riddler.
You peel an orange and you peel a bell, get it? What idiots we are. Now, why couldn't we have worked that out?
The Peel Art Gallery. The duo rush over there and scale up the building's wall. This is the first time we see the famous Bat Climb, a scene that gives our heroes a moment to reflect on life, the universe, and everything. It's also a chance to say hello to some celebrity cameos in the windows they pass.
They should be, boy wonder. It's almost Christmas. Ho, 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 ho. Welcome to Gotham City, Mr. Claus.
The duo peers in through a window and the Riddler is really there, holding some man at gunpoint. The dynamic duo hurry to break through the window, but wait, safety first. Better use a bat hook to hang the window grating off to the side. Okay, now they can dramatically jump in through the window. Batman chases down the Riddler and places him under arrest. The Masked Crusader saves the day yet again, except Batman made a mistake. The Riddler's gun is just a lighter and he wasn't doing anything wrong.
Holy ashtray, he did tip us off.
The Riddler serves Batman and the Boy Wonder with every hero's worst fear, a lawsuit.
Adios, amigos. See you in court.
Man, these villains are getting too real. The news eats the story up. Batman served with a $1 million lawsuit for assault, slander, and false arrest. Bruce Wayne is a pretty rich dude, so the money's not an issue. He's more worried about having to reveal his real identity in court, and allowing a minor to fight crime too? Scandalous. The Riddler's not done. He's hidden 2 more riddles in the lawsuit document.
When is the time of a clock like the whistle of a train?
When it's 2 to 2. 2, 2, 2.
Right you are.
These point them to their next destination, a swanky new club. Robin is too young to enter, so Batman leaves Robin in the car while he heads in. Batman chugs a glass of orange juice and boogies down with a new lady friend named Molly. Molly is the first Moll of the series.
What's your name?
Molly.
You interest me, strangely.
The name Molly has nothing to do with the word mall, that's just a happy coincidence. Anyway, it turns out Batman's drink was spiked, and so he quickly passes out. Meanwhile, the Riddler and his goons kidnap and bring him to their secret hideout. They strap the unconscious boy down and prepare for surgery?
At last, Boy Wonder Robin.
What are they gonna do with the poor guy? Things are looking real bad. Episode 2, smack in the middle, is the thrilling conclusion to the first episode. It's the next morning and Batman is desperately trying to track down Robin. Meanwhile, the Riddler and his gang friends still don't know who Robin is. And all I have to do is pull down his mask, but they're making a mold of Robin's face instead.
I
Must say, this youth's face makes an excellent impression.
I'm sure it'll make sense in a moment. The Riddler leaves Batman another riddle, teasing Robin's location, and Batman zooms to his rescue. Meanwhile, Riddler makes his preparations. The face cast was for Riddler's assistant, Molly. She dresses up like Robin, puts on the disguise, and literally transforms into Robin. Whoa, it's so realistic. How do they do it? The Riddler and Molly, dressed as Robin, intercept Batman on the way to their hideout. They crash their car on purpose in front of Batman. Then Molly lies down by the flaming car and Riddler goes off to hide. The stage is set. Batman arrives and rescues Robin. He should probably do something about the car that's still on fire, but priorities. Batman drives Molly right into the Batcave. She hops out of the car and points a gun at Batman.
Reach, Batman!
Well, Molly, I was wondering when you'd get around to that.
However, the crafty Crusader is one step ahead of Molly. He knew it was her all along. And also, he burned her revolver's firing pin off with the bat laser while he was driving. Molly panics and starts climbing up a random structure. Bad move, Molly. That's the Batcave's nuclear power source. It seems incredibly unwise to have an open vat of bubbling radioactive liquid in the middle of your secret lair, Bruce. Batman tries to save Molly from the mess that she got herself into, but it's no use. Molly tumbles right into the nuclear power vat.
I'm slipping! Oh, Batman!
Oh no, is this Molly's supervillain origin story? Will she return later with superpowers and a thirst for revenge? No, this is the last time we'll ever see her. Bye-bye, Molly. Anyway, back to the drawing board. Batman tracks Robin to an underground train station. He blasts through the Riddler's secret lair and rescues Robin, but the Riddler slips through his fingers. That's okay though, Robin was secretly listening to all the Riddler's plans. He instantly deduces the solutions to some extremely obscure riddles. Then he makes a huge leap to a completely illogical conclusion.
Biggest head. That's gotta be the famous skyscraper head office of the Gotham City National Bank.
Brilliant! Anyway, Batman thinks the Riddler's going to steal some money from the bank. That's the big plan? Seems kind of boring. But don't worry, the Riddler's real plan is much more interesting. While Batman is distracted waiting at the bank, the Riddler actually heads to Gotham City World's Fair to steal an extremely valuable giant mammoth statue. The Riddler puts all the attendees to sleep with laughing gas and bad jokes. He's about to steal the mammoth when Batman and Robin burst out of it.
This joke's on you, Riddler.
When's a donkey spelled with one letter? When it's you!
A Trojan mammoth? Oh!
They start fighting and the dynamic duo end up winning. Riddler tries to get away, but in the mayhem, a laughing gas tank bursts into flames. Batman takes cover, but the Riddler's caught in the blast. At the end of the day, Batman and Robin emerge victorious, but the Riddler's body is never found. That's not suspicious at all. The lawsuit against Batman is thrown out because Riddler doesn't show up to the trial. Seems like it was a happy ending for everyone. Well, everyone except for poor Molly.
You kind of liked her, didn't you?
If only I could have helped her somehow.
R.I.P. Molly. In episode 3, Fine Feathered Finks, a new jewelry store is celebrating its grand opening. Some strange people show up and give out free umbrellas to people, claiming that they could win prizes.
I smell a hoax, Jenkins. Devilish, sinister.
The prize? Surprise confetti! The Caped Crusader is called to the station by Police Commissioner Gordon and Chief O'Hara, played by Neil Hamilton and Stafford Rep, respectively. These kinds of shenanigans can only be the work of the Penguin, aka Burgess Meredith, another one of Gotham City's resident bad guys. The umbrella incident seems oddly harmless. Nothing was stolen and no one was hurt.
Penguin had everything set up and then didn't strike.
What could the Penguin possibly be up to? The villain was released from prison just a few days ago. Maybe prison actually made him give up his criminal ways. Nah, a secret video of the Penguin the day before he's released shows the dapper man coming up with a brilliant scheme. He's definitely planning something evil. So Batman and Robin visit the Penguin's new umbrella factory and store. He runs it under the fake name KG Bird. Get it? KG Bird? Very creative. No one would ever figure that out.
KG Bird? The Penguin, get it?
Meanwhile, the Penguin is gathered with his two assistants, who are helpfully labeled with their names on their shirts. You know, just in case the Penguin forgets. They're working on something horrible and evil. An umbrella. Shiver in fear. The Penguin has come up with the perfect crime. His plan is to do nothing. Huh? Apparently he's come up with a way to get Batman to think of a crime for him.
The Batman and the Penguin are going to be partners in plunder.
I think Penguin's over here playing 5D chess. Batman and Robin confront the Penguin at his new umbrella factory. But technically, Penguin hasn't done anything wrong. He just sells the umbrellas. He doesn't control what happens to them after. They have nothing on him, and he knows it. As Batman and Robin leave, Penguin shoots a massive umbrella from the factory's roof. Hanging from the large umbrella's handle is another umbrella. Yo dog, I heard you like umbrellas. Batman and Robin take the little Batrella back to their own secret lair, the Batcave. They don't realize there's a bugging device hidden inside the umbrella's handle. Examining the umbrella gets them nowhere. Batman is completely stumped. What's going on here? So he goes back to the umbrella store undercover as Bruce Wayne. Wayne plants a small tracking device of his own on one of the umbrellas. Batman's Batbug recording device is shaped like, stay with me here, a spider. Wait, what'd you think he was gonna pick? This sets off an alarm in Penguin's store. Penguin traps Wayne under a huge net and knocks him out with some sleeping gas.
Then I equip my shop with an automatic anti-bugging machine.
Penguin thinks Wayne is someone from a rival umbrella producer. The umbrella industry is cutthroat, man. There's only one fitting punishment for corporate espionage: death by fire. Wayne is thrown onto a conveyor belt, moving painstakingly slowly toward a flaming furnace. Better keep your bat fingers crossed for Bruce Wayne. In episode 4, The Penguin's a Jinx, Bruce Wayne continues very slowly moving towards the flaming furnace. He manages to slip a lighter out of his pocket and tosses it into the fire. This causes an explosion that sends him flying off the conveyor belt. Bat logic. Penguin lets Bruce Wayne go, not knowing that he had the actual Batman in his clutches. Back at the Batcave, Batman and Robin try to figure out the Penguin's next move. The Penguin eavesdrops through the listening device in the Batbarella. Their investigation basically comes down to finding bird puns. They soon strike gold, an actress for a movie called The Mockingbird by a producer named Ward Eagle, is staying at a hotel called the Pelican Arms. That's a triple doozy. They decide that the Penguins plan to kidnap the actress, Dawn Robbins, for ransom. What an excellent idea! How nice of Batman to come up with a foolproof plan for the Penguin to follow.
We will hatch the Batman a certain surprise.
Dawn is pretty bored of being so rich and so famous. Nothing exciting ever happens to her. So she's thrilled when Batman and Robin crash her Penthouse magazine photo shoot. She's into Batman's whole mysterious caped thing, so she lets them stake out her hotel room. But the Penguin is just one step ahead of them. He and his sidekicks zipline into the hotel from a nearby building, just like Batman planned. They knock out Dawn with sleeping gas and turn on a huge magnet outside the room.
Surrender, you foul bird!
It's back to the pen for you, Penguin.
Well, so this is the end of my fiendish, well-laid plan, is it?
The magnet pulls the metal of the duo's utility belts, sticking them to the wall. Then they watch helplessly as Penguin and his lackeys take away the unconscious Dawn. Once they get free, Batman and Robin rush to the police station. They bring the Batbarella so that the Penguin can hear everything. They admit they failed to stop the Penguin and lay out the next part in their plan. Penguin has demanded a ransom for Dawn's agent. Batman and Robin will deliver the money themselves, hiding out in some suits of armor. When the Penguin arrives to get the money, he gasses the suits of armor. Then he leaves Dawn nearby for the two to find when they wake up. Oh no, have Batman and Robin failed? Back at the Umbrella Factory, Penguin and his two sidekicks prepare to split up the money and go into hiding. But Batman and Robin burst into the room and surprise them.
We found out about your secret radio transmitter.
We acted out a charade to trap you.
Batman figured out that the Penguin was listening to them through the Batbarella, so he used it to trick him. They stuffed some dummies into the armor, and of course they had the dummies shaped exactly like them running around. Bruce Wayne is a millionaire after all. That's a thing that millionaires do, right? And so they fight, and after some well-placed pows, whams, and kerplows, they defeat the Penguin and his helpers. The Caped Crusaders save the day yet again. Episode 5, The Joker Is Wild, debuts Cesar Romero as the Joker, a trickster criminal with a face full of clown paint. Ignore Romero's clearly visible mustache under that caked-on makeup. It's part of his style. The Joker is pitching a prison baseball game. Chaos erupts when the batter hits the ball, which explodes and covers the field with smoke. While everyone's distracted, the Joker uses a huge spring-powered device to launch himself over the prison wall. The Joker is literally sprung from prison. Batman and Robin are on the case. The Gotham Museum of Modern Art has a new exhibit featuring a Comedian Hall of Fame.
And I read in the paper they were not going to include the Joker.
The duo figures the Joker is heading for the museum, which also has a collection of expensive jewels. At the museum, Batman and Robin find a statue of the Joker. Oh hey, it looks like the museum did include him in the Hall of Fame after all. The real Joker is nowhere to be found. Just in case, Batman and Robin evacuate the museum and lock it up tight. It's then that they realize their mistake. The Joker was planning on breaking in from the inside. He and his cronies were hiding inside the Hall of Fame statues.
Batman has been outwitted, and the fabulous jewel collection is ours!
Batman and Robin rush back into the museum and catch the Joker and his henchmen red-handed. They fight Joker and his men, and Batman is knocked out by a freak-falling sword. Just when all seems lost, a smoke bomb from Batman's utility belt saves the day. The Joker escapes through the trapdoor, but now he's even angrier. Fed up with getting defeated by Batman's cool belt, Joker decides to make his own utility belt. He claims that his utility belt can do anything. The Joker's current Moll is a woman with a beautiful blonde hairdo and not much going on under it. She asks to make a wish on the belt. Money? A fur coat? Bah, too simple.
A 2-week ocean cruise?
Extraordinary.
What, Joker?
Just the thing.
This gives Joker an idea. Why go on a cruise when you could steal an entire ship? But first, the Joker has to get Batman and Robin out of the picture. He leaves them a clue pointing in the direction of the Gotham City Opera House. When they get there, they find the Joker on the stage. If you're a Batman fan, then you might recognize his costume. The mask is the same mask worn by Heath Ledger in the opening bank robbery in The Dark Knight.
What do you believe in?
I believe whatever doesn't kill you simply makes you stranger.
Of course, it's a trap. The Joker throws sneezing powder into the duo's face and has his henchmen grab them. Now it's time for the real show, unmasking the masked crusaders of Gotham City in front of a huge live audience. In episode 6, Batman is riled. Batman's utility belt saves the day, and his identity. He launches a bat missile which sets off the water sprinklers. Saved again by a random belt trinket. They lunge for the Joker, but he's ready with his own handy-dandy utility belt. He fires off some pretty streamers that somehow cause Batman to spin in place and get completely wrapped up. Then, the Joker slips away from them again. The entire city questions Batman and Robin's ability to fight crime.
Do you think the Joker's utility belt will prove their ultimate undoing?
Heaven help us all if it does.
I mean, it's a fair point. They were taken out by some confetti. The Joker gives Batman and Robin a clue about his next step. You know, these villains would get away with a lot more crime if they didn't give the city's best crime fighter hints about their plans every time. The heroes find Joker and his merry men robbing a local adventurer's stash of treasures. As they fight, the tricky Joker switches his utility belt with Batman's. Now that's what I call a smooth sleight of hand.
No. It's a clever replica of the Joker's utility belt.
But how?
He must have slipped it on me during the struggle.
The Batman's next stop is back aboard the SS Gotham for a special celebration, but the Joker has rigged the celebratory champagne bottle to release a toxic gas when it's opened. At this point, it might be a good idea for all of Gotham's citizens to just walk around with gas masks. Luckily, Batman is onto Joker's plans. Just before breaking open the bottle, Batman and Robin take a special pill that keeps them safe from the gas. Here, the Joker broadcasts on live television what he thinks will be the end of Batman and Robin.
I get the SS Gotham, or your precious dynamic duo gets launched to eternity!
He demands that the city hand over the ship to him, but Batman and Robin spring to action and stop the Joker. Good thing they also took a universal drug antidote pill before they were captured. In episode 7, Instant Freeze, some weirdo melts the local ice skating rink with a flamethrower and escapes in an ice cream machine. Just an ordinary day in Gotham City. There's only one man who could be behind this, Mr. Freeze, played by George Sanders. Mr. Freeze was just an ordinary evil scientist until Batman came along. In a fight with the masked vigilante, Mr. Freeze was drenched in instant freeze.
It was an accident, Batman. You didn't mean to knock that beaker of instant freeze on him during the fight in his laboratory.
The accident turned him into a supervillain who can only survive in extremely cold temperatures. Now his house is a giant cooler and he walks around in a special cold suit just to survive. Brrr. Mr. Freeze is a well-spoken man with a German accent and a secret lair in a mountain. It almost feels like he wandered into the wrong film set on the way to a Bond movie filming. He's after revenge, and like any good Batman villain, he'll do it in the most roundabout way possible. He has his hilariously named henchmen, Chill, Nippy, and Mo, hire some decoys. And then he unleashes 5 actors playing Batman and 5 actors playing Mr. Freeze into the city.
But how can Batman be in 6 places at once?
What? The police are stumped. Batman is everywhere. They'd better let Batman know. Wait, what? Luckily, the real Batman figures out Mr. Freeze's next stop, the Gotham City Diamond Exchange. After all, living in a special hyper-chilled mountain lair is expensive. Also, diamonds are known as ice, and Batman villains can't resist a good pun. The real Batman and Robin also arrive, and a very confusing fight breaks out. Mr. Freeze uses the chaos to escape. Batman and Robin try to figure out the villain's next step. Clearly, he's not after all the ice in Gotham City, just the most expensive. And the most expensive diamond in the world is in the city at this very moment, hanging from the neck of a visiting princess. Mr. Freeze sneaks into the princess's royal hotel suite in a huge delivery box.
Stop! Don't nobody move or they get frozen stiff too. But now, Hizzonner Circolo, if you please. It's a diamond. Now.
He freezes all the guards in the room and robs the jewel necklace. Batman and Robin arrive at the hotel, but Mr. Freeze distracts them by setting fire to some curtains. Ah, the irony. Then he freezes the duo solid. Mr. Freeze has some plans for Batman and Robin, but he's also on a schedule. There's one more part of his daring plan to steal all the most expensive diamonds in Gotham City. In episode 8, Rats Like Cheese, Batman and Robin are rushed to the hospital. How do you thaw a pair of human popsicles? With the super hypertherm de-icifier chamber. Mark 7. Of course. This must happen all the time if they're up to the 7th version of the thing.
2 lonely figures lie quiet, peaceful, serene.
Batman and Robin wake up, shake hands, and hop up to resume fighting crime. Bruce Wayne appears with the princess at a baseball game. The team's star pitcher is nowhere to be found. His name is Paul Diamante, which of course means diamond. With a name like that, Mr. Freeze just couldn't resist, and he's kidnapped the famous pitcher. Mr. Freeze demands a life for a life. He'll return Paul Diamante in exchange for Batman.
I will trade even 1 baseball pitcher for 1 Batman.
Batman selflessly gives up his life for the pitchers. He leaves Robin at the police station and allows Mr. Freeze to take him to his chilly lair. Stepping outside of the hot zones is too dangerous. Mr. Freeze might be able to withstand negative 50 degrees, but that kind of temperature would turn Batman into a bat-sickle. Instead of ending Batman's life right then and there, Mr. Freeze brings Batman to the dining room. It turns out that Robin is also here. The Boy Wonder followed Batman to the hideout, so now he has to die too.
Did I forget to mention that we have another guest for dinner? Somebody who just decided to drop in?
But first, Mr. Freeze treats them to a nice dinner of roast beef. Seriously, he's the perfect host. With his prisoners well-fed and comfortable, Batman suggests that Mr. Freeze can just get cured. They have a machine for this at the hospital, you know, but Mr. Freeze only wants revenge. Oh, well, they tried. While Robin stays in the hot zone, Batman tackles Mr. Freeze to the ground. He was only pretending to be cold before. He's actually quite nice and toasty in his thermal underwear.
Naturally, you didn't know I was wearing my special super thermal B long underwear for extreme cold.
They increase the temperature of the house to trap Mr. Freeze in a one-man cold air jail. Chill, Nippy, and Mo storm in to try and stop the dynamic duo, but Batman and Robin win the fight. They knock out the villain's henchmen, and just in time for the police to storm in. In episode 9, Zelda the Great, Gotham City faces the most dangerous day of the year, April Fool's Day. For the 3rd year in a row, someone has robbed the Gotham City National Bank of $100,000.
2 years in this case, and you men haven't turned up a single clue.
Completely baffled, the police call Batman. The thief could have stolen much more, but no. They only steal $100,000 once a year. In an attempt to draw the thief out, Batman plants some information. He has the newspaper report that the stolen $100,000 was fake and waiting at the bank for disposal. Meanwhile, he inspects a bullet that was shot at the thief, who wore a bulletproof vest. He determines that the thief wore a whole bunch of silk scarves and perfume.
This bullet passed through 13 layers of brightly colored silk.
Holy rainbow.
Obviously, this could only have been a woman. Meanwhile, a female magician named Zelda the Great, played by Anne Baxter, visits a secret workshop behind a bookstore. She is the reluctant April Fool's thief. She doesn't like robbing the bank, but she needs the money to get a new trick for her show every year.
I hate robbing banks. All I ever wanted to be was a poor but honest magician.
Without a spectacular new trick, her show will be a flop. This year, though, the vendor, Avil Ekdal, refuses to sell her his latest trick, the inescapable Doom Trap. He saw in the newspaper that the money Zelda offers him is fake. Luckily, he's after a bigger prize, Batman. Zelda still needs to get the cash somehow. Luckily, a rare emerald just happens to be on display. Zelda realizes this is probably a trap set by Batman, but what else is a crooked magician supposed to do?
Wait a minute.
What is the matter?
Batman.
Zelda easily steals the emerald, then disappears right before Batman and Robin's eyes. But the gem is a fake with a hidden homing device. The duo track it down and find it in the gutter, thrown away like trash. Zelda the Great is a master escape artist after all. An alarming phone call reaches Grayson's Aunt Harriet, played by Madge Blake. Her nephew is apparently gotten hit in the head by a baseball so hard he needs a doctor. She rushes out and falls right into a trap.
Holy backfire! What have they done to that, Mrs. Cooper?
Ah, the old phone scam trick. Zelda phones Wayne Manor and demands $100,000 in exchange for the safe return of Aunt Harriet. This might be the most normal villain so far. She's got Aunt Harriet hanging in a straitjacket over a vat of flaming oil. Certified not normal. Batman rushes to Aunt Harriet's rescue in episode 10, A Death Worse Than Fate. He shows up at the police headquarters as Bruce Wayne and makes a televised phone call to Zelda.
You devil! How could a woman stoop to such a trick?
Robin reveals that the money Zelda stole from the bank is real after all. She already has her ransom. Robin and Bruce Wayne ask Zelda to release Aunt Harriet unharmed. And she actually does. Wow. The crooks in the city are weirdly honorable. Meanwhile, Batman has figured out the thief's identity thanks to a couple of clues.
If it hadn't been for her mishap, I wouldn't have deduced the criminal's identity.
What? You know?
She dropped a matchbook from Avil's bookstore. Plus, the whole suspended over flaming oil thing is Zelda the Great's signature move. Back behind the bookstore, Avil plans to lure Batman into his inescapable doom trap. The trick to escaping it is that there is no way to escape. Avil has been contracted by some gangsters to assassinate Batman, and he plans to double dip. If anyone can find a way out of the trick cabinet, it's Batman. Batman will show them how to escape the doom trap. Then Avil gets the $100,000 from Zelda for the trick, and another $100,000 for killing Batman.
Another 100,000 I get for, what is the word? Fingering the Batman.
Batman and Robin arrive at Avil's secret workshop and walk right into his trap. It's a pretty involved trick with special bat tool resistant walls. A poison gas starts to fill the room because it's not a Batman episode without poison gas. Batman and Robin figure out that the gas must be hydrogen since it's lighter than air. They create a spark with their utility belts and the blast blows apart the indestructible walls without harming them. Plot armor is the strongest kind of armor. Once outside, Batman and Robin nearly become Swiss cheese. Some gangsters with machine guns lie in wait inside two mummies. Luckily, Zelda the Great has an attack of conscience, and she warns them. The two duck and the thugs shoot each other instead. Batman stops Avil from escaping. Zelda comes out crying and putting on a sad act. Batman casually tastes her tears. Oh, okay. Seems her tears are real. She must really be sad. Later, Bruce Wayne visits Zelda in prison. He offers her a job as a resident magician at a children's hospital.
Oh, how wonderful. What a joy to entertain small children.
I'm glad you feel that way.
So what if she kidnapped an elderly lady, hung her above a fire, then lured Batman and Robin to be killed in an elaborate death box? Everyone makes mistakes. The Riddler returns in episode 11. A riddle a day keeps the Riddler away. Is anyone surprised he didn't actually die in the explosion back in episode 2? A king with a fabulous beard visits Gotham City to present a gift from his country. When he arrives, a young woman employed by the Riddler gives the king a bouquet of flowers. The flowers explode and reveal a hidden riddle. When is a person like a piece of wood?
There's no doubt about it. The Riddler, that infernal prince of puzzlers, as you call him, is up to his old tricks.
Robin, of course, solves the riddle. A person is like a piece of wood when he's a ruler. So, is the Riddler after the king? No, it must be bigger than that. The king is here for two reasons. To be a guest judge on the upcoming Miss Galaxy contest, and to present a museum with a doll-sized replica of the Queen of Freedom monument. The Riddler must be after the priceless gem crown from the contest, so Batman sets a tried-and-true trap. He replaces the crown with a fake equipped with a tracker. But when the Riddler arrives to steal it, he reveals that he knew it was fake all along.
I knew it was a phony crown all the time!
Wait, then why did he bother to even show up? Anyway, the Riddler reveals that his actual plan is to kidnap the visiting king. The Riddler snatches the king from a fancy dinner club, and Batman and Robin give chase. They track the Riddler and his captive to a water and power plant. The Riddler's evil plan is to let the king go? He was just the lure, and the real targets were Batman and Robin. Seriously, for real this time. When Batman and Robin show up, the Riddler traps them in a sticky net. The episode ends with the two tied to massive water processing wheels and set to spin really, really fast.
Is this really the end? Unbelievable!
They'll spin so fast that the force will tear their bones right out of their bodies. Ouch. In episode 12, When the Rat's Away, the Mice Will Play, Riddler and his henchmen leave the dynamic duo spinning to his death. Of course, the two escape with the help of Batman's utility belt, but the Riddler doesn't know that. He really believes that they're dead. With the caped vigilantes out of his lair, the Riddler carries out his final plan. He rigged the miniature Queen of Freedom monument with explosives and sent it to the real monument with the king. Now, the Riddler threatens to blow up the monument unless he receives $1 million. The commissioner turns to the only person he knows that has that kind of money, millionaire Bruce Wayne. Wayne arrives at the police station at the same time as Batman.
But Batman, we discussed the
I
possibility...
never had the pleasure of meeting Batman, Commissioner.
Oh, I'm sorry. Batman, this is my good friend Bruce Wayne.
Wait a second. The fake Batman is one of Riddler's henchmen in disguise. He suggests a plan to capture the Riddler. Luckily, Commissioner Gordon knows that Batman and Robin escaped. He goes along with the fake Batman's idea, but secretly calls the real Batman as soon as the fake and Wayne are gone. Later, Riddler and his henchmen break into the museum to get their cash and defuse the bomb. But instead of the bomb, Riddler finds a riddle. What squeals louder than a caught rat? Answer: several caught rats. The Riddler's been out-riddled. He opens the bag of cash to find it full of colorful smoke instead of money. Batman and Robin come out of hiding, shocking the Riddler, who really thought they were dead from spinning too fast on the water processing wheels.
But you're dead, Batman.
Not quite.
We foiled your villainous death plot.
Oh no, looks like Batman beat the Riddler at his own game this time. Batman and Robin have already deactivated the bomb. All that's left is some good old-fashioned fisticuffs. The criminals are knocked out and the day is saved. Episode 13, The 13th Hat, introduces a new villain, the Mad Hatter, played by David Wayne. The dapper gentleman has an unhealthy obsession with hats and a burning desire for revenge. He goes after the 12 members of the jury that convicted him, stealing their hats, along with the people wearing the hats.
What are you doing with my hat?
How rude. The Mad Hatter uses a super instant mesmerizer beam hidden in his hat to knock all his targets out, and he uses his intense eyebrows to intimidate them, presumably. Once he has the hats, he places them on lifelike dummies he's made of the jury.
2 more to go, and the dummies of the conniving jury that convicted me will at last be properly topped.
How whimsical, Jervis.
That's super creepy. Meanwhile, the real jurors are tied up and waiting to be ransomed. That's how he's financing this heist. The Mad Hatter plans to return the jurors in exchange for a collection of priceless presidents' hats. As in the hats worn by former presidents. He's really into hats. His final caper is going to be Batman's cowl, aka the 13th Hat.
Jervis, that's positively waggish.
The cowled crusader himself is called in on the case. After another juror is abducted, Batman and Robin finally catch a break. They find a clue directing them to a sculptor. The dynamic duo visits the sculptor, who's actually working on a statue of Batman. The Mad Hatter disguises himself as the artist. He asks Batman to remove his cowl so he can sculpt it better. Batman and Robin find the real artist tied up in the closet.
I'm going to put an end to our crafty adversary once and for all.
They confront the Mad Hatter and his hired thugs, completely wrecking the poor sculptor's studio in the process. The Hatter tries to use his super instant mesmerize on Batman, but the hero is prepared with an anti-mesmerizing bat reflector, a mirror. It's a mirror shaped like, you guessed it, a bat. Unfortunately, the Mad Hatter dodges, and the mesmerizing ray hits Robin instead. The Hatter uses the moment of distraction to trap Batman in super fast hardening plaster. Our protagonist is now doomed to be entombed as a statue forever. In episode 14, Batman Stands Pat, the Mad Hatter breaks the Batman statue open so he can get a mold of Batman's cowl. But Batman held his bat breath, so he's still alive and well in the plaster.
But getting out of that plaster tomb was impossible.
Much easier than it seemed, Robin. I simply held my breath.
Holy Frogman!
The Mad Hatter escapes, sending Batman and Robin back to square one. They figure out the Hatter's hateful goal. He's already kidnapped 11 of the jurors who convicted him. That means the Hatter only has one last juror to capture, a man with the ridiculous name of Turkey Bowwinkle. He owns a bowling alley and wears a bowler hat.
Have you a record of Bowwinkle's hat being stolen recently? Or of Bowwinkle being stolen?
No, we have no report of that.
Are you surprised by any of that? Batman plants a tracking device on the hat, planning to follow it to the Hatter's hideout. But when the Hatter arrives to steal the bowler hat, Bowwinkle tries to put up a fight. The hat falls to the floor, exposing the tracker. Hatter uses the tracker to lure Batman into a trap. He abducts the final juror and takes him to his hideout, where he plans to use his hat-making machinery to get rid of Batman and Robin once and for all. The duo bat climb into the factory, but the Mad Hatter and his hat-making gizmos are lying in wait for them on the other side of the window. Batman and Robin fight the Hatter and his goons, surrounded by the dangerous factory machines. In the chaos, Batman manages to catch the Mad Hatter in one of his own factory's machines. The episode ends with Bruce Wayne, his ward, and his ward's aunt paying a visit to the hat shop. After all, the hat makes the man. Episode 15, The Joker Goes to School, starts with normal, healthy activities. In Robin's high school gym, a cheerleader named Susie goes to get some milk from the vending machine. Instead, the machine spits out some silver dollars. Neat. Commissioner Gordon suspects the work of the Clown Prince of Crime, aka Joker. It's time to call in Batman. Batman learns that the Joker was recently released from prison. The Gotham City prison is the most forgiving system I've ever heard of. Didn't the Joker recently poison a bunch of people and try to steal a ship? Anyway, the Joker's up to his old tricks. He rigged some of the vending machines at the school. One gives out quarters instead of coffee. Another is printing out stocks in place of candy bars.
But why? In the devil's name, why?
Honestly, all this doesn't sound like such a bad thing. But Batman's concerned. He holds an emergency meeting at the school. The rigged vending machines must be a ploy for the Joker to recruit young people to a life of crime. Why bother studying if you could just use a vending machine to print out money? Yeah, that tracks, I think. Meanwhile, one of the Joker's vending machines turns to a life of crime too. Instead of putting on some nice tunes, a jukebox at a bar pulls out a shotgun. Two thugs come in and clear the place out while the jukebox hold the bar patrons back, which is possibly the most ridiculous sequence of sentences ever said by anyone. Back at the school, Batman educates the kids on the Joker in his many disguises. The cheerleader Susie looks on, strangely uninterested. Is it just a coincidence that she's dressed just like Team Rocket? Yes it is. But kind of a hilarious accidental foreshadowing. The Joker arrives in person to meet and greet the promising young people.
No hard feelings.
He hangs out at the school just long enough to establish an alibi for the jukebox heist, but not long enough to give Batman grounds to arrest him for loitering. That trickster. At the Joker's hideout, we meet Joker's current hired hands, a gang he's calling the Bad Pennies, all of whom are high school dropouts. Stay in school, kids. In waltzes Susie. That two-faced cheerleader has been working for the Joker this whole time. What could compel a young lady to take up a life of crime?
A fox fur stole, and 1 full quart of imported Mexican perfume.
Ah, that'll do it. Batman and Robin are convinced that the school machines are a part of some big scheme. They stake out the school, hoping to catch Joker or his accomplice red-handed. Instead, they find the cheerleader Susie. She claims she saw someone in the gym. Batman and Robin try one of the machines, but instead of giving them money or stocks, the machine traps them in place and knocks them out with a sleeping gas. When Batman and Robin wake up, they find themselves strapped to electric chairs inside a van. They're hooked up to a slot machine that'll determine their fate. If the slot machine stops on 3 bells, they'll be set free. If it stops on 3 lemons, they'll get a lethal jolt of electricity.
50,000 volts of electrifying electricity, my fettered fat man.
The Joker promises that the machine is totally not rigged. As the episode ends, the slot machine stops on 2 lemons. How shocking! In episode 16, he meets his match, the Grisly Ghoul. Batman and Robin are about to meet a shocking end. Just as the 3rd slot lands on a lemon, Gotham City goes dark thanks to an amazingly timed blackout. The Joker runs away with his assistants. Batman and Robin are set free by some passing policemen just as the power comes back on. The duo decide to get closer to Joker from the inside. Dick Grayson pretends that he's turned into a young hoodlum, but he chokes when he's told to smoke a cigarette. Literally. Susie buys his act, but her fellow thug doesn't.
my blind grandmother could see. That guy never had a weed in his hand in his life.
He reports the incident to the Joker, who realizes that Susie has been compromised. He decides to get rid of her once and for all. Joker instructs Susie to mess with the milk vending machine. When she's done, he tells her to put on a special perfume. Batman and Robin show up at the school that night. They try to warn Susie that her life is in danger, but she doesn't listen. She puts on her new perfume, which is laced with a fast-acting poison. Susie immediately falls, apparently dead. Joker can now carry out the rest of his plan. He placed some big bets against the school's basketball team. Yeah, against them. The basketball players can't resist some post-practice milk. But when they use the machine, what actually falls out is an answer sheet to the important pre-college exam. The Joker appears and snaps some pictures as incriminating evidence that these guys are cheating. If they're replaced on the team, the school will lose the big game, and the Joker will win a whole lot of money from his bet.
Ah, well. I'm sure the scrubs will do their best.
At that moment, Batman and Robin show up and reveal that they were a step ahead the whole time. They replace the test answers with fakes. They also save Susie with some universal drug antidote pills from the utility belts. Batman and Robin fight, defeat the thugs, and capture the Joker. Maybe now the prison will stop releasing this guy. Later, Susie is sent to a special girls' prison where she can be reformed from her life of crime. Robin is very understanding about it all. It's not her fault she turned to crime. After all, she grew up in a broken home, and everyone knows that kids with miserable childhoods are sometimes doomed to become criminals. Episode 17, True or False Face, introduces a master of disguise, the lying villain False Face, played by the actor Malachi Thorne, not to be confused with Two-Face, though you wouldn't really get to see much of the actor because he's hidden behind a creepy wax-faced mask the whole time. The sneaky False Face poses as an escort for a visiting queen, who is secretly his accomplice. He uses his beard as a bomb and steals the crown in the chaos. An old man delivers a clue from False Face to Batman and Robin at the police department. Seriously, these criminals have to stop giving away their secret plans! Except the old man turns out to be False Face's Mall, Blaze.
Blaze, False Face's trusted assistant, at your service.
She challenges them to prove that False Face has committed a crime and to catch him. Challenge accepted. Batman and Robin catch False Face in the middle of robbing a bank, but he goes through several ridiculous disguises to shake off the dynamic duo. Finally, the baddie disguises himself as the chief of police and tricks everyone into thinking he escaped. At the Batcave, Batman realizes that False Face has been leaving all his clues on banknote paper. He and Robin rush to the printing company, where they find Blaze stealing banknote paper for their counterfeiting scheme. Blaze tries to knock Batman out with sleeping powder, but he blows it back in her face with his bat breath. Wait, what? No special gadgets? Batman brings Blaze back to the police HQ. Luckily, she has a crush on Batman that's stronger than her loyalty to False Face.
Sorry, I was carried away.
Well, let's all be away.
She agrees to lead Batman to the villain's hideout. Or does she? She's actually still working with False Face. She leads Batman and Robin into an old subway station where False Face is disguised as a candy vending machine. Blaze asks Batman to get her some candy. Being a gentleman, he goes straight to the candy machine, which spews a sleeping gas that knocks him out. Meanwhile, Blaze takes out Robin with her own puff of powder. Then, False Face does the most typical bad guy thing in the history of bad guys. He glues them to the train tracks. At the last moment, Blaze seems genuinely to regret the idea of killing Batman, but it's too late to back out now.
False Face, let's reconsider.
Never!
A train is scheduled to pass through in just 5 minutes. And then, the Caped Crusader and the Boy Wonder will be flattened. In episode 18, Holy Rat Race, Bruce Wayne's butler, Alfred, is dusting the Batcave when he hears a strange transmission. He radios Batman, who asks him to short-circuit his radio. This causes it to explode and melt the glue holding Batman's wrists to the tracks. With one hand freed, Batman is able to get himself and Robin off the tracks just as the train goes zooming past them. Whew! It turns out that Blaze's crush on Batman is real after all. She's the one who sent the transmission to Alfred and saved Batman's life. False Face doesn't appreciate Blaze's betrayal, so he captures her.
Why accuse me, FF? Batman's a redoubtably fine crime fighter.
Batman and Robin visit the radio station where the mysterious message was broadcast. Blaze had indeed been through there, and she left the heroes a clue. False Face is planning to replace the real money in Gotham National Bank with his fake cash. False Face poses as a security guard at the bank. At nightfall, he calls out his henchmen who are dressed as stereotypical robbers. But when they break into the bank's vault, they discover Batman and Robin waiting for them. Chaos erupts when a whole bunch of policemen and vigilantes rush around the small bank vault room. In the end, Falseface slips away disguised as a policeman. Batman chases Falseface all the way to an abandoned movie studio. I'm convinced that Gotham City is just a ghost town with all the abandoned places it has. The fiendish villain, with Blaze as his captive, leads the Caped Crusaders on a car chase through the studio. He fires at the Batmobile, obliterating it.
I've done it. I've done it. I've destroyed the dynamic duo.
You diabolical demon!
But Batman and Robin pop back out in the real Batmobile. What Falseface had destroyed was an inflatable version of the car that Batman keeps around for emergencies. Falseface has been out-faked. Police also arrive, and a wild chase sequence through the movie theater ensues. Falseface disguises himself as Commissioner Gordon, but Batman isn't fooled. He captures the criminal and Blaze, and the police arrest them. As soon as Blaze is released on parole, she decides she's had enough of crime. So naturally, she moves to New Zealand to raise sheep, forever pining after Batman. Episode 19, The Purr-Fect Crime, pits Batman against the ultimate cat burglar, Catwoman, played by Julie Newmar. In this episode, Catwoman steals one of a pair of golden cat statues from a millionaire's private collection. A clue is delivered to the police in the most adorable way, in the collar of a kitten.
A kitten!
Batman and Robin are called away from a riveting match of 5D chess that only Bruce Wayne seems to be following. The statue is half of a pear, and the other is currently on display in the Gotham City exposition. Batman uses his incredible intellect, honed by many years of investigating, to predict that Catwoman will try to steal the second cat statue. Wow, so smart. Meanwhile, Catwoman is gloating at an abandoned fur factory.
I'll show you how to clip Batman and Robin's wings. I will prevail.
Why do all these villains own warehouses? Her kitty companions wonder why she's stealing the cat statues if she refuses to sell them. But it's not the statue itself that's valuable, it's the secret it contains. A clue to the treasure of Pirate Captain Manx. The kind-hearted pirate willed all his treasure to the children of Gotham City to make up for his pillaging days. But not if Catwoman gets to it first. Batman and Robin come up with a way to trap the cat burglar. They cover the statue in radioactive mist, but first they make the radioactivity harmless with a bat gadget. Safety first, kids. Catwoman and her two henchmen show up right on schedule and pinch the precious statue. Thanks to the radioactive coating, Batman and a recovered Robin manage to track Catwoman to her lair. But the two walk right into Catwoman's trap, literally.
It seems as if you were expecting us.
They fall through a trapdoor into a game of Survivor on steroids. They're faced with a series of nefarious challenges, including moving spiked walls and a bomb. But all the traps are harmless jokes, until Catwoman sucks Robin away in a tube and gives Batman a choice. Before him are two doors. One leads to the Catwoman and the other to her pet tiger. This is not a euphemism. There is a literal live tiger behind one of the doors, and Batman chooses wrong. In episode 20, Better Luck Next Time, Batman battles the tiger. Or more likely, the tiger's real-life handler is battling the tiger. It would have been ridiculously dangerous to throw Adam West into a pit with a live tiger, even by the standards of the time.
Batman, it's been fun. But all good things must come to an end, and the goodest ending I can think of is yours.
If you look closely, you can even see the hand of a crew member holding a fake paw for the close-up shots. Ah, movie magic. Batman gets away from the tiger, of course. He whips out his bat claws and scales the wall. Then he puts on bat earplugs over his cowl. He uses the bat communicator to unleash a sound of 20,000 decibels. For reference, the loudest sound ever recorded was a volcanic eruption at 310 decibels. Somehow, Batman's head doesn't pop open from the sound overkill, even with the earplugs, and the sound distracts the tiger long enough for Batman to escape. Pop quiz. What's worse than one tiger? A whole pit of tigers. While Batman subdues Catwoman's big kitty, Robin is forced to meet Catwoman's other striped pets. Robin is strapped to a wooden panel and covered in catnip. He's hooked up to a container that is slowly draining of sand, lowering Robin little by little.
Catwoman, you are not a nice person.
Understatement of the year! Again, yes, those are real tigers, but this time Burt Ward was likely separated from the nice kitties by a clear panel. Batman arrives to save Robin, but Catwoman is already gone. For some reason, she leaves behind the loot. The duo analyzes the cat treasure at the Batcave. They realize that putting the statues together reveals a treasure map to Captain Manx's treasure. Luckily, some of the radioactive covering of the second cat rubbed off on Catwoman. The duo follow her trail to a cave outside of Gotham City. They find Catwoman in the depths of the cave. She already has the treasure and has disposed of her remaining assistant with some knockout gas. They chase her through the cave, ending up in front of a bottomless pit.
You'll never make that jump with what you're carrying.
She can't make the jump over the pit carrying her bag of treasure. She tries anyway and ends up hanging from the edge of the pit. Batman tries to save her, but she can't get herself to let go of the treasure. Her greed literally drags her down into the pit. And that seems to be the end of Catwoman. But don't worry, they say cats always land on their feet, and I have a feeling we'll be seeing her again in the future. In episode 21, the Penguin goes straight. It seems like the Penguin might have given up his criminal ways. During a theater performance, an armed man attacks an actress named Sophia Starr. The Penguin leaps to her rescue, saving her and her priceless ruby. A while later, Penguin shows up again at an exclusive club. This time, he stops two crooks from kidnapping a millionaire.
You're safe now. You're with the Penguin.
What's going on here? The Penguin may have realized that crime doesn't pay. What does pay, and quite well, is crime prevention. So, the business-savvy bird starts a Penguin Protection Agency, which promises to protect the lives and riches of Gotham City's wealthiest citizens. And the agency's very first customer is none other than the actress Sophia and her jewels. Batman and Robin smell something foul in this new business venture, but they can't get near the Penguin, and so it's finally time for Alfred to shine. Posing as an insurance agent, Alfred heads into the Penguin's agency undercover. He snaps some photos of Sophia's jewels, but when he tries to swap the Penguin's cigarette holder with a bugged one, the Penguin's anti-bug detector goes off and gives Alfred away. Alfred gets away without bugging the Penguin.
Who cares about him? Are you all right?
Vengeance. Quack. Quack.
Luckily, his photos are enough for Batman to create replica jewels. He's convinced that the Penguin is secretly after Sophia's jewels, so the plan is to swap them out for fake ones. That night, they back-climb into the actress's apartment to replace the jewels. But they didn't count on the Penguin being actually kind of really good at his anti-theft job. The Penguin and his two henchmen, helpfully labeled Dove and Eagle Eye, are already there. They chase the Crusaders away. The next morning, it's all over the news that Batman and Robin attempted to steal Star's jewels. The Penguin plans to have a gala for his protection agency at the carnival that night. He sure hopes that Batman and Robin don't plan to crash it. I said, it sure would be terrible if two caped crime fighters appeared at the party.
You'd better not be there, Batman. If you're spotted, I'll have to arrest you.
Batman and Robin get the hint. They sneak into the amusement park that night and head right into the Penguin's trap. Then he hangs them behind the targets at the carnival's shooting gallery. The Penguin replaces the carnival bullets with real ones and invites the passing police commissioner and chief to take a pop at the targets, not knowing that they might be about to kill their favorite masked vigilantes. Episode 22, Not Yet He Ain't, starts with Batman and Robin reflecting the gunshots with the soles of their feet. How lucky that Batman invested in those bulletproof shoe soles. This man thinks of everything. The shock apparently also knocks his bat knife free, allowing him to grab it. Batman cuts himself and his sidekick free, and the two escape. This time, the Bat Dude and his boy Wonder are on the wrong side of the law. They are caught red-handed stealing Sophia's jewels after all.
Those masked menaces must be apprehended. I won't stand for it.
With some urging from the Penguin, Police Commissioner Gordon starts a manhunt for the Batman and Robin. Penguin snatches the bat phone and calls the Caped Crusader directly. Batman promises to meet him at his lair. The outraged Penguin claims that the Masked Man is on his way to attack him. He demands police protection, which the Commissioner and Chief reluctantly give him. Batman and Robin arrive at the Penguin's lair and put on an Oscar-worthy performance of madness.
Your super brain power has driven us mad, Penguin.
Something snapped!
They threaten the Penguin's henchmen with extreme bodily harm. The police arrive and chase the two into a nearby alleyway. The chase ends in a shootout, and Batman and Robin are apparently killed. Oh no! How will the police solve any crimes? Don't worry, they're okay. The whole thing was an act to fool the Penguin into thinking that the masked crime fighters are dead, which is a scheme they use pretty often. Really. Convinced that Batman and Robin are dead, Penguin steals the Batmobile and starts the next part of his plan, marrying the actress Sophia Starr. Wow, this guy is really playing the long game here. Actually, his real plan is to steal all the wedding gifts. Hey, do you think someone should tell him that he gets to keep those after the wedding? During the wedding, the Penguin has his henchmen burst a water pipe in the reception area.
How charming and unusual! An indoor wedding in the rain!
Penguin's ready with umbrellas to hand out to the guests. At the press of a button, the umbrellas start dropping confetti. This really confuses everyone, and they start running around and bumping into each other. While the guests are distracted, the Penguin throws all the gifts into the Batmobile's trunk. He hops into the car and drives off, pretending to be chasing the wedding gift thieves. Of course, Batman and Robin have been watching his shenanigans this whole time. They track the Batmobile in the Bat Cycle and remotely eject the villain's two stooges. Then they control the Batmobile and bring the Penguin back to them for capture. Wow, the Penguin almost had a successful business and a loving wife. How horrible. A while later, Sophia Starr arrives at the police headquarters and vows to marry the Penguin and have him change his ways. But the Penguin will have none of that.
Married and kept in a bathtub?
I love you, Pengy. I try very hard to reform you.
He'll take the jail cell over matrimony any day. The Riddler is back at it in episode 23, The Ring of Wax. He got his hands on a universal wax solvent, which can apparently eat through anything. Anything except for wax, apparently. Because when it's time to smuggle the solvent from France into the US, he hides it inside a wax statue of Batman. The statue is bound for display at Madame Soleil's Wax Museum in Gotham City. But at the unveiling, it turns out the Riddler swapped the statue with one of himself instead. The statue sprays the audience with red paint and blares out 2 riddles. He just can't help himself, it's literally in his name. Meanwhile, at the Riddler's new candle factory, the guy melts down the wax Batman statue.
It can eat through anything. This remarkable wax can be found only in the hives of the Cognac district of France.
He pulls out all the wax solvent and sends his henchmen on a crime spree with it. The first thing Riddler and his henchmen do with the solvent is break into the Gotham City library. You guys know libraries are free, right? They're not after just any book, though. They use the solvent to break into a book vault and steal a rare book showing the path to a legendary Incan treasure. It's easy to find. It's the only book on a shelf labeled Rare Old Books on Treasures of the Incas, in all caps. Batman and Robin arrive to try and stop the library robbers, but the Riddler glues the hero's feet to the floor using a spray of his patented Dr. Riddler's Instant Forever Stick Invisible Wax Emulsion. The dynamic duo analyze traces of the universal solvent at their Batcave lab, using the first letters of the solvent's chemical compound. They realize that the solvent itself is a clue. It spells NUS.
Reverse the order, and what do you have?
S-U-N.
Of course, that's got to be it.
Wait, I mean sun. Sun in French is soleil, as in Madame Soleil's Wax Museum, which is where the whole thing started. The two arrive at the Wax Museum. Riddler is ready for them, disguised as wax figurines. He and his henchmen knock out the duo and finally explain why none of the villains ever just kill Batman and Robin.
Why kill them fast when watching them die slowly is so much more entertaining, huh?
The Riddler brings the duo to his wax factory. There, he hangs them by a rope over a huge container of boiling wax. The plan? Turn the two into the coolest life-size candles. The Riddler and his cronies can't handle the fumes in episode 24, Give 'em the Axe. They leave the room, giving Batman and Robin a chance to escape. Batman uses his shiny belt buckle to reflect a ray of sunlight at a convenient barrel of explosives. The single warm ray of light is too much for the barrel to handle. The explosives, well, explode. The blast frees the two, but amazingly, it also knocks them out. Guess they left their plot armor at home this time. The Riddler has learned nothing from his past encounters with Batman, and he assumes that the explosion finished Batman and Robin off for good.
Batman and Robin dead. Dead! Dead!
Riddler and his henchmen run off in search of the great Inca treasure, according to the book that they stole. The treasure is hidden inside a sarcophagus of an Incan emperor, and the artifact happens to be on display at the Gotham City Museum. Batman and Robin follow the Riddler to the museum, but find their way blocked by a closed door. Foiled again! There's no getting around that. Luckily, a small window is just large enough for Robin to slip through and get inside. Robin bat climbs up alone and enters through the window, intending to open the door for Batman from the inside. But the Boy Wonder is captured. The Riddler straps Robin to a medieval torture device called the rack that slowly tears human beings apart by their limbs.
If he doesn't fit, stretch him to size.
Don't hurt him.
This is a real thing that exists in real life, but let's not dwell on that horror for too long. Then the Riddler prepares to burn through the historic sarcophagus to get to the treasure inside. Batman begins to worry when Robin takes too long, so he uses his Batmobile's bat ram to force the museum doors open. Why didn't he just do that in the first place? He bursts in and takes on the Riddler and his henchmen single-handedly. He straps all the bad guys to the museum's great collection of medieval torture devices. Then he rescues Robin from a fate worse than death. The police burst in to do what they do best, clean up after Batman's already done all the work. In episode 25, The Joker Trumps an Ace, the Joker commits a bunch of silly crimes. First, he steals a hairpin from some rich lady. Then, he steals a hole from a golf course. Finally, he delivers an inflatable Jack-in-the-Box to Commissioner Gordon. These three things seem to have nothing in common at all, but Batman and Robin figure out the Joker's tricks. He must be planning to steal a visiting Maharaja's golden golf clubs. The duo arrive on the golf course where the Maharaja is playing a game. They watch and wait, hoping to catch Joker red-handed. Then the Joker steals the Maharaja's golf clubs, and the Maharaja himself. Wait, I thought he just wanted the golf clubs. Batman and Robin watch and let the crime happen. When they finally give chase, Joker and his captive vanish into thin air and are replaced by an adorable tiny version of their getaway car. The model car contains a joke that reveals the Joker's location, an abandoned factory. Who would have guessed? The crime-fighting duo rush to Joker's hideout hoping to surprise him, but the Joker's ready for him. He uses the same thing that made his truck disappear, trick mirrors. The Joker captures Batman and Robin and makes them a promise. If they can stay afloat in his chamber for an hour, he'll let them go.
I think we should give him the benefit of the doubt, Robin.
Yes, let's trust the weirdo who just tied us up, Batman. Of course, there's a trick to Joker's promise. When he places them in the chamber, it starts slowly filling up, but not with water, with poison gas. In episode 26, Batman sets the pace. Batman and Robin put their backs together. Looking like a four-legged bat spider, they climb up the narrow column, which is actually the factory's chimney. They return to the Batcave and analyze the sleeping gas that Joker used in his latest kidnapping plot. The gas leads the two to a novelty magician's supply store. Bruce Wayne and Dick Grayson visit the novelty store undercover.
Very ingenious.
While there, Wayne uses a special device to peer through a one-way mirror and discover the Joker's gang and the captive Maharaja. The two return as Batman and Robin. They break in through the ventilation shaft and fight using novelty streamers and gag gifts while the Joker escapes in the chaos. Strangely enough, though, Batman and Robin don't find the Maharaja. Apparently, Joker stashed the guy somewhere out of sight, or something. But don't worry about it just yet. A little while later, the Joker phones Batman to give his demands. The Maharaja will give the Joker $500,000, but the check has to be personally endorsed by Batman at the bank.
Otherwise, no Maharaja.
Sounds like a scam. The Joker's plan is foolproof. The Maharaja will be set free, the Joker will be rich, and Batman's reputation will be ruined forever by paying off a bad guy. Batman shows up to the bank the next day to sign off on the check, but the Joker forgot to account for Batman's genius intellect. As always, the Caped Crusader is one step ahead of the comedy crime prince. Batman is surprised that there's been no political outcry about the Maharaja's disappearance. A quick phone call confirms that the real Maharaja is on a fishing trip. That means the Joker's version must be an imposter, played by the Joker himself. Batman proves this by stabbing the Maharaja with a big needle. Well, that's one way to do it. Having most of a needle inside of you is a sure sign that you're wearing a costume.
You mean it was the Joker all the time?
Right.
Thus exposed, the Joker reveals that his plan was to have Batman sign a worthless check, giving it actual value through his endorsement. The Joker is apprehended, and hey, maybe this time he'll actually stay locked up. I'm not gonna hold my breath. Episode 27, The Curse of Tut, brings a new villain to Gotham City. When a Yale professor of Egyptology is hit in the head, the bonk shakes something loose in there. The professor, hammed up hilariously by actor Victor Buono, starts believing that he isn't studying King Tut, but rather that he is King Tut. Obviously, he decides that this makes him the rightful ruler of Gotham City.
All hail to King Tut, great pawn of Thebes, nemesis of the Nile.
The New Age King Tut has his servants wheel a giant ram-headed Sphinx statue to Gotham Central Park. A voice issues a prophecy that the rightful king of Gotham City is about to appear. Batman and Robin figure that Tut wanted them to go to the Sphinx. So they humor him and obediently step into his trap. The masked crime fighters are stopped by Tut's servants, who he calls his Tutlings. Defeated for now, Batman decides to try a different approach. Batman visits the Egyptian exhibit at the museum as millionaire Bruce Wayne.
This particular Pharaoh fellow will not rise again.
In theory, he hopes to trap Tut and the Tutlings. Hey, that might make a great band name. In reality, the Tutlings end up trapping him. A mummy comes to life and scares everyone else away. Wayne is thoroughly fooled. What amazing preservation techniques those old Egyptians must have used. Naturally, Wayne calls an ambulance for the ancient mummy. But even the emergency response vehicle is full of Tutlings, and the mummy was King Tut himself.
All hail, your majesty. Phase 2 has worked perfectly.
Naturally, it was foreseen in the scrolls.
These things are like roaches. They're everywhere. Tut's henchmen knock out Bruce Wayne with a sleeping gas. They strap him down to a wheeled stretcher and take him away in an ambulance. King Tut makes an announcement to the people of Gotham City through the Finks in the park. He's kidnapped their great philanthropist, Bruce Wayne. He'll keep him captive until Tut's royal demands are met. Meanwhile, Wayne manages to launch himself out of the ambulance, but he's still strapped to the gurney, and now he's barreling quickly towards the broken bridge and a 300-foot drop. It's a literal cliffhanger. In episode 28, The Pharaoh's in a Rut, Bruce Wayne frees himself from the gurney by grabbing onto the bridge's guardrail. He quickly transforms into Batman and appears on television, as one does after a life-threatening situation. Batman announces that he's saved Bruce Wayne's life. King Tut's new queen, Nefertiti, is far too happy about this.
He's so handsome and clean-cut and groovy.
We forbid you to speak well of our deadliest enemy.
Naturally, King Tut isn't thrilled about Nefertiti's wandering eyes, and so he has her thrown into the dungeon. Batman announces that he's leaving for Egypt to do some research. Odd time for a research trip, but whatever. You do you, Batboy. King Tut doesn't let failure define him. He gets right back up and tries to kidnap Bruce Wayne again. Or he thinks he does. Really, he steals away another lifelike replica of himself that Wayne keeps around for totally not weird purposes. While the thugs aren't looking, Alfred and Robin switch the dummy for Batman. The Caped Crusader hitches a ride to the hideout with the Tutlings. But he's discovered and brought out to Tut for punishment. Tut chooses death by torture for Batman and Tut's ex-queen Nefertiti. The two have to endure pebble torture, where pebbles are dropped onto a person's forehead to drive them mad.
Twinkle, twinkle, little bat, how I wonder where you're at.
Yeah, I don't think it's working. Meanwhile, at the Batcave, Robin and Alfred figure out where Tut is hiding with Batman. To the Batmobile, which is driven by Alfred because Robin is underage. They'll let a teenager fight crime, but they draw the line at driving a car. After 1,000 pebbles fall on Batman and Nefertiti, King Tut breaks them out of their jars. Their minds are seemingly broken from the torture, so they do whatever Tut tells them to. The first thing Tut does is make them dance. Batman gets so into his gyrating dance moves that he knocks out the Tutlings with his flailing bat arms. He then reveals that he wasn't broken by the torture.
I kept my reason by reciting the multiplication tables backwards.
King Tut steals the Batmobile and escapes during the fight. Batman, Robin, and Alfred hop onto Tut's golden truck and chase after him. The old truck can't keep up with the clearly superior Batmobile. King Tut decides to get rid of the pesky crime fighters using their own weapon. He tries to fire the bat beam and destroy the trio. Instead, he misclicks and ejects himself from the car, and right at Batman and co. How convenient. When Tut comes to, he seems to have completely forgotten all about being King Tut. The hit on the head returns him to his original persona, as a mild-mannered Yale professor. It seems that this problem has solved itself, for now. In episode 29, The Bookworm Turns, the city is under threat by a new villain, the Bookworm, played by Roddy McDowell. The nerdy felon shows up at the opening ceremony of a new bridge in his trademark trick glasses and a jacket made of stitched-together book bindings. His obsession with stories and books means this 2-episode story is full of even more convoluted and ridiculous plot twists. So get ready for one hell of a ride. While Bruce Wayne and his ward watch the ceremony on TV, the Bookworm pretends to assassinate Commissioner Gordon. Batman comes to his old friend's help, but it was a trap intended to lure the crime fighter out to the police headquarters. When he arrives, a very upset but clearly alive Commissioner Gordon storms into police HQ.
Shades alive.
Holy reincarnation!
It turns out he never made it to the dedication ceremony because he was falsely arrested for a parking violation. Both the arresting policeman and the false commissioner were actors planted by the Bookworm. While Batman is distracted, the Bookworm's maul plants a book bomb in the Batmobile, which was the real target all along. Luckily, the Batmobile has a bomb detector. Batman remotely ejects the explosive, which safely blows up in the air, away from everyone. The bomb leaves behind a bookish clue. The Bookworm plans to blow up Gotham City's new bridge. Luckily, the literary villain meant blow up, literally, as in to make bigger. The Bookworm projects a massive photo of the new bridge onto a warehouse wall.
Holy magic lantern! An immense picture of the new bridge!
Yes, he's blown it up all right.
Batman and Robin trace the image back to its projector, which is mounted on a nearby roof on the Bookmobile, the Bookworm's specialized truck. Has Batman met his book match in the Bookworm's book trinkets? Batman and Robin are surrounded by the Bookworm's book henchmen. Batman politely reminds them all to take their glasses off, and then he punches them in the face. The Bookworm's henchmen run away, leaving behind the bad guy's female sidekick, Lydia Limpet. She's tied up and gagged, but Batman isn't fooled. He bat gasses the woman and kidnaps her. Cordially invites her back to his place. At the Batcave, Batman interrogates the half-conscious Lydia using a lie-detecting gadget. She confesses that she doesn't know the Bookworm's plan.
He hasn't confided it to us.
The duo bring her back to the bookmobile. When she wakes up, she lies to their faces. She claims that the Bookworm plans to steal the Declaration of Independence, predicting the 2004 film starring Nicolas Cage. Batman knows it's a trap, of course, but he still walks right into it. On purpose, of course. While Batman rushes off to call for police reinforcements, Robin stays behind to guard Lydia. Lydia asks Robin to read to her, and the young gentleman obliges.
The fourth one on the end of the shelf.
Sure thing, Miss Limpet.
But when he opens the book, he is hit by knockout gas and passes out. The Bookworm ties Robin up inside a Big Ben-like clock tower called Big Benjamin. When the clock strikes midnight, the Boy Wonder will become a Boy Pancake. In episode 30, while Gotham City burns, Batman figures out where Robin is being held hostage. He and Chief O'Hara rush to the clock tower with just a minute to spare. The chief shoots at the clockwork and misses. The police of Gotham City really are useless. It's up to Batman to save his sidekick, and he does so in the most convoluted way yet. Batman uses the Bazooka to shoot 2 lines to the clock, one on the lightning rod on top of it and one to the clock's hands. Then he connects both lines to the nuclear battery that runs the Batmobile.
As you may recall from school, like charges of electricity repel each other.
Both the clapper and the bell become positively charged, so they push each other away and fail to hit Robin. And he does all this in under a minute. And just like that, Robin is saved. Got that? Good. Batman and Robin return to the Batcave to research their antagonist's moves. At the same time, the Bookworm is upstairs in Wayne Manor. He gasses Aunt Harriet and Alfred and steals a rare book that's conveniently displayed on the living room table. Commissioner Gordon calls Batman to report the crime that happened right under their noses at Wayne Manor. But there's a bigger problem. A giant book has appeared in the middle of Gotham City. The book is charmingly named The Delight of Cooking. It opens for Batman and Robin.
But will they go in?
Of course they'll go in. In the words of the poet, curiosity killed the bat.
It looks inviting enough inside, with an entire kitchen setup and soup cooking on the stove. The Bookworm really said, let them cook. Batman and Robin enter the book and, of course, are trapped inside. Hot steam is pumped into the book nook, threatening to cook them alive. Meanwhile, the Bookworm takes a chance to swipe the Batmobile. He wants to use the Bat Beam to break into the library and steal all their rare books. Why doesn't anyone in Gotham know that libraries are free? Just before Batman and Robin turn into steamed superheroes, they figure a way out with the help of Alfred and the Bat computer. Batman finds the manhole cover where the steam is being pumped in. The dynamic duo escapes through the manhole just as the police finally break through the giant book. They find it empty and assume Batman and Robin have literally been vaporized.
Totally consumed in this diabolical Hell's Kitchen.
Meanwhile, Batman and Robin have overheard the Bookworm's plan through a hidden microphone in the Batmobile. The duo surprise the bookish bad guys at the library and capture them. Don't worry, Bookworm. You'll have plenty to read in the prison thanks to Bruce Wayne's generous donation to the prison library. Episode 31, Death in Slow Motion, stars the most persistent puzzling felon, the Riddler. This double episode is a love letter to classic cinema, inspired by the Harold Lloyd silent film Safety Last. The Riddler dresses up as silent film star Charlie Chaplin and crashes a silent film festival with his new mall. This delights the attendees who thinks it's all part of the show. It's all fun and games until Charlie Chaplin walks into the box office and steals some receipts. What does he want with those? A riddle sends Batman and Robin to a bakery where Riddler is preparing his next heist. The villain arrives on set with a camera, recording the whole ordeal.
As I tried to tell you, our silent film is merely a diversion, a clever ploy essential to our real crime.
Camera's still rolling. Riddler and his chef costume crooks walk right into the bakery's office. They throw poison pie at the receptionist's faces, putting them to sleep. Then they blow up the door to the payroll with an eclair. And yes, I do mean that literally. Riddler steals the payroll and escapes. The Riddler's next stop is the library, which is quickly becoming the most dangerous place in Gotham City. The library is closed on Wednesdays because of the lack of funding. Too real. But that doesn't stop our Batman and Robin, who arrive to stop Riddler. They rush in and are hit over the head with a huge book. Meanwhile, the Riddler records everything on his camera. The giant book has 2 more riddles that point to a fancy temperance, aka anti-alcohol party. The nefarious Prince of Puzzles and his assistants sneak into the party as waiters. They spike the visitors' lemonades and keep the camera rolling for the chaos that ensues. None of the visitors can hold their drink, including Chief O'Hara and Commissioner Gordon. Tempers flare and the party turns into a full-out brawl. Batman arrives and uselessly yells at them to stop beating each other up. Meanwhile, Riddler's newest femme fatale friend approaches Robin, who's waiting outside. She's dressed like Little Bo Peep, which would normally raise some red flags, but Boy Wonder is in a cape and underwear, so we can forgive him for not noticing anything weird. Bo Peep knocks Robin out with sleeping gas. Riddler and his henchmen bring Robin to the lumberyard and place him on a conveyor belt moving real fast. If the Boy Wonder doesn't do something, he'll be sawn in half. In episode 32, The Riddler's False Notion, Batman stops the frenzied party by feeding everyone an antidote. Once everyone's sobered up, Batman realizes that Robin is missing. He follows Riddler's clue to the lumberyard. The Riddler's henchman is there, filming Robin's death scene just like in the silent film classic. Riddler's dressed for the role of the silent film villain with a top hat, cape, and curled mustache. He attacks Batman with a whip and the two tussle. Batman realizes Robin is in trouble and rushes to his side, only to discover that he's been bamboozled. The body on the conveyor belt is just a dummy replica of his sidekick. The Riddler escapes, but his maul is captured by Batman.
My lawyer's name is Mr. Oliver Wendell. Why don't you look him up and buzz him?
The Mall knows her rights and demands her lawyer, but Batman has other plans. He drugs her and brings her back to his Batcave to work on her. Ugh, why does that give me the creeps? Don't worry though, he brings Commissioner Gordon too, so he won't do anything illegal, aside from kidnapping, drugging, and questioning the girl under duress. Batman questions the actress when she wakes up in his cave. She doesn't know where Robin is, but she does know 2 more riddles. Batman decodes these and realizes that the Riddler is still following Harold Lloyd's example. He's planning to film a dramatic finale on one of Gotham's high-rise buildings. Riddler does in fact have Robin tied up on the edge of a building. Lights, camera, and action. Riddler rolls the cameras and drops the Boy Wonder to a sure death. Batman shows up just in time. He throws the rope attached to his batarang and Robin catches it. With his teeth?
Holy molars. Am I ever glad I take good care of my teeth?
True. You owe your life to dental hygiene.
Whoa, let that be a lesson to you. Brush your teeth and keep them strong. It could save your life. Now that Robin is safe again, the duo follow the clues in the wrong direction. The Riddler's tricked them, throwing them off his scent. Meanwhile, he arrives in the home of a rich film collector, dressed and speaking like an old-timey bandit for some reason. The film buff is willing to pay the Riddler $100,000 for the movie he just shot. That's how movies work, right? But the Riddler has his sights set on a bigger prize.
You can't take them. They're priceless.
I think we'll find a price when you try to ransom them back.
Batman and Robin realize the film buff was the real target, so they show up and catch the crooks mid-heist. Riddler's not ready for the show to be over. His men show up dressed as cowboys, and a dramatic fight sequence rounds out the episode. Of course, Batman and Robin are the winners, and the curtain falls on the Riddler's movie-making career. Episode 33, Fine Finny Friends, finds Batman once again facing off against his beak-nosed nemesis, the Penguin. Bruce Wayne's faithful servant, Alfred, is out at the market shopping for 20 pounds of caviar. You know, as one does. While he's browsing the vendor's wares, an umbrella on display collapses, trapping him inside.
What's the meaning of this?
Batman and Robin arrive at the police station and discover that there's been a kidnapping and the victim is their own butler. He's actually just after the super secret location of the Millionaire's Award Dinner, where Alfred serves as the head butler. Every year, millions of dollars are donated to charity at the event. Penguin would much rather that money be donated to him. Alfred doesn't know where the Millionaire Dinner will be held, and the Penguin knows this. His plan is much more sinister. He brainwashes Alfred using a device called a penguin box.
And I'll teach you how to waddle like the penguin.
It's not actually a box. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's just one of those at-home sauna devices. Still, it gets the job done. Alfred is programmed to tell the Penguin as soon as he discovers the location of the charity dinner. Alfred returned to Wayne Manor unharmed, much to Batman's confusion. Actually, he doesn't even remember being kidnapped. Other than that, he's completely normal aside from a weird twitch in his eye. An investigation of the market reveals that the stall where Alfred was abducted is owned by someone named Not a Fish. Cute. Batman and Robin find a warehouse also owned by Mr. Fish. The Penguin is ready for them with a trap, along with his henchmen, this time labeled Shark and Octopus. What, no more birds? They fight among opening and closing umbrellas, which somehow makes the heroes completely useless. The Penguin captures the dynamic duo and places them in a vacuum chamber full of balloons.
When all of them have burst, the two of you will be finished.
Shark and Octopus slowly suck the air out of the room, popping the balloons one by one. After the last balloon, Batman and Robin's lungs will be the next to pop. Breathe, Batman. Episode 34, Batman Makes the Scenes, is the final episode of Season 1. It starts with Batman and Robin unconscious in the vacuum chamber, which is now completely out of air. The Penguin and his lackeys celebrate the demise of their enemies and run off to commit more crimes, or whatever. As soon as the thugs leave, Batman opens his eyes, completely fine. What gives? It turns out that Batman managed to cut himself loose and use the emergency bat oxygen canister in his belt.
Thank the saints for the utility belt.
Ah, of course. Back home, Bruce Wayne tries to fool the Penguin. He leaks the information that the Millionaire's Award dinner will be held at Wayne Manor. But Alfred knows the truth. The dinner will actually be aboard a ship. The Penguin places a call to the brainwashed Alfred, who spills the beans. Now that he knows the true location of the dinner, Penguin prepares his caper. He replaces one of the dinner's performers with an inside girl. At the dinner, the imposter leaps out of a giant cake while rich men throw money at her. Classy. Penguin's Mall knocks out the attendees, including Batman and Robin, with sleeping gas. The Penguin and his henchmen grab the loot and get out of there. When the Penguin returns to his hideout, he prepares to stash his cash in his safe. But when he opens his safe, he finds the two cunning crime fighters waiting inside. They used some anti-penguin gas pills, and they were just pretending to be passed out with the rest. How did they beat the Penguin to his own hideout? How did they get into a locked safe? Don't worry about it, it's never explained. They fight, Penguin is caught in his own fishing net, and the good guys win.
Tell them the culprit is theirs.
And just like that, the first season comes to a dramatic end. What's in store next for our heroes? Episode 35, Shoots a Crooked Arrow, is the first episode of Season 2. It begins with Bruce Wayne meeting with the head of the Wayne Foundation. He's making preparations to donate money to Gotham's less fortunate. Like the good guy that he is. Before he can do the noble deed, an arrow whizzes into the room and fills it with sleeping gas. Enter the Archer, played by Art Carney. He's like a misguided Robin Hood down to the costume and his two sidekicks, Big John and Crier Tuck. The Archer wants to steal from the rich and then just keep it.
Parting is such sweet sorrow.
Well put, sire.
A quote from some obscure playwright.
But to make money, he needs to give some away first. He and his sidekicks clear out the cash. Then they ride horses through the streets of Gotham, throwing money at the adoring citizens. Batman and Robin are called in by the police, who have no idea how to deal with this. Apparently, the people of Gotham didn't want stolen money, so they returned all of it to the police, which might be the least believable thing to happen so far in this series. The Archer shows up at the police station. He blinds everyone in the commissioner's office with a trick arrow. Then he just kind of boasts about how great he is and then leaves through the window.
Cheerio!
Just because he can. Next, Archer hits up a crooked coin machine operator's office. He and his merry men hand out the stolen coins to passerbys. When Batman and Robin show up, they're actually booed for trying to stop the coin redistribution system at work. After an old-timey brawl, Archer and his gang are apprehended, but they don't stay behind bars for long, because the poor people of Gotham City pool their pennies to make his bail. Batman and Robin use their Bat computer to track the Archer to his hideout, at an archery range on Sherwood Avenue in the Green Forest section of Gotham City. Of course. Batman sends in Alfred as a distraction. Apparently the old man was a champion archer back in the day.
Yet to meet a man who's my match.
You may have met him now.
While Alfred keeps the Archer busy, Batman and Robin sneak in to explore. They find the Archer's deadly dungeon of torture and accidentally spring the trap. Despite his excellent archery skills, Alfred is also captured as the duo's accomplice. Alfred nearly loses his head in a guillotine, but it's just a prop. He passes out from fear, but otherwise is unharmed. Whew. Despite all the great torture devices he could use to end Batman and Robin, Archer decides to just use them as target practice. They're strapped to large poles in the field. Then, Archer charges at them on horseback, preparing to skewer them with a lance. In episode 36, Walk the Straight and Narrow, Batman and Robin are about to become shish kebabs. At the very last moment, they escape using springs on their heels. The springs launch them straight up into the air and free the duo from the poles. Archer decides not to do anything about their escape and just leaves.
Let's go after them, Batman.
No, Robin. By the time we reach the Batmobile, they will have disappeared.
But Batman.
It's all right. We'll nab them, Robin.
The dynamic duo free Alfred and pay a visit to the head of the Wayne Foundation. It turns out that this tight-lipped man is working with the Archer. They plan to steal a whole lot of money that's meant for the fine, honest citizens of Gotham. But first, they have to outsmart Batman. The Foundation head tells Archer where to find the armored truck transporting the money to the Wayne Foundation. Archer attacks the truck to steal the money, but when he leaves, the money is still there. What gives? With the crisis seemingly averted, Bruce Wayne attends the Wayne Foundation's charity event. Robin is also there, and so is Batman. Your eyes don't deceive you.
Puff up your chest and look virile, Alfred.
That's just Alfred wearing the bat suit and using a voice changer. Just don't get too close to him. He, has a cold. Yeah, that's it. When it's time to distribute all the cash, it turns out that Archer was successful in his heist after all. All the bills have been replaced by fakes. Batman figures out that the Archer is hiding out on a boat and boards the Batboat to find him. Batman and Robin board the boat and battle Archer and his men, pirate ship style. The dynamic duo look incredibly out of place, like they accidentally got dropped in the middle of a Peter Pan role-playing game. But the two wipe the deck with the Archer and his merry men and make them walk the plank all the way to jail. This puts an end to the Archer and his annoying old-timey way of speaking. In episode 37, Hot Off the Griddle, Julie Newmar's Catwoman comes back from the dead. She probably still has at least 8 lives left. The police department becomes aware of her return thanks to a string of cat burglaries. Literally, she steals the catalog from a department store, a type of boat called a catamaran, and 3 mittens, lost by 3 kittens. Batman sets a trap for Catwoman. He plants a story in the local newspaper that a rare canary is on display at the Gotham Museum. I think you mean catnary. Ahem. I'll see myself out. Anyway, the news reporter is in cahoots with Catwoman. He tips her off about Batman's trap. She sends her henchmen in ready for a fight.
Holy weaponry! Look what she's got in her paws.
Then she tosses the duo out of the window like trash. Unlike his namesake, Robin can't fly. Luckily, Batman had a net strung up outside in case Catwoman threw the canary out of the window, for some reason. The police manage to capture one of Catwoman's henchmen, who has more personality than all the other henchmen in this entire series combined. He doesn't know where the Catwoman's lair is or what she's planning, but he does know that whatever it is, she's going to do it tonight. The next clue comes in the form of a TikTok dance, before TikTok dances existed. Batman and Robin spot Aunt Harriet dancing the Cat Tootsie, a sure sign that Catwoman has had her claws in the craze. They track the dance back to its origin at the club. The duo investigate, but Catwoman's ready to pounce. The duo's restaurant booth rotates, throwing them into a trap.
The early cat catches the Batman.
The floor under them is heated up, spawning a whole new kind of dance from the unfortunate heroes. Catwoman's not done yet. One dose of the knockout gas later, Batman and Robin find themselves on the club's roof. It's almost dinner time, and they're the main course. The two are greased up with some margarine and tied to huge barbecue grills under a pair of giant magnifying glasses. In case you were wondering what this has to do with cats, well, Batman's just a bat on a hot tin roof now, isn't he? Looks like our heroes are cooked. In episode 38, The Cat and the Fiddle finds our heroes in a hot mess, but Catwoman's plan to enjoy grilled bat and bird has a flaw. She forgot to consider an upcoming eclipse. Batman and Robin use the moment of darkness to nudge the magnifying glasses with their feet. Batman has calculated the exact angle down to the degree based on some quick calculus he did in his head. When the sun returns, the glasses' new super precise angle burns through the ropes binding them. Catwoman should know better than to play with her food. Even Batman takes a moment to admit how easily the duo always escapes from their opponent's traps.
Haven't you noticed how we always manage to escape the vicious ensnarements of our underhanded opponents?
But he likes to think it's because they're pure-hearted. Batman and Robin track Catwoman to the tallest building in Gotham City, where a rich guy named Zubin Zucchini has rented the penthouse for the day. Mr. Zucchini's whole deal is nothing to do with vegetables, believe it or not. He's actually in town to sell 2 incredibly valuable violins to an old woman. Violins have nothing to do with cats. You might be yelling angrily at the screen. Actually, Catwoman's after the string, which used to be made of catgut. Don't worry, the strings were actually made of sheep and cow intestines, not cats. Anyway, Catwoman abducts the woman and shows up to the trade in disguise. When she gets to the meeting, she discovers that Mr. Zucchini is also an imposter. It's Robin, also in a disguise.
Maybe you can bully an aging mogul, but not me, Catwoman!
Batman tries to follow her up, but she's disabled the elevator. No matter. To the Batjet! Catwoman orders her thugs to chuck Robin out of the window again to see if maybe this time he'll fly. But before they can do so, Batman shows up and a fight breaks out. While the others are busy, Catwoman tries to escape via a window too. Catwoman ends up stuck on the window ledge, like a cat stuck up a tree. Batman and Robin rescue Catwoman and send her straight to jail. But first, Catwoman tries to make a play for the Caped Crusader, but it's just not meant to be. Batman's married to his crime-fighting life. In episode 39, The Minstrel's Shakedown, we take a break from the well-known names of the Rogues Gallery. This episode stars a villain original to the show, the Minstrel, played by a beloved actor and dancer of the time, Van Johnson. The episode starts with the stocks at the Gotham City Stock Exchange going bonkers. A man calling himself the Minstrel interrupts the news broadcast.
A helpful minstrel I, when I see folks in trouble, then I come on a double, with counsel both soothing and wise.
While he plays his lute, he announces that he could fix the stock market, but only if every stockbroker pays him $1,000 per week. What's the minstrel's deal? Is he a music genius? A performance pro? No, he's actually a tech whiz who likes to sing songs. He's tampered with the stock exchange's transmitters, causing them to print out completely wrong numbers. Orders are being processed at false prices, causing the market to go wild and putting the entire economy at risk. Batman figures out that the minstrel has the stock exchange transmitter room bugged, so he and Robin spend the day crafting a tiny bug of their own.
We plant a microphone, and we check on it.
Then they make plans to return to the stock exchange building under the cover of night to plant their little counter bug. When the minstrel shows up, he brings a powerful weapon with him, a stick that lights up. Batman and Robin are completely overwhelmed by this dazzling invention. The minstrel, who apparently showed up for no reason except to showboat to the dynamic duo, gets away. The dynamic duo design another digital doodad to track the minstrel, a drone capable of tracking the villain by his TV signal. He's hiding in a warehouse, as is typical of Batman villains. Batman and Robin scale the wall and fight the minstrel's goons, but as the two ram through a closed door, they're captured. Minstrel straps the two to a spit roasting over a fire. It all seems pretty tame after the Catwoman's rooftop cookout.
Gentlemen, we'll be prepared to serve barbecued crusader if we have a call for it.
Everyone really wants a taste of the heroic bat and bird, but this time the two can't count on a conveniently overlooked eclipse. In episode 40, Barbecued Batman, the spit-roasting heroes are saved by an explosion somewhere in the hallway. Batman thought ahead and planted some bat bombs in case they needed a distraction. Saved by foresight. Minstrel runs away, but his Maul stays behind. She tries to surrender, but Batman seems oddly entranced by her. Batman lets her go free. Wait, what? The villain's Mauls all seem to have the hots for Batman. But even Robin wants to know what makes this one special.
Well, Robin, for one thing, she has a tracking device, which I just placed in her handbag.
Oh, so Batman has planted a bug in the bag of the minstrel's lady friend. But remember, the minstrel is super tech-savvy. He spots the microphone and uses it to lure Batman and Robin to the stock exchange building, along with all the stockbrokers. It's a plan that the minstrel and his thugs claim may bring about the end of the world. The minstrel traps everyone in the building by combining his love for music with his skill in tech. He broadcasts a note into the building that matches its residents, causing it to shake. The minstrel comes on TV to demand $250,000 per week if he doesn't get the first installment within an hour. He'll cause the entire building to collapse, taking everyone inside with it. But Batman realizes that without electricity, the minstrel is literally powerless.
Holy kilowatts, of course! Cut off the power!
He cuts the building's power, but somehow the broadcast continues. It turns out that the broadcast was pre-recorded, and the minstrel and his goons are in the building with them in disguise. Batman accuses a well-dressed man of being the minstrel. He denies it, which could be more convincing if he wasn't wearing the villain's outfit under his suit.
All right, Batman, you asked for it. Bass treble!
Batman and Robin silence the minstrel and save the day, and the stock exchange. The minstrel sings Batman a little song on his way to prison, promising a prison break. Sadly, the miserable minstrel wasn't popular enough for a comeback, and is never seen again. In episode 41, the Spell of Tut brings the Pharaoh felon King Tut back to Gotham City. Two of the Pharaoh's lackeys break into a rich man's mansion and raid his safe. They leave behind a few valuable trinkets and diamonds and steal only 2 amber bead necklaces. What's the felonious Pharaoh up to now? Batman and Robin are on the case. A quick call to Yale University confirms that their split personality professor has delved back into his delusions of being King Tut. Their only clue is a lead pestle that the two scoundrels dropped on their way out.
I still don't quite understand how you could be rendered unconscious by a lead pencil.
Pestle, Commissioner. A lead pestle.
A pestle. Obviously, King Tut must be hiding in an apothecary. What do you mean there's more than one use for a mortar and pestle? While everyone's brainstorming at the police HQ, the commissioner's new secretary keeps feeding everyone pills. Batman and Robin set their sights on a pharmacy called the Apex Apothecary, which is located in the Pyramid Building, naturally. King Tut's true goal wasn't the amber beads themselves, but the beetles encased within them. The Pharaoh performs a delicate operation on the scarabs. He uses electricity to make them come back to life. They're alive! Batman and Robin scale up the side of the Pyramid Building, pausing for a cameo at a passing window. Hey, that's the Green Hornet and his companion Kato.
What are you doing here?
I might ask you the same question.
Who are these guys and why are they dressed so funny? Stick around and we'll meet them, probably in about 40 episodes or so. The dynamic duo reach the apothecary hideout and drop in on Tut. But the Pharaoh and his fiendish friends escape thanks to some good old sneezing powder. Why fix what ain't broken? Batman figures out that the nefarious Pharaoh plans to use the scarabs to create an ancient mind-controlling drug. To stop Tut, they'll need something that they can use as bait. Luckily, Bruce Wayne happens to own King Tut's Sphinx statue from the first season. Robin hides out inside the Sphinx and waits for the Pharaoh to steal it back. As predicted, Tut makes off with the Sphinx. Robin overhears the king gloating about creating his scarab-flavored mind control drug. The temporary secretary feeding the city's cops their daily vitamins is Tut's new queen. The two are planning to take over Gotham City, starting with the police department.
Yeah, Tut. I slip it to Commissioner Gordon instead of his mid-morning vitamin A.
Unfortunately, the dynamic duo don't think too far beyond getting Robin inside Tut's lair. Once he's in, he's quickly found. Robin luckily escapes from becoming a guinea pig for the new medicine. But he leaps straight from the frying pan and into the fire when he accidentally runs into King Tut's crocodile pit room. Okay, the tiger earlier might have been real, but these are definitely just mechanical crocs. Tut slowly retracts the single slab of wood separating Robin from becoming a snack for King Tut's snapping crocs. Hey, that's also a great band name. In episode 42, Tut's Case is Shut, Batman has been tracking Robin the entire time. King Tut leaves because he doesn't like to hear his crocs chewing. While Tut's gone, Batman breaks in through a window using his bat laser. He swings across to Robin and pulls him out of the pit right in time. This whole exercise has gotten Batman and Robin no closer to stopping King Tut. While they've been playing around with crocodiles, Tut has enacted the first part of his plan. He manages to get Chief O'Hara to take a dose of the mind-controlling drug.
Oh, don't you worry, Cape Crusader. I wouldn't even think of... I already took one.
Tut commands O'Hara to perform daring acrobatics on top of a building. Luckily, Batman and Robin convince O'Hara to give up his budding, high-flying gymnastic career. But now they know that the drug works. King Tut has enough bugs to create 95,000 gallons of the mind control concoction. They absolutely have to stop King Tut before he can spike the entire city's water supply with this stuff. Batman is hanging out at the Batcave drinking 6 glasses of buttermilk, as one does, when he gets a call from Commissioner Gordon. Tut's Sphinx was spotted in the park. Batman rushes to the park where the Sphinx is making demands again. Batman greets Gordon at the park and he clearly is being controlled by King Tut, but Batman seems unbothered. Gordon treats the Cape Crusader to a glass of lemonade, but it's spiked with Tut's brain-busting drug. Batman, you should know better than to accept lemonade from people you don't trust.
Tut, this is Batman. Yes? Yes?
Batman is turned into a Pharaoh-following zombie and wanders off, followed by Gordon. Batman zombie walks all the way to King Tut's apothecary, and Robin is brought in by Tut's underlings. King Tut prepares to feed the duo to his crocodiles, who are still hungry since they were denied their Robin-sized snack. But before they're sent into the croc pit, Batman drops the act. It turns out he was just pretending to be under the king's spell. The buttermilk apparently coated his stomach and protected him from getting mind-controlled. They fight, and Batman makes Tut take some of his own medicine, literally. Tut drinks his own mind-control drug and turns into putty in Batman's hands. Back at the police HQ, King Tut reverts once again to his professor persona. This time he's carried off to pay for his crimes. The episode ends with Commissioner Gordon telling the audience directly that Batman's pretty awesome.
So brave, so dependable, and so modest.
In case you didn't know. Episode 43, The Greatest Mother of Them All, throws Batman and Robin against the most ferocious foe, a mother. The gangster, Ma Parker, played by Shelley Winters and with no relation to Peter Parker, has arrived in Gotham City. She's joined by her 3 sons, Pretty Boy, Mad Dog, and Machine Gun, and her daughter, Legs. Just Legs. Based on a real matriarch, Batman's Ma Parker is a force to be reckoned with. The episode begins with Ma and her kids robbing the attendees of the Mother of the Year award. Jealous much? Batman and Robin help the police round up Ma and her kids at their home.
Guess who's paying us a social call? Batman and Robin, just like I hoped.
They climb in through the upstairs window to avoid the motherly villain's rifle. Ma escapes using a smoke bomb, but one of the kids is caught. 2 more kids are captured at a movie theater and drugstore robbery. All that's left now is to capture Ma and her daughter Legs. Batman and Robin track them down to an old folks' home. Now the whole gang is in prison, which is exactly where Ma wants them. See, Ma is playing the long con. Over the past few months, she's replaced the prison's guards and workers with her own people, and now that she's inside, she takes over the prison.
Now the prison belongs to us.
Ma Parker plans to free all the inmates and set them loose in Gotham City. They seem to be just walking out of there on a daily basis anyway. But first she has to get rid of that pesky Batman. She has one of her men plant a bomb in the Batmobile, rigged to blow when their car reaches 60 miles an hour. Better drive under the speed limit, Batman. In episode 44, Ma Parker, it seems the show's creators forgot to think of a rhyme for the previous episode's name. The greatest mother of them all. Might I suggest, Ma Parker takes a fall. Anyway, Batman does drive under the speed limit like a good law-abiding citizen, but he also realizes something is wrong because of a comment one of Ma Parker's minions made. He stops the Batmobile and disables the bomb before it could do any damage. He rushes back to the prison, but Ma Parker forces the warden to pretend that everything's just all normal there.
You see, everything's fine, Batman.
Thank you, Warden. Everything looks A-okay.
Unknown to Batman and Robin, Ma turns the prison into a criminal hideout. No one would think of looking for escaped criminals in a prison, right? Best of all, Batman and the entire police department will be helping them out without realizing it.
Oh, that's beautiful. It's almost poetic.
They just keep sending them more villains to join the criminal organization. It's actually a brilliant plan. The plan goes south when Ma Parker's gang robs an armored truck. There's a shootout, though no one gets hurt because both sides have horrible aim. But none of the thieves leave behind a scrap of prison uniform. This tips Batman off to what's really going on. Batman and Robin break into the prison. Surprisingly, a guard actually stops them. I thought they just let the people walk in and out of the prison here. It's actually one of Ma's thugs, a former prisoner now acting as a guard. Batman reminds the man that he only has 48 years left in his sentence. The prisoner realizes he might as well wait them out and lets the duo pass. Getting in is only half the battle. Once they get to Ma Parker, the dynamic duo is overpowered by the gang.
Boys, I think the dynamic duo look hungry and tired. Let's give them a good supper and then find them a comfortable chair.
They're strapped down to electric chairs and scheduled to fry at midnight. A second trap cliffhanger in the middle of an episode? Madness. It's a good thing Batman is a master electrician. He pulls one of the chair's wires and sends a message on his radio in bat code, which I guess is like Morse code, but squeakier. Alfred receives the message and gets the Gotham Power Company to shut down the city's electricity at midnight. Why they listen to some rich guy's butler is unexplained. The prison goes dark and Batman and Robin escape being fried. They capture Ma Parker and her kiddos again. The prisoners are all sent back to their cells and the felon family are put away behind bars, this time for real. In episode 45, The Clock King's Crazy Crimes, Batman and Robin might be running out of time. This episode's bad guy is the time-obsessed Clock King, played by Walter Slezak. The king gets one of his tricky timepieces into a jewelry shop. This allows him to spy on the store and pick the perfect moment. And when the time is right, the Clock King activates a sleeping gas that knocks out the store's visitors. Then he robs the store of all its valuables. While Batman and Robin are running around chasing leads, the Clock King makes his next move. He appears at a pop art exhibit disguised as a certified beret-wearing artist. He plans to steal a rare time-related painting on live television. Ballsy. The disguised king unveils a mechanical sculpture that resembles the inside of a clock.
Do you realize what this is? You are looking at the symbolization of time.
As the clock's bits move around, they make a ton of noise. A saw is secretly cutting a hole into the precious artworks room behind it. Once the deed is done, the Clock King's sculpture uses one more trick. It lets out an ear-piercing sound. The shriek knocks out everyone except the king and his minions, who came prepared with headphones. Makes you wonder why he didn't just do that in the first place. Batman and Robin get to the galley as the Clock King is escaping with his stolen artwork. They rush to stop the Clock King, but they give him a chance to put the painting down first. Wouldn't want it to get damaged in the melee.
Please let me put it down, so it won't be heard. Agreed? Agreed.
The timely king traps the duo in some giant springs and gets away. The Clock King accidentally leaves a clue. His wristwatch. Dust from this watch sends Batman and Robin to, where else? An abandoned factory. The duo back-climb right up the side of the factory and slip and slide into the Clock King's trap. The Clock King throws Batman and Robin inside a giant hourglass and leaves them to die as the glass fills with sand. Tick-tock, Batman. Episode 46, The Clock King Gets Crowned, Batman and Robin manage to tip over the hourglass. They then run it outside like a giant hamster wheel and smash it against a truck. Freedom! Meanwhile, the Clock King finds out that one of his minions has royally messed up. He accidentally put a switch for a bomb inside the clock that was bought by Dick Grayson's Aunt Harriet. You know, I have to hand it to the Clock King. He's not as flashy or as memorable as some of the other Batman villains, but he's definitely the kindest. Any other crook would have had their minion fed to a pet dinosaur or something by now. But not Clock King. He never raised a hand to his henchmen or Maul, and he even tells them he's proud of them. Now there's good leadership. Clock King breaks into Wayne Manor to get the bomb switch back. He also steals Wayne's collection of pocket watches, and tries to kidnap Aunt Harriet for good measure.
What do you mean, take me with you? Where? How?
That's a good question, Your Highness. What'll we put her in?
Luckily, Bruce and his ward arrive in the nick of time and stop the theft of both the watches and the woman. They rush to stop the Clock King from completing his final caper, the theft of a valuable clock from the Gotham City clock tower. Clock King plans to use a bomb, hijack the heli, and fly away with the spoils. Batman and Robin find the Clock King and his gang preparing for their caper in the clock tower. The dynamic duo stops the Clock King just in time and makes sure the villain will serve his time in jail. In episode 47, An Egg Grows in Gotham, a special exhibit arrives in the city. On display is the original Gotham City charter, inside a vacuum-sealed, thief-proof case. Of course, that just sounds like a challenge for the city's thieves, especially the brilliant Egghead, played by the master of Gothic horror, Vincent Price. Egghead and his breakfast-themed henchmen and woman are after the charter. They gas the exhibit hall, which is to be expected at this point, and then use an egg-splosive. Of course. At Wayne Manor, Bruce happens to be giving his ward a history lesson about Gotham City.
The city was founded by 3 families who landed at Gotham Rock.
The Savages, the Tylers, and the Waynes.
Right.
It's about to get offensive as hell, so please remember this show is from the 1960s. See, Gotham City was founded by 3 families, the Savages, the Tylers, and of course the Waynes. The 3 families got the land from the Mohican Native Americans in exchange for 9 raccoon pelts. Since then, every 5 years, the charter must be renewed by a member of each family. This year, Bruce will be joined by Peter Savage and Tim Tyler, as they give 3 raccoon pelts each to the current chief of the Mohicans, Screaming Chicken. Where does a millionaire get a hold of 3 skinned raccoons in the mid-60s? Oh, Bruce just bought a raccoon fur coat from a struggling musician and cut it into 3 pieces. That counts, right? Bruce and Robin are summoned to Police HQ as Eggspert crime fighters. Despite the silly name, Egghead is apparently the smartest man in the world. Well, second smartest, of course, after Batman.
If it is not paid on time, said land will revert back to its original owners.
Of which Screaming Chicken is the last remaining member. That must be why Egghead wanted the charter. He must be looking for a way to take over Gotham City. Peter Savage is probably at his home, and Tim Tyler is watching his baseball team play. And Bruce Wayne? Oh, you know.
You know how those millionaire playboys are. Let's go, Robin.
Batman and Robin decide to approach the chief of the Mohicans first. They pay Screaming Chicken a visit at his roadside stall, where he sells everything from blankets to tacos, pizzas, and blintzes. He also does a special greeting with Batman and speaks like an Asian caricature for some reason. We're going all in with the offensive stuff in this episode. Screaming Chicken assures Batman that he'll be at the ceremony, though he thinks he should be getting more raccoon pelts now. Inflation hits hard, man. When Batman and Robin leave, we find out that Egghead had just beat him there. He's already struck an agreement with the Mohican. If none of the family members make it to the meeting, Screaming Chicken will gain ownership of the city. He'll then place Egghead in charge of City Hall.
You may have the import-export concession for all genuine American Indian blankets made in Japan. Oh.
Top 10 anime betrayals. Batman figures out where Egghead's lair is through some big logical leaps. A fish egg owned by a Mr. Goatee, which Batman reads as fish, can only mean that Egghead is behind it. Sure. Batman and Robin find Screaming Chicken working with Egghead. The villains escape using laughing gas, but Batman's wised up since his last encounter with the stuff. He and Robin pop a sad pill to stop the effects of the laughing gas. It is not, sadly, called a sad bat pill. As the evening of this ceremony approaches, Wayne and Grayson dress up in tuxes. They join the other family representatives in a limo en route to the ceremony. But it turns out that Egghead is driving the limo. Instead of taking them to the ceremony, Egghead gasses the 4 passengers and takes them to his extravagant lair. At the lair, Egghead has accomplished something other villains have only dreamed of. He's figured out that Bruce Wayne must be the Batman.
You must be Batman.
He decides to prove this by using a thought transfer machine that moves all thoughts from one brain to another. Worse still, it would leave Bruce in a vegetative state, making him completely useless as either Bruce or Batman. Bruce is about to get bat-lobotomized. Robin gets to be the hero in episode 48, The Yegg Foes in Gotham. While everyone's focused on Egghead and Wayne, Grayson tinkers with his machine. This causes it to short-circuit and cut the transfer short. Wayne managed to control his mind for the brief duration of the transfer. Egghead figures he must have been wrong. There's no way someone with this much useless trivia in his head could be Batman. Egghead decides to cut his losses. He leaves the millionaires at the mercy of an egg bomb that's rigged to go off with the slightest vibration, which he rolls to the ground towards them. Lucky for them all, Bruce was the junior marble champion of Gotham City in his youth. He used a grape to softly set off the bomb from a distance.
At the age of 11, I was junior marble champion of Gotham City.
Even then.
With the egg-splosive disposed of, the millionaires head off to the raccoon pelt ceremony. But they're 3 minutes too late. Screaming Chicken now owns Gotham City. Egghead wastes no time as the head of City Hall. He abolishes felonies, but cracks down on misdemeanors. So while cops don't do anything about thefts and murders, they're now practically printing money on jaywalking and seatbelt buckling tickets. Egghead fires Commissioner Gordon and fires Chief O'Hara, and exiles Batman and Robin. Bruce steals the charter and brings it back to the Batcave. Some close reading reveals that Egghead missed some fine print on the charter. The catch is that the city can't be signed off to anyone with a criminal record.
We've got that criminal by his large, gray, double-A head.
Now they have to get to Egghead so they can enact this loophole. Batman and Robin head to the Treasury where Batman assumes Egghead will be enjoying his new riches. They're too late, but they find Screaming Chicken. Egghead has stolen all the money and abandoned the Mohican. The villain plans to run away to Venezuela, to live out the rest of his life as a rich man. Before Egghead runs away to an eternal vacation, he needs to stock up on his favorite food. See, the villain is a picky eater, and he only eats grade AAA eggs. That's not a battery joke, that's actually the highest grade of egg, only the best for this dude. There's only one farm that produces enough high-quality eggs. Old MacDonald's farm has some AAA eggs. Well, not for long, though. When Batman and Robin arrive to the farm, they catch Egghead stealing eggs. The fight that breaks out is one of the most ridiculous so far. Villains and heroes throw eggs at each other while Old MacDonald plays in the background. Of course, the good guys win, Gordon and O'Hara return their positions, all the criminals are caught again, and Gotham City returns to its rightful owners. 3 really, really rich families with raccoon furs of questionable origins. Episode 49, The Devil's Fingers, places a spotlight on the kind but clueless Aunt Harriet. The episode opens with Harriet practicing for a Wayne Foundation dinner, where she'll be singing. She's accompanied by the famous flamboyant pianist, Shondell, who's played by one of the most random cameos in the entire series, Liberace. It's about to get extra convoluted, so bear with me. Aunt Harriet and Shondell are attacked by 3 women in dollar store quality Scottish costumes and accents. They knock out Shondell and Aunt Harriet with a magical sleep-inducing note on their bagpipes. Then they loot Wayne Manor.
Bonnie bubbles are in the bag. Well done, lasses.
Unfortunately, Bruce Wayne is off on a hunting trip, and her nephew Dick Grayson is on a school trip. Harriet calls the police, who immediately try to call Batman and Robin. Alfred picks up in the next room, and lets the commissioner know that the dynamic duo are on vacation. Well, this is a great chance for the police to prove that they're not completely useless without their masked vigilantes. Commissioner Gordon and Chief O'Hara assure Shondell that they'll protect him during an upcoming performance at Gotham City Hall, with or without their favorite freelance crime fighters. What they don't realize is that the pianist is the one behind the robbery. Shondell is the one who called the 3 women, appropriately named Do, Ray, and Mimi, to do the robbery. Shondell didn't want to do the evil deed. He's actually being blackmailed by his twin brother Harry, also played by Liberace. Gordon and O'Hara are true to their word. The performance hall is practically a military state, with armed guards and fingerprinting at the door.
But how embarrassing for poor Shondell.
Sorry, it can't be helped. I'm leaving no stone unturned in our effort to protect him. Have a pleasant evening.
No one's getting in or out without being okayed by the police. Meanwhile, the boy Wonder is on a date with a lovely young lady, and Bruce Wayne is out camping with his millionaire buddies. Wayne tunes into the performance on the radio, and one wrong note alerts him that something's seriously wrong. Wayne interrupts Grayson's date for the obvious emergency. Duty calls, and crime never rests. Sure enough, while the two make their way back home and Shondell performs, Do, Ray, and Mimi commit another robbery. Shondell is desperate to pay off his brother once and for all, so that night he works on his plan to get to the Wayne riches through Aunt Harriet's heart. That scoundrel. She deserves the best. The dynamic duo return to Gotham City. They pay Chandel a visit as Aunt Harriet departs for the night. But they find the performer unconscious. Someone has hit him over the head with a bottle. Oh no, who would do such a thing? It was Chandel. He hit himself, but they don't know that. When he comes to, Chandel claims that he was knocked unconscious by his evil twin, Harry. Chandel reveals that his twin's lair is located in an abandoned piano music roll factory. The duo rush off to the factory where they're met by Do, Ray, and Mimi. The heroes fight with Harry's thugs while the three girls dance around them. Harry overpowers them and straps them to a conveyor belt. It's a machine that makes the holes in mechanical piano rolls, the old-timey kind that automatically plays piano pieces.
And now, exit music for Purr-Fect.
Harry starts the machine, and it starts to play one of Chandel's musical pieces. If they don't do something soon, Batman and Robin will be punched full of holes. In episode 50, The Dead Ringers, Batman and Robin manage to overcome the machine by out-singing it. Batman figures out how the machine works and badly bat-sings with Robin to negate it. The machine is designed to recreate the sounds that it picks up on the microphone. Batman and Robin's singing was loud enough to overload it, and by carefully selecting the notes, Batman ensures that the hole puncher only hit exactly outside their bodies.
I visualized the chords in my mind.
Holy perfect pitch!
Batman and Robin capture Harry and bring him to the police. Harry claims that the true mastermind behind the robberies is somebody named Fingers. But what he describes is just Chandel's plans to claim the Wayne fortune. So basically, both brothers are throwing each other under the bus. Harry slips through their fingers, and thanks to the power of legal counsel, his lawyer springs him out of jail. Meanwhile, Chandel is seduced Aunt Harriet, and the two prepare to get married. Yay! Except Batman is convinced that Chandel is secretly Fingers and is pulling all the strings. This is when things get complicated. First, to lure Chandel, Bruce and his ward fake their own deaths. The idea is to get Chandel to betray his real goal in marrying Harriet, the goal being to get the Wayne riches. For the first time in the series, the bad guy's henchmen turn on him.
Take our word, he's planning to go straight and double-cross us all.
Harry, Do, Ray, and Mimi realize that Chandel plans to leave them behind. They put him to sleep with their dreadful bagpipes. They call Harry, hoping to have him pretend to be Chandel, except Harry's lawyer informs them that the Wayne riches won't be up for grabs for another 11 years. Then he bills Harry $100,000 for his services. With the storyline all twisted up like this, it's time to untangle things. First, Harry tries to do away with Chandel and the lawyer on the same conveyor belt that failed to kill the dynamic duo. Maybe the second time will be the charm. Then he goes to visit Harriet. He pretends to be Chandel, but she immediately realizes he's an imposter.
Well, Alfred, there's an old saying. A girl can tell.
She holds Harry at gunpoint and makes a citizen's arrest. Whoa, Aunt Harriet, I didn't know you had it in you. But Harry brought reinforcements. His three assistants put Harriet to sleep with their bagpipes. Harry packs Harriet and Alfred up in a packing case, for some reason, and then shoots at the packing case with a machine gun. To their surprise, Batman and Robin leap out of the packing case, hiding behind the bulletproof bat shield. So you're telling me that these guys predicted that Harry would place his hostages inside a packing case before shooting them? Yeah, I guess that's the logical thing to do. Anyway, Batman and Robin capture Harry, Do, Ray, and Mimi. Then they free Chandel and the lawyer, who somehow still hadn't made it to the actual dangerous part of the machine. Aunt Harriet is awarded the Medal of Bravery, but sadly the engagement is off as Chandel is thrown into prison with his brother and accomplices. Episode 51, Hizzonner the Penguin. The Penguin is back in Gotham City, but he's kind of nice? He stops a robbery, donates money to charity, and saves a baby carriage from incoming traffic, and most notably is polite to a police officer. Shocker. Obviously, there's no way the foul felon is actually reformed.
Oh, that feathered fiend must be cooking up something pretty foul in his bubbling cauldron.
The Gotham City police don't believe a criminal can change his stripes, so they call in Batman and Robin. The Penguin's evil plan turns out to be that he wants to become the mayor. Truly evil stuff, for sure. The current mayor's ratings are at an all-time low, while the Penguin's ratings are through the roof. The current mayor visits Batman and suggests that Batman himself should run for mayor. Batman could absolutely just leverage his literally being Batman, but he insists on focusing on real issues.
After all, if our national leaders were elected on the basis of tricky slogans, brass bands, and pretty girls, our country would be in a terrible mess, wouldn't it?
Meanwhile, Penguin holds huge parties and gives out free champagne. Who do you think is more popular? The crime fighter who stands for good and actually has a solid stance on political issues, or the former felon who gives out free booze? Yep. Batman and Robin are called in to give a talk, but it turns out the group is under Penguin's employ. Like all of Penguin's henchmen, these are labeled... You know what? Never mind. Penguin's group attacks Batman and Robin and ties them up. The duo is placed in a scale. Their side is above a tub of smoking sulfuric acid, and the other side is full of ice. As the ice melts, the duo descends closer and closer to their doom. The Penguin shows up and pretends to be outraged.
How horrendous! I intend to summon the police this very instant.
Instead of freeing his political opponents, he runs off to call the police, leaving Batman and Robin to their slow demise. Episode 52, Dizzoner the Penguin. Batman leaps straight into the acid. Whoa, has the trap actually worked for once? No, of course not. It turns out that Alfred upgraded the Batsuit to use acid-proof material, so Batman is totally fine. He climbs out of the acid bubble bath and frees Robin, saved by Alfred's foresight. Penguin and Batman continue to campaign against each other. Penguin demands no mudslinging and immediately badmouths Batman. Both try to out-vigilante each other by taking down bad guys, while the news reports keep score. Literally.
Looks like the Penguin is about to get one. He did. Score one more for the Penguin.
Election day dawns and the votes start coming in. The two candidates are neck and neck, with Batman coming out slightly in the lead. Penguin gets nervous and decides to kidnap members of the election board. That's one way to win votes, I guess? Batman and Robin find the Penguin and his goons at his hideout. They rescue the election officials from his feathered clutches. Then they package the Penguin in his own election poster printing machine. With the Penguin out of the way, Batman wins the election and becomes the mayor of Gotham City, but he turns it down and concedes his victory to the previous mayor, who the citizens didn't elect, but that's just a minor detail. Then Batman is nominated for the President of the United States by both major political parties, marking this as the last time, real or fictional, that the two agreed on anything. Mr. Freeze is back in episode 53, Green Ice. This time the frozen felon is played by actor Otto Preminger, who gives him a completely different look and feel. He also keeps trying to make the word wild a catchphrase. Let it go, man, it's not happening. Despite these differences, Mr. Freeze is still bent on getting revenge on Batman. He plans to do this by marrying a Miss Galaxy beauty pageant competitor. One guess for which country's representative he decided to kidnap?
Miss Canary Islands, Miss Barrier Reef, the local favorite, Miss Gotham City herself, and Miss Iceland.
That's right. Mr. Freeze kidnaps Miss Iceland from the finals of the pageant. He brings her to his frozen hideout, where he plans to lower her temperature until she can live with him in happy cold matrimony. Yeah, that'll show Batman. Mr. Freeze then freezes the entire police department. Commissioner Gordon manages to call Batman and Robin, who rush to their rescue. When they arrive at the station, Mr. Freeze delivers an icy block of cash to the dynamic duo. Could it be that Batman and Robin are accepting bribes from criminals? Well, no, but it sure looks like it to the people of Gotham City. Next, Mr. Freeze crashes a party at the Wayne Manor. He forces all the attendees, including Bruce Wayne and his ward, Richard Grayson, into the reflecting pool. Then he freezes them in place. Two of his henchmen come out dressed as Batman and Robin to rescue the partygoers. They fail miserably to stop Mr. Freeze and his men. This guy's just out to make Batman look like a fool. Luckily, Alfred comes along after they leave and frees all the partygoers by turning on the pool's heater. Determined to stop Mr. Freeze before he does any more damage to their reputation, Batman and Robin track down the guy's hideout. It's located, of course, in a cold storage plant next to a frosty, freezy, slushy factory. For some reason, the two didn't think to prepare for the villain's freeze ray. As soon as they arrive, the two are frozen solid. Mr. Freeze places them inside two giant cups and turns on the machine.
And soon you'll be the first two human frosty freezes in history. Wild!
The two are about to become two huge frosty freezies. In episode 54, Deep Freeze, Batman and Robin manage to turn a heat exhaust valve. This turns up the heat and melts them out of there. Mr. Freeze's plan to discredit Batman and Robin seems to be working. Public opinion of the Masked Crusaders is at an all-time low. Even Commissioner Gordon has lost his faith in Batman. It's a sad day for the dynamic duo.
Boo! Batman!
Batman realizes the best thing to do for now is to pretend to give up crime fighting. This might lull the villain into a false sense of security, leading to a mistake. Mr. Freeze threatens Gotham City if he can't get $1 million. Mr. Freeze plans to turn the entire city into a giant ice pop. In the middle of a balmy August, he shows he's serious by freezing the reservoir solid. Batman and Robin decide to use the element of surprise on Mr. Freeze. They secretly visit his hideout where they find Miss Iceland frozen in a huge block of ice. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about her. The duo are captured and are about to meet the same fate as the beauty pageant competitor, but this time they actually came prepared. The two are wearing their trusty bat thermal underwear. Holy continuity, Batman. Batman and Robin escape thanks to their warm undies. They defeat Mr. Freeze's fiendish frozen lackeys. Then they pry Miss Iceland out of her ice tomb.
Oh, Batman, what can I ever do to thank you?
While they're freeing Miss Iceland, they discover Mr. Freeze nearby. He somehow lost his ice collar, bringing his temperature dangerously high. They want to capture him, not kill him. Luckily, there's a perfectly usable ice prison cell nearby, recently vacated by the beauty contestant. They put the villain on ice until the police arrive to deal with him. In episode 55, The Impractical Joker, the Joker develops an obsession with keys. He plays some tricks on the Keynote Music Shop, Key Club, and Keystone Building for seemingly no reason. He even sends a literal skeleton key to the police department, paired with a riddle. Hey, that's Riddler's thing. Puzzled, the police department calls Batman and Robin to untangle this weird mystery. They figure out that the Joker is not so subtly hinting that he's going to go after the key collection of billionaire Angus Ferguson. Angus really wants to make sure everyone knows he's Scottish. This has absolutely no bearing on the plot. Batman and Robin visit Argus in preparation for the upcoming key heist. The Joker arrives to steal one massive and valuable key.
And particularly this key I've just made could be the downfall of those audacious adversaries, Batman and Robin.
The two try to stop him, but the Joker has a new invention. It's a weird box that freezes them in place when he opens it. All they can do is watch as the Joker waltzes off with the key. Angus the Scot is outraged. He's also not too happy about the dynamic duo's performance. The key was stolen from right under their noses. Unfortunately, the moment is televised, making the duo look really bad. They redeem themselves somewhat by facing the Joker again, at a fur clothes store. The Joker's little box doesn't work on them this time.
This time we took our counter-hypnosis bat pellets from our bat capsule dispensary.
They took anti-hypnosis pills before they confronted him. But the Joker still gets away the old-fashioned way, having his henchmen fight the Crusaders while he sneaks away. Batman knows the Joker can't resist a good pun, so he feeds the entire Gotham City Yellow Pages through the Bat computer. He finds someone named Clavier Unk. Get it? Clavier as in piano key, and Unk as in the Egyptian key of life symbol? That's gotta be him, right? Joker's waiting for Batman and Robin to drop by at Clavier Unk's apartment with his newest mall. The duo scale the side of the building and fall right into Joker's trap. They're strapped down to two machines. Robin's machine encases him in wax, and Batman's rig prepares to cut him into a giant key. In episode 56, The Joker's Provokers, Batman is saved from becoming a key by a house key. Not his house key, just a random one he carries around in his utility belt for emergencies. Robin, on the other hand, needs a bit more work. The poor kid's completely encased in wax. Batman brings Robin back to the Batcave and dissolves the wax with a liberal application of bat wax solvent. How'd Robin survive so long without breathing? All those deep-sea swimming classes he's taken, I suppose. Look, I don't pretend to know what millionaires do with their cash. Meanwhile, Joker has improved on the special box that froze the duo in the last episode. Now, with the turn of a key, Joker can use the mechanism to freeze, speed up, and slow down time.
Very slowly. Or even move it backwards slowly.
It works through the power of suggestion, apparently. Basically magic. You know what, it might as well be magic. Joker leaves a Riddler-like riddle for the duo to figure out his next step. With his new power to control time, Joker plans to sabotage the city's water supply. Of course. Lore drop, Alfred has an identical cousin named Egbert. Okay, sure. Egbert happens to work as a security guard at the city's water plant. Alfred wants to help out on the mission. He even has his very own special named ride, the Alfsicle. That's adorable. Alfred goes into the plant in place of his cousin. When the Joker arrives to pollute the waterway, Alfred catches Joker by surprise. The badass butler forces the gang to drink their own water.
And now I'll take that box of yours. No!
Alfred manages to get the magical time box away from Joker. He uses it to make the baddies run backwards and forward in time. Then he freezes them and phones in Batman and Robin. While he waits for reinforcements, Alfred tinkers with the time control device. Out of curiosity, he removes the key, which unfreezes the felons, but not for long. Batman and Robin arrive to clean up the mess, and the Joker and his cronies are sent away. Episode 57, Marcia, the Queen of Diamonds, introduces a new villain played by a face many of you might recognize. Carolyn Jones, aka Morticia Addams from The Addams Family. In this episode, Jones plays Marcia, the Queen of Diamonds. She's a spectacular thief with a love for shiny, precious diamond. The entire police force is on high alert because rumors say the Queen is back in town. This doesn't stop Marcia from walking right into the local diamond store and making off with a famous diamond, with the help of the Chief of Police O'Hara. Has our lovable Irish police chief finally been corrupted? Nah, it seems like Marcia has him under some sort of spell. She's got a whole collection of men in cages, begging to be allowed to just breathe the air around her.
Please, let me be near you. I don't mind the cage as long as it's near you.
The Queen hits Commissioner Gordon with a dose of her love potion too. This turns him into putty in her hands. Unlike the electronics box of the Joker's last key heist, Marcia's love potion is exactly that, a potion. It's made by her Aunt Hilda, played by Estelle Winwood. Aunt Hilda is a certified witch. You can tell by the pointy hat and the cauldron there. She gets Gordon to summon Batman and Robin to her lair. When Batman gets there, she hits him with the love dart. Batman can't be swayed though. He fights the magic potion with sheer force of will. Robin is not as strong though. He's won over by Marcia, who offers Batman a trade. She'll return Robin in exchange for the giant diamond that powers the Bat computer.
I merely want the gigantic Bat diamond that powers the Bat computer.
Yes, Batman 1966 predicted how expensive and unsustainable supercomputers will be in the future. Marcia has one more demand. She wants to go to the Batcave with Batman to fetch the diamond. There's just one problem though. Batman has vowed never to bring a stranger to his Batcave. Never mind Molly from way back in episodes 1 and 2. Rip Molly. Marcia has a completely logical and normal solution to this problem. If she marries Batman, she won't be a stranger anymore. They walk the aisle at a shotgun wedding, and that's the cliffhanger for this episode. There's no elaborate trap, only the threat of marriage. Somehow, this is still one of the scariest ordeals Batman's ever been in. In episode 58, Marcia's Scheme of Diamonds, Batman and Marcia are standing at the altar for their shotgun wedding. The day is saved by Alfred. He enters the room with a veiled woman, Aunt Harriet in disguise. He pretends to be a lawyer representing Harriet and claims that she's been married to Batman for 7 years. He even has the documents to prove it. And everything. Also, he's suing Marcia for $1 million just because.
Let's get out of here.
Either these are some great forgeries, or Batman is playing the longest game in the series history. Batman runs away with Alfred, and the two ride off into the distance in the Batmobile, decorated with a just married sign, and they live happily ever after. No, actually, they go to free Robin, who's still under Marcia's charm. They give Robin an antidote, and also free Chief O'Hara and Commissioner Gordon from their man cages. The rest of her boy toys aren't important to the plot, so they possibly just leave them there. With Robin rescued, Batman and Robin track Marcia's lair by using the reflections of her diamonds. Or something. However they do it, they track down Marcia and her Aunt Hilda, right back to the basement of the building they just escaped from. Marcia's henchmen keep the duo busy while Hilda throws potions at them. She's not a very good witch apparently, because most of them don't work. Finally, she hits them with a potion that actually does something. The two turn into adorable little toads with tiny capes. Or so it seems.
We're right here. She's got us.
Marcia and Hilda bring the two toads to Commissioner Gordon and Chief O'Hara. The toads then speak. They ask Gordon to bring the women to the Batcave or Marcia will feed them to her cat. Obviously, Gordon doesn't know where the Batcave is. The day is saved by Batman and Robin appearing at the police station. The toads in the cage aren't really them. They were just two random toads that Marcia dressed in tiny capes. Their voices were done by her lackeys through some very convincing ventriloquism. The real Batman and Robin had somehow used the Batcomputer to remotely unlock their cage and escape. The Queen of Diamonds and her witch aunt are apprehended, and the innocent toads are presumably set free. Episode 59, Comeback Shame, turns Batman into a western for 2 episodes. It also stars a unique cowboy villain named Shame, played by Cliff Robertson, aka Spider-Man's Uncle Ben from the 2002 movie. If this genre shift seems random to you, blame Shame's actor. Robertson was approached to appear in the show and was given a choice of what villain he wanted to play. Apparently, the guy was really into westerns, and the cowboy Shame was born, named after the 1953 cowboy movie, Shane. Shame's vehicle of choice isn't horses like a typical cowboy, though. No, this dude has a need for speed, so he steals a bunch of fast cars.
Make one false move, you got another mouth where your nose used to be.
He wants to use the different parts from the cars to create a Frankenstein's monster of a car that can win the upcoming Grand Prix race. Batman sets a trap for Shame. He puts out word that millionaire Bruce Wayne has some cool new car that can go almost 300 miles an hour, nearly double what cars of the time could pull off. Of course, Shame just has to get his hands on this awesome car, and he and his gang of outlaws run out of their saloon to snag themselves a cool new Bat car. Shame sends his assistant, Okie Annie, not to be confused with Annie Oakley. Annie helps Wayne and Grayson do some shopping, including getting some lingerie for Aunt Harriet. I mean, at least she's not still hung up on Chandelle. But maybe don't send your teenage nephew and his adoptive father to buy you new knickers. The two offer to give Annie a ride home since her car is broken down. They stop in the middle of the countryside to let a cow pass by. Shame uses this chance to ambush them and steal their cool car.
Now you keep your hands raised, don't fuss an inch, you might live a while longer. Get it?
Got it.
Good.
Wayne and Grayson hitch a ride back on the Bat Cycle, which has been following them at some distance like an obedient pony. They've coated this stolen car's wheels with infrared bat dust, so now all they have to do is follow the glow-in-the-dark trail right to Shame's hideout. Shame's home base isn't an abandoned factory, but an abandoned movie set. It's an improvement, I guess. The movie set is a western, of course. A brawl breaks out, and Shame and his cowpokes emerge as the winners. Shooting the 2 point blank wouldn't be good sport, so Shame has a better idea. He straps Batman and Robin down to stakes in the ground, and he unleashes a herd of cattle to stampede them to death. That's much more sporting. In episode 60, It's How You Play the Game, the stampede causes the grounds to shake. This loosens the stake that Batman is tied to. He frees himself and uses his cape to attract the attention of the bulls, like a matador. Batman leads the cattle away from Robin, then frees his sidekick. They hop in the Batmobile and ride away from the infernal studio.
Batman, boy wonder. What happened? I thought it was all a game.
Who is this kid anyway? Our heroes realize that they were wrong about Shame's motivations. He has no plans to enter the Grand Prix. But then, what's the conning cowboy up to? Batman and Robin follow a series of clues around the city, and they figure out that Shame actually plans to use his new truck to steal 4 $300,000 Black Angus cows from the Gotham City radio.
I couldn't be happier. I ain't smiled so much since I ran out of notch room on my gun handle.
Luckily, Shame has already stripped the car he stole from Bruce Wayne for parts. Batman gets the shell back and examines it. He finds a tiny speck of green and red on the car's steering wheel, and decides it could only have come from chili and avocado. This leads them to what's apparently Gotham City's only Mexican restaurant. Shame is not there, but the two figure he went back to the studio. It's the place they'd least expect him to be, after all. Batman and Robin follow him there, where they have a shootout, and Robin gets shot in the heel. Nothing some bat-cillin can't fix. Robin instantly recovers from getting shot. Thank goodness for modern bat medicine. Delayed by this minor setback, Batman and Robin show up too late. Shame has already succeeded in stealing the cows and is long gone.
Come back, Shame. Shame. Come back. Shame.
Seriously, whose kid is this? Shame's holed up in the place Batman would least expect, which is the place he'd most expect at the Western-themed movie set. Batman and Robin get there and face off against Shame in a gun duel. Shame cheats and has all his henchmen point guns at the duo, but Batman expected him to fight dirty. He uses a smoke bomb to hide them, and once he's sure the baddies have spent all of their bullets, Batman and Robin make short work of the cowboys and one random used car salesman, who aren't as tough without their guns. Shame and his lackeys are rounded up and sent away to be locked up.
I guess it's goodbye for 99 years to life.
The law is the law.
Oh, and the kid is found too. He just wanted his radio, which Shame stole. Really, man? Stealing from kids? Anyway, he's all done with being a cowboy. He found a much cooler guy to look up to. In episode 61, The Penguin's Nest, the penguin seems to be reformed. Again. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on all of Gotham City. Come on now. But hey, he really seems to have gone straight this time, guys. He has his own fancy new restaurant at the top of a building called the Penguin's Nest. Opening night is a huge party, and all the biggest and most important people of Gotham City are there, including, of course, Bruce Wayne and his entourage.
To think that you've mastered this art of haute cuisine in the kitchens of the Gotham City State Penitentiary. It certainly proves that almost nothing is impossible.
Well, thank you.
Everything seems to be in order at the Penguin's Nest. Actually, the only weird thing about this is that the Penguin insists that all orders must be placed in writing. That's not sus at all. But it seems that once a crook, always a crook. During dinner, the Penguin steals Aunt Harriet's bracelet. The Penguin seems really eager to get back to prison. Wayne suspects some foul play, so he suggests the commissioner call Batman. Wayne and Grayson excuse themselves from the dinner, and Batman and Robin arrive in their place. Once there, the Penguin seems weirdly excited to get back to jail. Penguin throws everything he has at the policeman in an attempt to be jailed.
Penguin didn't mean any harm.
Didn't mean any harm.
But Batman convinces Commissioner Gordon to let Penguin go free because he's clearly up to something. They scale up the side of the building to spy on Penguin. On the way up, they pass Ted Cassidy, aka Lurch from The Addams Family, in one of the show's many random and delightful cameos. Penguin is really determined to get back to jail, and he knows that the duo are watching. So he pretends to kill one of his henchmen in cold blood. Batman realizes the killing is fake.
Holy blank cartridge!
Precisely, Robin.
So he only puts the Penguin away for discharging his weapon outside the restaurant. A mere health violation and not a felony. So Batman sends the Penguin to a local jailhouse instead of the main state penitentiary. So why is this guy hell-bent on getting back into jail? The Penguin is such a frequent flyer at the jail that he has his own reserved room, and his next-door neighbor happens to be a notorious forger. The Penguin was planning to pass all the orders to the forger, who could then forge checks from the city's richest residents. Batman decides to relocate the Penguin to his own jail cell after all, so he can catch him in the act. Unfortunately, he's too late. The Penguin got tired of waiting around in the small crook jail and is in the process of staging a prison break.
Fools, imagining that a mere city jail could hold a slippery bird like me.
After a fight, the Penguin takes Chief O'Hara hostage. He invites Batman and Robin to a polite exchange. Except, of course, it's a trap. Chief O'Hara is held inside a trunk that's precariously perched on top of a pool slide. When Batman and Robin arrive, O'Hara will slide into the water, followed by the dynamic duo. The water will then be electrified, and the Penguin's assistant will shoot at the trio. Looks like the villains are learning to double tap. In episode 62, The Bird's Last Jest, Batman and Robin arrive just on time to see Chief O'Hara dropped into the pool. Batman uses the bat shield to protect them from the villains' bullets. He delays the Penguin from electrifying the pool with a bat pellet, then uses a bat inverter to invert the polarity of the wires. Instead of frying O'Hara to death when the switch is finally flipped, the trunk he's in is sent flying out of the water.
You fry and sizzle and boil!
It's totally scientific, don't worry about it. Meanwhile, the bad guys run out of bullets and Batman has them and the Penguin arrested. This time we get to see the criminal go to trial, but instead of being prosecuted for the attempted murder of the chief of police, Penguin turns the tables on Batman. He claims his rights as a criminal weren't met when Batman refused to lock him up for stealing Aunt Harriet's bracelet. And this seems like a solid argument to the judge, who lets Penguin waddle free.
Holy flip-flop! What's happened to justice?
I thought the Penguin wanted to go back to lockup. This glimpse into Gotham City's legal system makes it suddenly clear how so many criminals keep getting free in this city. Batman decides to go for some good old-fashioned entrapment. He sends Alfred to meet with the Penguin and pretend to be a famous forger. Penguin sees through Alfred's disguise and realizes he's Bruce Wayne's butler. Now, here's an even better get-rich-quick scheme. He can just hold Alfred for ransom. For some reason, the way Penguin decides to do this is more nonsensical than usual. He bakes Alfred into a giant pie and brings him to Wayne Manor. He then demands $1 million from the master of the manor. Wayne and Grayson have to do some running around to switch between their real and secret identities.
Why, Bruce, isn't that Batman and Robin, Bruce?
But in the end, they manage to catch the Penguin and send him off to jail. Wait, isn't that exactly what he's wanted this whole time? Don't worry, Batman has thought of that too. He's had the forger released on parole. Foiled again. In episode 63, The Cat's Meow, Catwoman returns to test out her newest invention, the voice eraser. She starts by erasing the voice of a beloved television presenter.
Please note the...
Batman is stumped and has no idea who's behind these latest shenanigans. At the time of his attack, the presenter was advertising an umbrella filled with jokes and riddles. Could the mastermind be the Riddler? The Joker? Maybe even the Penguin. Back for another round so soon? But no. It seems that all three are surprisingly safely behind bars. Meanwhile, Catwoman declares that she's done with the criminal's life. She has a new calling as the lead in a 5-woman band called Catwoman and the Kittens.
It's so much safer on this side of the law.
In reality, she's getting ready to threaten the whole world with her voice eraser. Catwoman decides to start with the voices of Chad and Jeremy, a real-world British pop singer duo from the 1960s. No one knows where the two will be performing. No problem. Catwoman calls Commissioner Gordon and sweet-talks the information out of him. Then she steals his voice. At least he won't be betraying any more citizens' private information to villains. The pop group will be performing at Wayne Manor, so she heads out there in disguise, and she pretends to be a dance instructor arriving to give Grayson free dance lessons. Unfortunately, Bruce Wayne keeps a pot of dogwood in his manor, which she's horribly allergic to. Catwoman sneezes so hard that she sneezes her disguise right off. She escapes under the cover of a smoke bomb. Now Batman knows who he's dealing with, and Catwoman knows the layout of the Wayne Manor. Batman tracks Catwoman to a dance studio where Catwoman is fantasizing about being arrested by Batman. Her dream may be about to come true, because at that moment Batman and Robin arrive at the studio. Catwoman and the single female kitten watch the Tomcats battle the dynamic duo, and when they fail, Catwoman pulls on her makeup to freshen up, and poisons the two masked men. Catwoman throws Batman and Robin into an echo chamber, where they're subjected to an actual form of torture, Chinese water torture. Except the two have to listen to a drop of water repeatedly falling on a drum and made a whole lot louder in their trap. The pebble torture didn't work on Batman, but this just might. How long will it take for the sound to break the dynamic duo? In episode 64, The Bats Kowtow, Batman and Robin escape with the power of their voices. They perfectly counteract the water droplet with their horrible singing, causing the glass in the chamber to break. Their escape is too late, though. Catwoman is already at Chad and Jeremy's concert. She steals their voices right in the middle of the performance. Then she cuts the power and escapes using night vision glasses. The next morning, Catwoman makes her demand. She wants £8 million from Britain, equal to about $22 million US. If she gets her money by noon, she'll restore the duo's voices. If she doesn't, she'll use the voice eraser on all of Gotham City instead. Unfortunately, the British government decides they don't value Chad and Jeremy enough to pay the ransom. It looks like Catwoman will have to go with Plan B, and steal everyone else's voices. The pop singers don't seem to be too bothered by their lack of voice, though. Through writing, they inform Alfred that they want to go to the hair salon. Okay, sure. They head out to the local hair salon and find Catwoman and the kittens are already there. While Robin fights the kittens, Batman chases Catwoman into an alleyway. She threatens to steal his voice or kill him, but in the end, she can't get herself to do either. In the first for a Batman villain, Catwoman gives herself up. She reveals that the voice stealer does not in fact steal voices, it just electronically loosens the vocal cords. The way to restore them is by using a special spray to tighten them again, which she freely gives to Batman. They almost kiss, but Robin wanders in just at the wrong moment. Undaunted, Batman promises to take Catwoman on a date after she's released from jail.
If I were to kiss you, would you think I was a bad girl?
Ooh. Just when you thought Gotham City had enough riddle and joke-based villains, the Puzzler enters the fray. In episode 65, the puzzles are coming. The Puzzler, played by Maurice Evans, likes puzzles, quotes Shakespeare, and wears a big black bow. That's it. That's his thing. A cryptic clue left by the Puzzler brings Batman and Robin to one of the richest men in the world, Artemis Nab. They arrive at Nab's penthouse and find the Puzzler already canoodling with the billionaire. The two men have apparently entered into a business together, making puzzle balloons. Batman and Robin have failed to catch any act of wrongdoing, so they leave with their heads down.
Forgive the intrusion. Let's go, Robin.
Use the front door.
Batman and Robin analyze one of the Puzzler's puzzle balloons, which contains a riddle. Can everyone please stop stealing Riddler's thing? The cryptic clue alerts the duo to the Puzzler's real plan. He's going to be at Nab's unveiling of his cool new plane. Rich men invite other rich men to their airplane parties, so there's sure to be plenty of stuff to steal. Puzzler and his men distract the visitors with balloons because rich people are apparently just like children. Popping the balloons releases a gas which stuns the attendees. Then all the villains have to do is walk around and collect the loot. Batman and Robin arrive and are also knocked out by puzzle balloon gas. The Puzzler snaps a picture of the airplane's cockpit and leaves. When the puzzle gas wears off, Batman and Robin are hot on his trail. They find the Puzzler's secret hideout at a balloon factory, which isn't much of a hideout. He literally told them he's making puzzle balloons. The duo is overpowered by the Puzzler's henchmen. They wake up strapped to the basket of a hot air balloon, and it's rigged to fly up to 20,000 feet, then plunge the duo to their doom. Needlessly intricate and convoluted as always. Robin gets to be the duo's savior for once in episode 66, The Duo Is Slumming. He uses a piece of dropped chewing gum to deactivate the balloon's height gauge, stopping it from falling.
He should put trash in the proper waste container.
He then lives up to his superhero name He uses a bird call to call out a large migrating bird. The bird pecks a hole in the balloon. They slowly and safely fly down in the middle of nowhere, conveniently right next to an emergency phone booth. Hooray! A needlessly complicated solution to the needlessly complicated cliffhanger. While Batman and Robin are enjoying their leisurely hot air balloon ride, the puzzler tries to steal from Nab again. He has his lovely female assistant drub Nab's tea while the puzzler takes photos of the plane's plans. Then he leaves the dynamic duo a clue in the form of a chicken. They bat climb up to Nab's penthouse, stopping to say hello to Santa, who tries to weasel the Batcave's location out of them.
Merry Christmas, everybody!
What is even going on in this episode? They find Nab unharmed, but just waking up from his drugged sleep. Puzzler left another puzzle for Batman and Robin. How surprising. It's just a convoluted hidden way to share a phone number. Imagine Puzzle just hanging around and waiting for Batman to figure out his puzzle and call. All the information Puzzler has been gathering was just so that he could learn to fly the billionaire's cool plane. Batman and Robin beat him in the plane's hangar. They fight the puzzling villain and win. The rich guy's super cool plane is saved, and Bruce Wayne and his ward get to play with the puzzler's puzzle balloons. In episode 67, The Sandman Cometh, Catwoman just can't stay away from Batman. Not content with waiting for a date with Batman, she teams up with another supervillain, capable of putting people to sleep, the Sandman, played by Michael Rennie. The pair target a rich insomniac who's desperate for a good night's sleep. Catwoman and the Sandman seem to be working together, but of course they're planning on betraying each other at the earliest opportunity.
I'll put Catwoman to sleep forever.
Commissioner Gordon and Chief O'Hara are tipped off about the alliance by some actual police work for once. One of Catwoman's assistants is an undercover policewoman. They try to call on Batman, but he's apparently away on personal business, so they rely on the old-fashioned way of summoning the Caped Crusader, the Bat Signal. Completely unrelated, Bruce Wayne and his ward are out camping with a youth group. They spot the signal, but there's not much they can do.
I sure hope Batman sees it.
Yes, so do I.
Bruce Wayne is these young men's chaperone. He can't exactly leave them in the middle of the forest. They spend the entire start of the episode just trying to get home from their camping trip. When they finally get home, they discover that Sandman has made his first move. He appears in a mattress store and puts an out-of-costume Catwoman to sleep in front of hundreds. Catwoman goes on TV to talk about how amazing her sleep was. It's all thanks to Dr. Somnambula, who cured her insomnia. Word of this amazing doctor reaches the rich insomniac who seeks him out, as planned. Sandman arrives at the penthouse suite of the rich target's hotel. Yeah, she's rich. The woman apparently hasn't slept in over 7 years, but the sleepy supervillain is convinced he can cure her with his sleeping powder. He sprays her face, putting her in a sleepwalking trance. Then it's just a matter of having the lady lead him to her documents and taking photos. When she wakes up, all she remembers was getting to sleep for the first time in years. When Batman and Robin show up through the window, as always, nothing illegal is happening. The duo don't give up. They follow the Sandman back to the mattress store and are ambushed. Through Sandman's sleeping spray, they find themselves about to fall into an eternal sleep. Batman is strapped down to a mattress stitching machine, about to be turned into the world's most uncomfortable comforter. Meanwhile, Robin is taken over by the Sandman's mind control powers. As the episode ends in its cliffhanger, Robin activates the machine that will destroy Batman. Episode 68, The Catwoman Goeth, Batman manages to shift his arm just enough to free himself. The machine cuts into his restraints instead of his squishy body. He then uses a lasso from his utility belt to stop the mechanism and free himself. Meanwhile, the Sandman steals the Batmobile and takes the sleepwalking Robin to the Catwoman as a souvenir. She has Robin put away somewhere amazing.
Where am I? On the threshold of my maze.
Sandman goes to wait for his rich new patient to call him back so he can properly rob her. He and Catwoman are clearly still plotting against each other, and it's only a matter of time before they're at each other's throats. Apparently, all the Batmobile's anti-theft mechanisms forgot to activate or something. Luckily, Batman and Alfred have a tracker on the vehicle. They find an entire district of old abandoned factories. Half of Gotham City is apparently just abandoned factories. Batman hitches a ride on the back of Alfred's Alfsicle and finds his Batmobile safe and sound. They also go find 2 policemen. They nearly haul him in for parking violations, but he gets the good old Batman special. What they don't find is Robin or Catwoman. The Sandman makes his next move on the rich insomniac. He seduces her with promises of a good night's sleep, and the two prepare to marry. Just to be completely sure Catwoman is cut out for his plan, he gives the police an anonymous tip of her location. When Batman arrives, Catwoman realizes she's been betrayed. She gives up Robin's location with a little coaxing from the masked man of her dreams.
Oh, you're so strong and forceful, Batman.
She also reveals where they can find Sandman. Batman and Robin reunite and head out to the final showdown with the Sandman. He as the rich lady on her private island, which honestly doesn't sound like such a terrible fate. Actually, Sandman might be in more danger here if the lady's suspicious string of previous husbands are any indication. But of course, the heroes save the damsel in distress who doesn't know she's in distress, and they bring the Sandman to justice. Episode 69, The Contaminated Cowl. The Mad Hatter is back. While the other villains change what they're after, the Mad Hatter only has one thing on his mind: finally getting Batman's cowl for his collection. He starts by getting 700 empty hat boxes from Bon Bon's Box Boutique, the 1960s equivalent of the Container Store. And by getting, I mean stealing, using the good old mesmerizer ray hidden in his hat. He really hasn't changed at all. The Mad Hatter returns to his lair and packs up his hat collection, much to his Maul's dismay. He's not leaving his villainous ways, though. He has a plan that will let him use hats to steal, but first he has to make a few arrangements. Meanwhile, Batman figures that the Hatter will go after a woman's famous ruby-adorned feather hat. Sure enough, the Mad Hatter shows up at the ladies' charity ball in disguise. Batman and Robin try to blend in with the High Hat Society at the ball. But Batman fumbles. The Mad Hatter snatches the lady's magnificent ruby and a food fight ensues. With all his henchmen gone, Mad Hatter rushes in with a spray. Radioactive spray. He could use it to end Batman once and for all, but the spray just turns Batman's cowl hot pink. Cute. Good thing Batman took his anti-radioactive bat pill before, or this might become a whole different superhero story. All of Batman's other cowls are apparently in the wash, so he turns to the only person who can turn his mask back to its regular color, a nuclear scientist. He speaks in a heavy German accent, so you know he's the real deal.
But that cowl, du lieber, that cowl!
A bit extreme, maybe. But it's exactly what the Mad Hatter thought Batman would do, so at least these two are on the same wavelength. The Hatter and his henchmen follow Batman to the scientist's laboratory posing as workers. Batman goes behind a screen to take off his pink cowl and hands it right to the disguised Mad Hatter. Batman then somehow emerges with a clean new cowl. He promises to explain later, and then never does. Oops. He's got bigger problems now. He and Robin run after the Mad Hatter and his henchmen, but the duo end up trapped inside a giant X-ray machine, about to get a lethal dose of radiation. That anti-radiation pill won't save them now. In an unusual move, episode 70, the Mad Hatter runs afoul, doesn't resume right where it left off. Instead, it starts with the Mad Hatter's lackeys returning to where they left Batman and Robin inside the X-ray machine. They find two skeletons in their place, wearing the outfits and capes of the two superheroes. Spooky. Hey, can't Mad Hatter just take this cowl? News of the Caped Crusader's gruesome demise spreads, and the whole world mourns their death. Of course, Batman and Robin are alive and well. Batman simply used a bat X-ray deflector to avoid the X-rays. Then he borrowed some skeletons and dressed them up in spare costumes he had in the Batmobile. Wait, if he had a spare cowl this whole time, why did he even go through the trouble of turning the pink one back to normal? You know what? Let's not sweat the small details, and just enjoy the silliness of the man with the orange mustache and the hypnotizing googly eyes hidden in his hat. Speaking of the Mad Hatter, the man finally has what he wanted. Now he can move on to a more typical villain plot. The old bait and switch. The ruby that the Hatter stole from the Hat Lady was a fake, but he knew that. His plan all along was to swap his ruby with the much more valuable gem decorating the forehead of a Buddha statue. Back at the stately Wayne Manor, the Wayne household is feeling the loss of Batman and the Boy Wonder. Wayne and Grayson steal away to Wayne's office to do some private mourning.
Perhaps you and I should have a moment alone in my study.
Oh, get your heads out of the gutter. Batman and Robin make their triumphant return from the deed. They immediately go after the Mad Hatter, but he's already pulled off his greatest crime, switching the rubies and running off to his lair. The dynamic duo uncover the Hatter's hideout by following a tracking device in his stolen pink cowl. After all that hard work to steal it, the Hatter just leaves the precious cowl lying around on the floor? The disrespect! While the duo chat with the Mad Hatter's clueless Maul, the Hatter and his henchmen climb to a nearby water tower. Batman and the Boy Wonder follow them up, and they have a dramatic showdown around circling the water tower. The Mad Hatter is caught, and order is restored, and Batman is left to face the adoring public, which is celebrating his miraculous return from the dead. Oh yeah, and Robin too, I guess. Episode 71, The Zodiac Crimes, starts the series' first three-parter. Don't be confused by the title. The Batman series came just a few years before the real-world Zodiac Killer was active. The series version of the crimes is a much sillier take on the Zodiac-inspired crime.
Never mind the bars. Look to the stars.
The three-episode story starts with the Joker stealing a rare map from Commissioner Gordon's office. Batman realizes that the rare art map can be shortened to RAM, which stands for the Zodiac sign of Aries. This leads him to the logical conclusion that the Joker plans to commit 12 Zodiac-themed crimes. The Joker gives Batman and Robin a clue of his next heist. They figure out that he plans to kidnap the sibling singers known as the Twins, aka Gemini. Worse still, the Joker has teamed up with the Penguin to take down the Caped Crusaders once and for all. So while the Joker makes off with the Twins, Penguin lies in wait for Batman and Robin. Batman and Robin visit the Twins, who are practicing for a show, but they're too late. The Twins have been replaced by two of Joker's henchmen. Penguin leads the two on a wild goose car chase. Then he shakes them off his tail by snagging onto a passing wire with his umbrella. Meanwhile, the Joker and his henchwoman, Venus, steal their real target, a pair of twin diamonds. Batman and Robin visit the villains while they're gone. They get Venus on their side after some very minimal convincing. The Penguin and Joker's next stop is the Gotham City Opera House, where they plan to do 2 Zodiac crimes in one. Their target is the singer Leo Crustache, who stands for both Leo the Lion and Crab, aka Crustacean. In the ensuing fight, Joker makes off with Leo, leaving Penguin to deal with Batman, Robin, and the police. With Penguin out of the way, Joker goes after his next target. He's going for the Virgo zodiac sign, symbolized in an artwork called Virgin Bereaved. Batman and Robin show up at the museum to stop him, but the Joker's henchmen were in disguise as statues. The duo are betrayed by Venus, who takes them down with a sleeping powder. Venus decides she prefers the side of crime fighting and apologizes to Batman. Joker doesn't like being betrayed either, so he captures her. Batman and Robin are tied down under an 8-ton hanging meteorite on display. The meteor is rigged to crush the two to death when a rotating piece of thermite cuts the cable holding it up. Batman and Robin are about to become extinct. In episode 72, The Joker's Hard Times, Batman manages to free a hand. He prepares his batarang, waiting until the thermite rotates directly above him. With perfect aim, Batman throws his batarang and cuts off a chunk of thermite. He uses this to free himself and Robin before the meteorite comes crashing down. And he does it all just in under 3 seconds. Holy close calls, Batman! Meanwhile, Joker continues his Zodiac crime spree. He steals a statue of Justice for Libra and a jewel scorpion for Scorpio. Then he disguises himself as a police officer. He takes the whole police force and the dynamic duo on an aimless chase around the city. Batman decides instead of chasing down the Joker, they'll have to lure the villain to them.
Batman! You're supposed to be dead!
He sets an irresistible trap for the Prince of Crime at the house of millionaire Basil Bowman for Sagittarius. The Joker arrives at the residence of Basil Bowman. Batman and Robin spring a trap, but the Joker uses his own henchwoman, Venus, as a meat shield and escapes. Following this betrayal, Venus turns on the Joker and decides to help Batman, again. She reveals the location of the opera singer, Leo Crustache, but it's not enough to stop the Joker. He continues the spree by stealing a rare fish for Pisces. Then he kidnaps Venus, and she's part of the Zodiac too, right? Batman and Robin pursue the Joker, but he gets the jump on them. He traps them in a giant net. Joker chains the two along with Venus in a shallow water tank. The tank is home to a hungry giant green piranha plant. Clam. The clam doesn't waste any time. In the second cliffhanger in 2 episodes, the clam gobbles Robin right up. Doesn't it know it's supposed to wait until the start of the next episode? Episode 73, The Penguin Declines. Things look bad for Robin. Batman breaks out of the trap using pure bat muscle power. He pries Robin out of the clam's maw and frees Venus. The Joker has only 2 Zodiac crimes left to commit, and he needs some help, so Joker smuggles the Penguin out of prison.
You dolt! You buffoon!
The Birdman has an axe to grind with the prankster, and the two immediately start arguing. For his next trick, Joker is going to make Gotham City's water supply disappear for Aquarius. It always comes back to the water supply. The Joker tried to contaminate the reservoir before, but this time he's not going to poison it. He's developed an extra concentrated potion. He pours it into the water supply and it turns the entire thing into a block of strawberry jelly. Instant strawberry jelly on tap? That actually sounds kind of nice. Except he also makes it taste horrible. Oh.
But it tastes like strawberry axle grease.
The Joker then tells Commissioner Gordon that he'll fix the water in exchange for $10 million. But it doesn't take expert chemists, Batman and Robin, too long to develop an anti-jelly grenade. One explosion later and the water's restored to Gotham City. So much for that plan. Meanwhile, Penguin again tries to convince everyone that he's done being a criminal. Buddy, you just broke out of prison. His first step as a reformed civilian is to visit Venus, who's also just gone straight. Penguin wants to use Venus's connection to Batman to help him out. He asks her to sneak him into the Batcave so he can erase his criminal record on the Bat computer. Yes, that's definitely something a law-abiding citizen would do. Venus is completely fooled. She genuinely thinks the crooked bird has gone straight. So Venus convinces Batman to let her into the Batcave. When they get into the cave, the Joker and the Penguin and 5 henchmen jump out of the Batmobile's trunk like it's a clown car. But Batman knew they were in the trunk the whole time. He led them to the Batcave so he could use his new gadget, the Bat Spectrograph Criminal Analyzer. This special device records the villain's data as soon as they touch it. For science. Probably. Batman and Robin overpower the baddies and round them up. When the Joker and Penguin threaten to reveal the location of the Batcave, Batman reveals a fatal flaw in their plan. They were locked in the trunk the whole ride over. They've only seen the inside of the Batcave, but they still have no idea where it is. Foiled again. For dinner that night, Wayne and Grayson enjoy a serving of revenge. Clam chowder. In episode 74, That Darn Catwoman, it's Robin's party and he'll cry if he wants to. Sorry, I mean Robin gets caught in the claws of Catwoman's latest protege, Pussycat. This kitty sidekick is an aspiring singer played by real-world singer Leslie Gore, of It's My Party fame. Robin is caught out by Pussycat after the boy makes a rousing speech about morals and doing good to the graduating class of his high school. Pussycat scratches Robin, injecting him with a poison that reverses a person's mortality. In other words, it makes the person's personality the exact opposite of what it was before. This turns Robin into a rebel and a criminal. The former boy wonder turns on his former father figure. He arrives at Wayne Manor and helps Catwoman and Pussycat rob the place. Robin doesn't seem to recognize his own aunt or Alfred, so he ties them up and he helps the cat burglars raid the place. Catwoman tries to set up a meeting with Batman in exchange for Robin's safe return. Girl, he promised you a date already.
Well, I want more. I want Batman in my corner.
She calls Gordon, who gets her in touch with Batman.
I have a call for you, Batman.
But Batman refuses to deal with criminals, so Catwoman goes on to rob 2 places instead. Batman tries to stop them, but he's no match against his own sidekick.
Oh, yes.
Batman follows the cat ladies to their lair where Robin is sitting tied to a chair like bait. It's a trap, of course. Batman is overpowered with cattle prod-wielding henchmen and strapped down to a giant mousetrap. Robin stands and prepares to cut the rope, which will spring the trap closed and squash Batman. The only way out is for Batman to agree to become Catwoman's partner.
Boy wonder? Start cutting.
In episode 75, Scat Darn Catwoman, Batman can find no way to wiggle out of this trap. He really has no other choice. He agrees to become Catwoman's partner. Before Catwoman can apply the mind-altering drug, Batman pretends he has a headache and takes a pill. As you can probably guess, that is no Tylenol. Instead, it is an antidote to the poison that prevents him from falling under Catwoman's spell. Of course, Catwoman doesn't know this.
Oh, and I love to see Commissioner Gordon's face now.
She takes Batman to bring spoils of her robberies to her criminal contact. She's not collecting cash for herself, though. She has bigger plans. She buys the plans for the Gotham City Mint, which will allow her to break in without trouble. Batman manages to get word out to Commissioner Gordon of Catwoman's lair. Police arrive and arrest Robin and Pussycat. And just in time, too. Robin was about to really throw his morals to the wind and kiss an unwilling girl. Later that night, Batman and Catwoman and her henchmen sneak into the Gotham City Mint. When they open the vault, they find Robin waiting instead. He's back to his old self. Batman had managed to get the word to Alfred to deliver some antidote pills to his sidekick. Batman also reveals that he's been pretending to be on Catwoman's side this whole time. While Batman and Robin battle the henchmen, Catwoman steals the Batmobile and runs away. Batman borrows a police car and chases the feline felon to the roof of an abandoned building. After a dramatic chase scene, Batman corners Catwoman on the roof's ledge. Catwoman declares that she's willing to give up her criminal ways and marry Batman as long as he stops being Robin's partner. It's a classic him or me scenario. But Batman would never abandon his sidekick. Besides, being married would really mess with the whole crime-fighting vigilante gig. Batman turns Catwoman down. She decides to give herself up anyway, and slips, falling to her presumed death in the river below. Don't worry though, she probably has at least a few lives left. In episode 76, Penguin is a girl's best friend, Batman and Robin accidentally crash a film shoot. The Penguin is filming a heist movie and the dynamic duo break up a hold-up scene, thinking it's real. Penguin gives them an ultimatum: join him as hired actors or he'll file charges for disrupting his shoot. Of course, you should know by now that Batman doesn't make mistakes. He knew that the Penguin was making a movie the whole time. Kind of hard to miss that huge film crew.
Holy cinemascope! Penguin making pictures!
But Batman wanted Penguin to think that he'd trapped him. Now he can follow along and observe from the inside. Whenever the Penguin is around, something is sure to smell fishy. As predicted, Penguin is using his new filmmaking career as a cover for committing real crimes. He teams up with a familiar face as his new shining associate, Marcia, Queen of Diamonds.
And how would you like to be a billionaire?
That's interesting.
She's all in on this cinema caper, especially if she gets to be in a love scene with Batman. Batman? How outrageous! While shooting at the Museum of Antiquities, the Penguin uses the excuse to steal a collection of antique armor. When Batman realizes the crooks used the movie shoot to commit a real crime, Penguin jumps into action. He films a scene for the movie where Batman and Robin are captured for real. Penguin captures Batman and Robin and straps them to two giant catapults. The episode ends with the two preparing to be launched over Gotham City at high speeds. In episode 77, the Penguin sets a trend. The dynamic duo goes soaring through the sky to certain doom. Batman can't stop the launch, but he can give them a smooth landing. He remotely controls the Batmobile. He lines it up perfectly to unfold a net and safely catch him and Robin. Batman and Robin decide to continue their acting careers so they can keep a close eye on the Penguin. They put on an Oscar-worthy show to convince Penguin to trust them. They return to the shoot where they're placed inside suits of armor. The Penguin doesn't trust the superheroes as far as he can throw them. He turns on two giant magnets, making the masked men immobile. With the two crime fighters disabled, Penguin heads off to steal some military plans from the Hexagon. Not to be confused with the Pentagon. The head of the Hexagon actually has the acting bug.
It is 2 lines longer than Hamlet, sir.
Hamlet?
Penguin sweet-talks the general with promises of a successful acting career. Penguin calls his crew in and they barge into a 2-secret room. They're all wearing the stolen suits of armor, which are made of special bulletproof metal. Penguin steals a military plan and walks out, surrounded by the protective wall of his armored men. Meanwhile, Batman manages to disable the magnets by short-circuiting them with a piece of metal from his utility belt. What, not bat metal? The dynamic duo, still dressed in full suits of armor, chases down the Penguin. But the Penguin has the upper hand on the Crusaders, who are weighed down by their heavy metal outfits. He knocks them down and pays a truck driver to haul them away with the trash. As the episode continues into a 3-parter, Batman and Robin are caught in yet another cliffhanger trap. They end up with the rest of the trash, about to get thoroughly crunched in a scrap metal crusher. This is not an effective way to teach about recycling, Batman.
A dynamic duo, a pair of paperweights.
Episode 78, Penguin's Disastrous End. Batman and Robin come out of the compressed scrap unsquished. It's a good thing they always carry their bat air pumps to inflate the Batmobile's tires. They use their air pressure to counteract the crushers and escape safely. Meanwhile, the Penguin and Marcia move on with their heist. They plan to break into the sub-treasury, where there are $10 worth of gold bricks just waiting to be taken. It would be impossible to steal them all because they're too heavy, which is why Penguin needs the plans he stole from the Hexagon. Batman and Robin trace a bunch of stray lizards, yes, lizards, to the hideout of Marcia's witchy aunt Hilda. Hilda has been working with Marcia and the Penguin to infiltrate the sub-treasury. The crooks are already gone to their heist, but one of the henchmen accidentally spills their plans. Batman and Robin call in police backup and rush to the sub-treasury. Instead of trying to escape, the Penguin, Marcia, and their goons lock themselves inside the vault.
And what's he doing for food?
I wish I knew, Commissioner.
And what's he...
I wish I knew, Robin.
After 3 long days, Penguin and Co. make their movie. They crash out of the vault in a solid gold tank. Over the past 3 days, the crooks melted down the gold bricks and turned them into this monstrosity. I'm not sure if that's more ridiculous or impressive. Chief O'Hara tries to stop the foul felon, but his car is completely squashed. The brave policeman only manages to escape by crawling into a random, conveniently placed hole in the ground. There's only one weapon that can take down a solid gold tank: the Bazooka.
The Bazooka?
I forgot all about it.
One shot stops the tank in its tracks, and Penguin and Marcia crawl out waving a white flag. Defeated again. In episode 79, Batman's Anniversary, Batman and Robin are summoned to an emergency at the Gotham Plaza Hotel. When they get there, they discover that the emergency is actually just a surprise party in their honor. Members of the police department are there to celebrate the anniversary of their work with the department. In honor of their partnership, the police department presents a golden calf filled with $200,000 for charity. But before the exchange can be made, the fire alarm goes off. A bunch of firemen show up and steal the calf. Before they leave, one reveals himself to be Batman's old nemesis, the Riddler.
Salutations and consolations, anniversary boy!
Played by a new actor, John Astin. Astin manages to make the villain more unhinged and creepy than Gorshin did, which didn't seem possible. The Riddler is doing the whole puzzle thing better than the puzzler. He leaves behind a clue leading the duo to analyze the Gotham paper's crossword puzzle. Even his henchmen and Maul are named across down an anagram. Haha, get it? Anagram? Riddler strikes the Gotham City bank next. He floods the bank and scuba dives into it to steal the loot. Batman and Robin arrive to fight them using bat respirators. What follows is a hilariously silent, slow-motion, watery showdown. In the battle, the Riddler pulls out Robin's respirator. Batman rushes to his help, giving the baddies a chance to escape. The Riddler plans to use the stolen money to trade it in for a demoleculizer, a devastating pen-sized weapon. The deadly weapon and theft will have to wait, though. Batman and Robin have an appointment with the Gotham City Bakers Guild. They're due to pose for the life-sized marshmallows to top a giant cake made for their anniversary. Good to know that they have their priorities straight. But Riddler has beaten the crime fighters to the guild. Disguised as the bakers, the Riddler and his lackeys lift Batman and Robin to the top of the giant cake. The cake is actually made of quicksand. Our heroes find themselves stuck and slowly but surely sinking.
Congratulations, that brain! You've risen to the occasion!
In episode 80, A Riddling Controversy, an experimental bat gadget gets Batman and Robin out of their sticky situation. They reach down into the quicksand cake and activate the bat rockets in their shoes. The Caped Crusader and the Boy Wonder follow a flock of eagle-themed clues to the Riddler to his next target, an exiled South American dictator. Riddler robs the dictator and forces the dynamic duo to let him walk right out of there. He's rigged the dictator to a puzzling trap, which will explode if they don't disable it in time. With his latest spoils, the Riddler has enough cash to buy the devastating demoleculizer device. The weapon doesn't look like much, so Riddler is skeptical. He tests it on a random hat and it disappears. The Riddler immediately puts the pen down his pants for safekeeping. I wouldn't recommend that. Riddler makes a public statue disappear to show the police what he's capable of. He then demands that all the crimes be made legal. Otherwise, he'll dematerialize the entire city, one building at a time, starting with the police headquarters. Batman and Robin fight the Riddler with some good old-fashioned science. They fly above the city in the Batcopter and release a chemical compound into the clouds. This somehow neutralizes the Riddler's new toy. When the Riddler uses the weapon on the police building, it's struck by lightning at the exact same time and fails to work. The duo appear in the Riddler's hideout for the obligatory final fight. The police arrive, and together they send the puzzling partners to the pokey. In episode 81, The Joker's Last Laugh, honest citizens are somehow passing off fake money as real. Batman is called in to investigate. It turns out that the robot created by the Joker is handing out fake $100 bills at the bank. These are completely normal on one side and blank on the other. You'd think people would realize something is wrong with the cash. Joker has been busy in his last stint in jail. He created 3 incredibly lifelike robots named Yak, Boff, and Glee. Batman and Robin find Glee at the bank, responsible for the distribution of fake bills. How can they tell that Glee is a robot? They tell it a joke. Everyone knows that robots have no sense of humor. The dynamic duo are no stand-up stars, and their joke isn't even remotely funny.
Why is the collar button like an old pile of burning automobile tires?
But they decide that Glee's lack of response is proof enough. Batman tweaks the robot's nose and its head explodes. Okay? The Joker's base of operations this time is an old comic book printing company. Batman's investigation of Glee leads him to his hideout, but he doesn't have enough to link the Joker to the crime, so he shows up at the comic place as Bruce Wayne. Wayne pretends to have lost all his money in some bad stock decisions. He offers Joker the job as the vice chair of the Gotham National Bank. In return, Batman asks the Joker to print him some fake bills to pay off his new debts. While the Joker prepares to print Wayne some money, Wayne signals to Robin, who's waiting outside. Wayne pretends to help Joker, but his bumbling attempts to fight help Robin instead. Joker has an ace up his sleeve. He activates his superhuman robots, Yak and Boff, who easily overpower Robin. Joker straps the boy wonder down to a large comic book printing press. To prove Batman's loyalty to Joker, the Joker forces Batman to activate the lever that will press Robin flat. In episode 82, The Joker's Epitaph, Batman arrives and rescues Bruce Wayne and Robin. Wait, huh? It's actually Alfred dressed as Batman. He makes a pretty great Batman, actually. He even climbs up the side of the building like our heroes. He throws down some bat gas and Joker and his henchmen run away. Joker makes off with the document that makes him vice chair of the bank's board. The bank manager accepts the villain as his new employee without question.
Perhaps a small bat cave improvement loan?
He also installs his 2 robots as tellers, but he still needs to get Batman and Robin off his case, so he shows up at the Wayne Manor to blackmail Wayne. He recorded Wayne's illegal request earlier. Joker demands that Wayne kill the dynamic duo or he'll leak the recording. Wayne refuses, so Joker decides to force Wayne to marry his moll, Josie. Sure. That's one way to access Wayne's riches. The police commissioner and chief are really unhappy with this decision. Bruce Wayne is an adult and he can make his own decisions, right? Actually, no. Gordon gets a psychiatrist to declare Wayne to be suffering from second childhood syndrome. Wow, way to get involved in the guy's personal life. But this also makes Joker's appointment to vice chair illegal, since the document was signed by Bruce Wayne, not Batman. Back at the Batcave, Batman fixes Glee, the robot he captured earlier, by asking him politely to wake up. He then uses Glee to reprogram the other 2 robots, somehow. But before Batman can do any crime fighting, Bruce Wayne is taken away to a lunatic asylum. This leaves Alfred to take Wayne's place as Batman again. Alfred and Robin rescue Bruce Wayne from the asylum transport. Then they rush to the Gotham City bank, sans Alfred. Gordon is there, removing Joker from his post. Glee, remember, this is the robot, shows up and claims Josie is his wife. Once again, Batman is saved from getting married because his bride is already married to someone else. Is that the only legal way to annul a marriage in Gotham City? The other 2 robots then start stealing money from the customers. Everything's going exactly as Batman and Robin planned it. Joker overrides the robots' programming again by asking them nicely. Batman and Robin fight the 2 super strong robots, and this time they somehow manage to win against their superhuman opponents. Josie asks Batman to pass on a message to Bruce Wayne.
Tell him it might have been fun.
Oh yeah, and the doctor finds Bruce Wayne to be mentally competent again. Yay! In episode 83, Catwoman Goes to College, Catwoman is released from jail on parole. She decides to turn over a new leaf in her life. The only reason she's a criminal is because she dropped out of school. Obviously. So she enrolls in college to study criminology. Good for you, kitty. Catwoman is watched over by her parole officer, Bruce Wayne. But Catwoman isn't quite ready to give up her life of crime. Working with 3 college freshmen named Brown, Cornell, and Penn, she arranges to steal a statue of Batman from the university lobby. She then uses this statue to recreate Batman's costume. Her henchman Cornell has the right build and voice to make a passable Batman look-alike. Perfect.
Catwoman, you're under arrest.
Catwoman attends a lecture taught by Batman. He's about to reveal the identity of one of the crooks that stole his statue when the bell mysteriously rings. Catwoman is behind it, of course. But she doesn't mind the 2-minute class. It just means more time spent with Batman. She invites him to a local sweet shop where the 2 sip from a soda together. As always, Robin arrives at exactly the wrong time. He tells them that someone dressed as Batman was seen robbing a supermarket. Before they can do anything, an over-enthusiastic new policeman shows up and arrests Batman. Batman doesn't stay behind bars for long. Pretending to be his lawyer, Alfred sneaks in a case of bat makeup. Discussing their case loudly as a cover, the 2 switch places. With Batman out of the way, Catwoman plans to hold a peaceful demonstration at Chime Square that night. Her plans come to light at her cat lair. The student protest is a distraction. While the police are distracted, she intends to steal a precious pair of cat's eye opals. To the Cadillac! Batman and Robin rush out to stop things. The rally turns potentially violent. Catwoman leads them to the roof of the building, to a giant mechanical billboard ad for a coffee company. Catwoman puts on a tearful act to fool the duo into lowering their guard. When they least expect it, Catwoman sprays sleeping gas at the 2. Batman and Robin wake up inside the billboard's giant cup. She's filled the coffee maker with sulfuric acid. When the mechanism tips it over, it'll make the strongest cup of Batman and Robin flavored Joe. In episode 84, Batman displays his knowledge. Batman uses one of his oldest tricks. He positioned himself so that the trap meant to hurt him actually frees him. A bit of sulfuric acid trickles out of the spout and dissolves his bonds. He then uses the bat rope to switch off the coffee maker. Robin has a moment of meta-clarity. All these ridiculous traps they keep getting themselves into. What if someone out there was making them all up for some audience's amusement? Nah, that's just silly. Meanwhile, Catwoman is back to her old antics. She steals some $12 million worth of cat's eye opals. But things don't go according to plan. First, her fence refuses to buy the opals, believing them to be jinxed. Now hold on, back up. If anything's cursed, it's the way this guy makes spaghetti using the fencing helmet as a strainer. It doesn't matter anyway, because the opals turn out to be fakes created by Batman. Enraged, Catwoman demands to meet with Batman alone. When Batman arrives, she tries again to convince him to marry her. He'll have to have Robin put down, of course. Humanely.
But I have him killed, painlessly.
He's wise to her shenanigans and arrives with bat plugs stuck up his bat nostrils. Good thing he does, because sure enough, Catwoman tries to take him out with a poisonous perfume. Batman refuses to fall at her feet, either because of lust or fear. Batman also refuses to hit a woman. That's fine, because Catwoman lied. She's not alone. She calls out her henchmen to attack Batman. Robin also appears. He followed Batman in case the Caped Crusader fell for the Catwoman's charms. Together, the dynamic duo fight off the baddies and capture Catwoman. Bruce Wayne returns Catwoman to the jail. He's a handsome guy, but Catwoman tells him her heart belongs to Batman. The same Batman she just tried to kill. Love is complicated. In episode 85, A Piece of the Action, Batman is joined by not one, but two crossover heroes. The Caped Crusader is assisted in this case by the Green Hornet, played by Van Williams, and his sidekick, Kato, played by the legendary one and only Bruce Lee. When the episode starts, the faux felons attack the stamp factory in Gotham City. They interrupt the foreman, Colonel Gum, who's eating some alphabet soup in the middle of the night. To each his own, I guess. They have a brief fight, then the two leave. The Green Hornet tells Kato that they have enough to take down the counterfeit stamp ring that's working out of the factory. In the morning, the stamp factory's owner, Pinky Pinkston, reports the break-in. She calls it in on her pink phone, sitting in her pink chair while wearing pink and petting her pink dog. She likes pink, is what I'm hinting at here. Pinky, it turns out, is innocent. The mastermind behind the fake stamp operation is the foreman, Gum. He plans to rob an upcoming stamp exhibition, then retire a rich man. Meanwhile, fellow millionaire Britt Reed calls up Bruce Wayne. Reed, who is secretly the Green Hornet, wants to meet with Wayne, because rich guys need to stick together. The two men decide to have a double date with Pinky, except it's two of them and just one of her. Some healthy competition among alpha males is good, right? As if it weren't enough, though, the two gentlemen have dinner with Pinky at a hotel which is in the midst of a lingerie show. Good thing Wayne left the innocent Grayson home for this meeting.
Oh, that is beautiful. Beautiful.
Foreman Gum runs around wearing different disguises. First, he pretends to be an older man and listens in on the two men's date with Pinky. Creepy. Then he poses as a Russian owner of a stamp store and authenticates his own fake stamp. Fortunately, the Green Hornet sees through this man's disguise. Unfortunately, Pinky overhears Gum talking to his henchman. The man has her imprisoned, prompting both Green Hornet and Batman to run to her rescue. The Batmobile and the Black Beauty, Hornet's cool car, pull up at the factory at the same time. Batman thinks that the Green Hornet and Kato are bad guys. He sees them strike a deal with Gum, which they're secretly doing to entrap the baddie. Gum decides to backstab everyone involved in one fell swoop. He shoves the Hornet and Kato into a stamp perforation machine. When Batman and Robin run in to interfere, they're trapped on a huge glue pad. They're forced to watch helplessly as the Green Hornet and Kato are turned into giant stamps. And they're next. In episode 86, Batman's Satisfaction, Colonel Gum undoes his own trap. He detaches the undetachable glues so he can stuff the dynamic duo into their stamp-making machine. Batman and Robin take the chance to break away from Gum. They dislodge a panel in the Reformation machine, freeing the Green Hornet and Kato. Batman and Green Hornet try to one-up each other with their incredible intellect, but they just end up sounding like jealous kids. While they waste time, Gum escapes, taking Pinky and her little pink dog with them. Batman takes home a bowl of half-eaten alphabet soup, Gum's favorite snack. Pinky had fed the soup to her pink dog, and Batman suspects she left a message in the soup for them. Wait, did the dog leave the message? Good thing that Batman has an empty alphabet soup bat container in his utility belt. Never leave home without it. Robin spends an unfortunate amount of time trying to solve the puzzle. Finally, Batman just feeds the macaroni letters to the Bat computer. It spits out the hidden message. Pinky has been kidnapped and Gum will be at the stamp show tonight. They could probably have figured that out on their own, but okay. While Batman and Hornet are bumbling about, Pinky's heroic pupper gnaws through her restraints. She rushes to the police to reveal that Gum thinks he knows the secret identities of all the masked men running around Gotham. Gum thinks that the Green Hornet is Bruce Wayne and Batman is Britt Reed. Oh, so close, buddy. Gum arrives at the stamp exhibition in yet another disguise, as an Argentinian stamp collector. Batman, Robin, the Green Hornet, and Kato burst into the exhibit hall. A massive brawl breaks out. Both sets of masked men fight Gum, while also beating each other up. It's a free-for-all.
It's a good thing those guys are on our side, even though they don't know it.
In all the confusion, Gum tries to capture Pinky again. Batman puts a stop to this, but the distraction gives Hornet and Kato a chance to escape. While later, Pinky has lunch with her two favorite millionaires again, she still believes that Reed is Batman. But this is disproven thanks to a call connected by Commissioner Gordon. It's Batman calling Pinky to thank her for ridding Gotham City of the Hornet. Clearly, Reed and Batman aren't the same person. What a silly idea. Episode 87, King Tut's Coup, brings the Batman show back to its regularly scheduled villains. The former King Tut has gone back to being an ordinary professor, with no memory of his past life as an ancient Egyptian pharaoh. He wears a special hard hat to prevent another head injury, since that's what made him become Tut in the first place. Until the world's unluckiest man takes off his hat to show some students. Right then, a window washer knocks 3 potted plants over, which hit the professor and his 2 students. And just like that, the King Tut is back. And he now has 2 new henchmen at his disposal. Tut immediately rushes to the Gotham City Museum and steals a sarcophagus. Commissioner Gordon doesn't waste any time and calls Bruce Wayne? The millionaire happened to be running a charity ball themed around ancient Egypt, in full costume. This clearly makes him an expert in Egyptology. Actually, he just tells Gordon to call the real expert Batman. Obviously. Batman and Robin arrive at Police HQ just as King Tut hits his second crime. A performer named Mr. Finks has been found tied up with his head in a noose. Tut leaves a note with the performer telling Batman that Tut will claim his own. His own what? Why bother leaving a note if you're not going to make any sense? Bruce Wayne and Dick Grayson head to the Egyptian charity ball, assuming that King Tut will go there next. Sure enough, undercover police take away a man dressed as King Tut. But this is a costume party, remember? The guy they took away was some unfortunate guy who didn't get the memo. The real King Tut arrives along with Bruce Wayne and a multimillionaire's daughter, Lisa Carson. Lisa, by the way, is played by Lee Merriweather, who also plays Catwoman in the Batman movie. More on the movie closer to the end of this video, though. King Tut manages to kidnap Lisa before anyone notices. He takes her back to his lair at the Pyramid Club, where he plans to make her his wife. She's dressed like Cleopatra, after all. Lisa refuses to be King Tut's bride. Batman and Robin arrive to save Lisa and stop King Tut. They split up, with Robin staying by the door and Batman dropping in via the roof. This turns out to be a terrible mistake. Both are quickly overpowered and captured. Robin is tied up and forced to watch as Batman is placed inside a sarcophagus and lowered into a kiddie pool. In theory, if Batman stays in the coffin, he'll suffocate, but if he escapes, he'll drown. Never mind that, he can just, stand up to the 5 feet of water. In episode 88, Batman's Waterloo, Batman is saved by his ever-loyal butler, Alfred. Batman pings Alfred from inside the sarcophagus using Morse bat code. Wait, is that different from regular bat code? Then he goes into hibernation to buy him some time, which is a thing that Batman apparently knows how to do. Alfred rushes to the lair and lifts the sarcophagus from under the water, but King Tut has already escaped with Robin and Lisa as his captives. Lisa keeps trying to convince King Tut to ransom her off to her very wealthy father. He doesn't want her money, though. He wants her. She finally agrees to marry King Tut, but only if Tut lets her speak to her father. Tut calls Carson's father and promises to keep Lisa safe. In return, Lisa's dad has to give him $8 million so he can pay off the mortgage on his pyramids. 3,000 years worth of it. Lisa's dad immediately phones the police, who phones Batman. The Caped Crusader sends King Tut a personal message over the radio, which Tut isn't too thrilled about. Batman arranges to make the cash exchange with Tut in place of Lisa's father. He'll bring it to the Royal Oil Boiling Room in the abandoned boiler works in the old Boylston section of the city that night. Now say that 5 times fast. While they wait for Batman, Robin and Lisa try to escape with the help of Tut's handmaiden. Tut has a pity party, then remembers he's a supervillain. Batman arrives just as Robin is about to be thrown into the boiling oil of the Royal Oil Boiler Room. The Caped Crusader tosses a special chemical compound into the pot, instantly solidifying the oil. Neat trick. A big battle ensues during the fight. King Tut is bonked on the head. Once again, he turns back into an ordinary, meek professor. With the bad guy taking care of, Bruce Wayne and Lisa Carson finish their date. Wayne walks Lisa to her home, and she invites him in for milk and cookies. Batman might have turned her down, but Bruce Wayne is only human after all. He accepts her invitation to milk and cookies.
Milk and cookies, did you say?
Hey, Lisa's actress does play Catwoman in the movies, so it's not completely against the canon. Don't be fooled by episode 89's title, Black Widow Strikes Again. This is actually the first time that Black Widow, played by Tallulah Bankhead, shows up in the Batman series. This is also the last time that the legendary actress appeared on TV. The Black Widow looks like a sweet old lady, but don't let her looks fool you. She embarks on a bank-robbing crime spree, going in alphabetical order. She does so by pulling up at each bank and using her cerebrum short-circuiter, a device that makes people do what she wants by messing with their brains. Then she politely asks the bank manager to hand over a tidy but not unreasonable sum of money. The Black Widow manages to rob 6 banks before Batman finally figures out her plan.
Black Widow's going right through the alphabet.
He realizes the next bank to be targeted will be Gotham General, so he stakes it out. When an older woman dressed in black comes in, Batman jumps her only to realize it's Aunt Harriet, trying out a modern new style. Oops. The real Black Widow shows up a few minutes later and paralyzes Batman with spider venom. Batman stands frozen and watches the Black Widow rob the bank. Robin also stands, not frozen, but for some reason also just kind of watching the lady rob the bank? Do something, boy! When Batman can move, he and Robin track the spider lady to her underground lair. The two are captured and stuck into a giant spider's web. 2 massive spiders approach the suspended superheroes, preparing to turn them into their meal. In episode 90, Caught in the Spider's Den, Batman saves himself and his sidekick by unleashing an electric shock on the spiders. The two rush to stop the Black Widow, but she uses her cerebrum short-circuiter on them. They thought ahead and protected themselves with some bad electrodes, but they didn't anticipate the Black Widow reversing the polarity on her device. Robin lost his protective electrode, so he's unaffected by the gadget, but Batman falls under Black Widow's control. Robin is captured while Batman and Black Widow drink a toast to their success. Of milk, of course. Batman doesn't drink, even when he's under an evil villain's control. Black Widow has already run out of banks to rob. Either she's already hit up 26 branches, or there just aren't that many banks in Gotham City. She has Batman access the Bat computer remotely and find her a bank she hasn't robbed yet. Black Widow dresses a lifelike dummy like Batman and disguises herself as Robin. Then she drives the Batmobile to the bank and robs it as the dynamic duo. Commissioner Gordon is heartbroken to hear that his favorite heroes have turned to a life of crime. A policeman tracks the duo down, captures the Batmobile, and shoots the dummy Batman.
I've killed Batman!
For once, the police does something right, and it's actually all wrong. Commissioner Gordon calls the Bat phone, thinking he might get Robin to give himself up. Instead, Alfred answers with the address of the Black Widow's lair, which he got by tracing the remote search of the Bat computer. While all this is happening, Robin manages to free himself. He reverses the mind control device and frees Batman from its control. But first, he makes Batman sing a little song. I'm sure he's just testing how fried Batman's brain is, but I like to think it's revenge for all those years of having to wear that ridiculous outfit. Batman fake ties Robin back up and they wait. When Black Widow returns, the two ambush her and fight her henchmen. Batman doesn't want to hit an old lady, so he uses her own cerebrum short-circuiter on her. She's taken off to jail quiet, calmly. Over the next few weeks, Batman returns to the Black Widow to deprogram her using a brainwave bat analyzer. Oh, but they just pretend like they're giving her a hair treatment. Informed consent, who? On one hand, this makes me wonder why he doesn't just do the same thing to all the other criminals in Gotham City. On the other hand, mind control is still pretty terrifying when it's used by a grown man wearing a bat superhero costume. Eesh. In episode 91, Pop Goes the Joker finds a new calling as an artist. Kind of. The Prince of Crime visits a famous artist's gallery and sprays paint all over them. Instead of ruining them, the artist claims that the Joker has made them even better and more valuable. Modern art! Go figure. Encouraged by this turn of events, the Joker enters a prestigious art competition. He competes against off-brand versions of famous artists, Pablo Picasso and Leonardo da Vinci. Also, Da Vinci's pet monkey. What do you mean, why? Why not? While the others paint pretty ridiculous stuff, Joker's final piece is the most absurd. It's a blank canvas called Death of a Mauve Bat.
Where is the bat?
Well, the bat gentleman is dead.
The canvas is blank because the bat is dead. It's symbolism. Clearly, people have been making fun of modern art for decades. The Joker's brilliant work of art wins the contest, of course. This prompts Joker to open an art institute for millionaires, and of course Bruce Wayne enrolls to keep an eye on him. Naturally, the Joker isn't actually reformed, and this was all a ruse to get a bunch of millionaires into one room at the same time. Though honestly, a successful career in modern art might have been just as lucrative for the baddie. During the first lesson, Joker's henchmen hold the group of millionaires at gunpoint. Joker reveals that ransom notes have already been sent to the attendants' families. He's not after their money. The Joker's been bitten by the art bug. He wants something much more valuable: their art collections. With Batman indisposed, it's up to Robin to save the day. He bursts into the art studio and is slammed face first right into one of the students' sculptures. Robin is tied up to a mobile made of palette knives. Bruce Wayne is tied to a nearby chair. He watches helplessly as his sidekick is about to get chopped up by the mobile's spinning blades. In episode 92, Flop Goes the Joker, Bruce Wayne shuffles over and blocks the mobile's mechanism with his chair. This buys Robin enough time to break the mobile and escape without being torn to shreds. He then cuts Wayne loose using one of the mobile's knives. Wayne and Robin overpower Joker's henchmen. They return to Joker and the other millionaires. One of the rich wannabe artists in the class, Baby Jane Towser, arranges to have Joker pardoned. He's just a poor, misunderstood artistic genius. She takes Joker home like he's some sort of stray dog and not a notorious criminal.
And now I have my very own artist to play with.
While having dinner with Baby Jane, Joker is struck by an artistic inspiration. He maniacally clears the table and throws paint all over it. Then he has his henchmen chop it up with axes. What was once an antique table is now many pieces of modern art. Symbolism, I think. Joker convinces Baby Jane that these table chunks are worth a lot of money. They're worth much more than the priceless classical paintings she has on display at the museum. Baby Jane replaces the paintings with bits of table, and the Joker runs off with his artsy loot. The Joker's had enough of Baby Jane. He ties her up and calls Commissioner Gordon. He demands a $10 million ransom for the paintings or he'll burn them. But Joker may have spoken too soon. The paintings he stole are covered by cloths. When he finally uncovers them, he finds that they are not priceless Renaissance pieces. They're adorable drawings made by Batman's butler, Alfred. Oh. The dynamic duo then burst out in Joker's lair, where they've been watching his whole scene unfold. Joker escapes with Baby Jane. The Joker decides to get some revenge by robbing Wayne Manor, but he underestimates Wayne's faithful butler, who promptly beats him in a sword fight. In a panic, Joker accidentally finds the switch to the bat poles. He climbs aboard and tries to slide down, but Alfred activates the bat pole elevator controls. Joker is sent flying up and down the pole, maybe a few more times than necessary. After all is said, Joker is sent back to jail and Alfred opens an exhibit showing off his childish paintings. Alfred donates all the proceeds from the exhibit sales to the Wayne Foundation nursery, of course. Episode 93, Ice Spy, Mr. Freeze returns again, played by a new actor. This time he's portrayed by Eli Wallach, and is back to being a polite gentleman with an ambiguously Germanic accent. At least he's done screaming wild every time he speaks. Even though he's been through 3 different actors, Mr. Freeze is still only after 2 things: ice puns and revenge on Batman. Mr. Freeze stops an ocean liner with his lair, which is shaped like an iceberg. Too soon? Titanic was only like half a century earlier. Mr. Freeze kidnaps a scientist on board, as well as the world-renowned ice skater, Glacia Glaze. With a name like that, it's no surprise that Glacia was actually Mr. Freeze's inside girl. Mr. Freeze's real target is the professor, who has a secret formula for an instant ice ray. The frozen villain relocates his base of operations to under the Bruce Wayne ice arena. He brings his henchmen, his mall, his prisoner, and his homing seal. Wait, what was that last thing? You heard right. You never know when you're going to need a homing seal. The seal comes in handy that very night when she visits the police commissioner. The seal brings a list of random demands from Mr. Freeze. He wants money for the safe return of the scientist. He also wants both Batman and Bruce Wayne to be present at the exchange. This results in possibly the most absurd moment in the show. Batman speaks as Batman and Bruce Wayne in 2 different phones, as Chief O'Hara and Commissioner Gordon hold 2 other phones against each other. Bruce Wayne pre-records a message for Mr. Freeze, then he rushes away and returns as Batman. He collects a fake ransom from Commissioner Gordon and heads out to meet Mr. Freeze. Batman has figured out that Mr. Freeze is under his own ice skating rink. He and Robin arrive early and take Mr. Freeze by surprise. He tries to use his freeze ray on them, but they're ready with their super warm thermal underwear. Mr. Freeze keeps forgetting they have those. Must be all those actor changes messing with his brain. But he has another plan at the ready. He has his henchmen capture the duo and stuff them into a vaporizing cabinet. Once he turns down the temperature inside, he'll be able to evaporate the duo onto the ice skating rink above. What a chilly idea. Episode 94, The Duo Defy, Mr. Freeze pulls the vaporizing lever and the dynamic duo disappears. Could this be the end of Batman and Robin? Meanwhile, Mr. Freeze has finally managed to coax the instant ice ray formula from his kidnapped professor, but the early arrival of Batman has him spooked. He decides to go back to his iceberg hideout to build his new toy. His seal hasn't come back from the police department, but that's a sacrifice Mr. Freeze is willing to make.
We'll just have to sacrifice this all.
Of all the horrible things Batman villains have done, that might be the most heartless. When Mr. Freeze leaves, Batman and Robin come out of hiding. They had escaped the inescapable box of doom by taking the emergency exit. Holy health and safety regulations! By the next morning, Mr. Freeze has his new ice weapon built. He demands to be paid a huge sum of money. If he doesn't get what he wants, he'll encase all of Gotham City in solid ice. But he made a huge mistake by leaving his seal behind. She's a homing seal. Batman attaches a tracker to her and lets her do what she does best: find home. The duo busts into the iceberg. Mr. Freeze tries to freeze them again and fails again. Has he learned nothing? The only way to freeze these two guys is to get them out of their underwear, and he's going to need a whole different plan to do that. Batman and Robin battle the icy villain and send him and his cold cronies to jail. And with that frosty finish, the second season of Batman comes to an end. Episode 95, Enter Batgirl, Exit Penguin, marks the start of the third season of Batman. Sadly, the episode titles don't rhyme anymore, and each episode is a self-contained story instead of a two-episode duo. This episode marks the arrival of a new member to the crime-fighting family, Batgirl, played by Yvonne Craig. She turned the dynamic duo into the terrific trio and provided a fresh face to shake up their dynamic. In the episode, the Penguin devises a plan to marry Commissioner Gordon's daughter, Barbara Gordon. He doesn't realize that Barbara is secretly Batgirl. On her way to the opera with her father, Barbara is snatched out of the elevator by the Penguin and his crooked cronies. Gordon becomes worried when his daughter isn't at the apartment when he arrives. Penguin gives the man a call and reveals his plan to marry Barbara.
He'll threaten her, and he'll force her to consent.
That's not how consent works, Bruce. By marrying the commissioner's daughter, Penguin thinks he'll become immune to legal prosecution. Barbara doesn't quake in fear like some others might. She's a tough, ferocious young woman. But in the end, she agrees to marry the Penguin to protect her father. Penguin sends his henchmen, labeled henchmen, to collect someone official to marry them. They rush to the nearest preacher, who happens to be having dinner with Alfred. The butler pretends that he's the minister. He activates his bat tracker and allows the henchmen to take him away. Alfred is taken to the same place as Barbara, in an abandoned apartment right next to her own home. He walks right in as she's sneaking out through the window. She makes him promise not to reveal her secret to anyone. Poor Alfred has no idea what's going on, but he rolls with it. Batman and Robin track Alfred to the Penguin's hideout. They arrive at the same moment as the third masked crime fighter and Barbara Gordon's secret identity, Batgirl. The terrific trio defeat the Penguin and his henchmen. After the fight, Batgirl sneaks back out through the window. Then, the Penguin wakes up and takes everyone captive in giant sacks. He takes them away to a secret hideout, but Batgirl follows in her hidden bat cycle. Penguin hangs Batman and Robin above the boiling pot like a bunch of human teabags. Before he can dunk them, Batgirl crashes the tea party. Batgirl and Alfred take on the Penguin and his lackeys. Alfred releases Batman and Robin while the duo take over the fight. Batgirl and Alfred have a heated conversation. Alfred knows Batgirl's secret identity as Barbara, and she knows that he's Bruce Wayne's butler. She makes him swear as a gentleman's gentleman that he'll never tell anyone her secret identity. Now, Alfred knows Bruce Wayne is Batman, and Barbara Gordon is Batgirl, but neither of them know that he knows. This might get complicated. Batgirl runs off to change into Barbara. Meanwhile, Batman and Robin defeat the Penguin and his gang. They rescue Barbara from her marriage. In episode 96, Ring Around the Riddler, back in Frank Gorshin's capable hands, enters the boxing ring. Riddler brainwashes the current champ to throw his next fight. While the boxing match is underway, Riddler robs some receipts from the box office. He leaves a riddle and a strange blinking device for Batman. Batman, Robin, and Batgirl are on the case. Some strange things are happening around Gotham Square Garden. The boxer is found with no memory of his last match. Batman and Robin visit the boxing office. Chief O'Hara is there, looking a little less intelligent than usual.
What car? Who's Commissioner Gordon?
But just a little. That afternoon, the Riddler then appears on a TV show disguised as a famous Asian fighter. Barbara sees through his disguise and changes into Batgirl to investigate. Batgirl tracks the Riddler to his hideout in an abandoned gym. she finds another baddie there, Lorelei Circe, aka the Siren, played by the enchanting Joan Collins. The Siren has the power to control men with her special mind-controlling song. It's how Riddler got the boxer to do his bidding. He has 3 more men lined up to take the plunge into the ring. Siren tries her song on Batgirl but fails because it only works on men. Riddler ties Batgirl up and locks her in the gym's sauna, but the clever crime fighter quickly escapes through an air vent. The Riddler challenges Batman to a boxing match, which Batman accepts. That night, they clash in the boxing ring with all their friends watching. Batman fights honorably, of course, but the Riddler isn't a good sport. He covers Batman in metal shavings and has his accomplice activate a powerful magnet. This makes Batman unable to move, and Riddler is able to beat him up with ease. Barbara realizes what's happening. She changes into Batgirl and takes out the Riddler's sidekick. She turns off the magnet and Batman regains full control. Riddler chickens out of the fight and runs away, but he doesn't get very far. Batman, Robin, and Batgirl quickly round up the faux boxer. Episode 97, The Wail of the Siren, turns the spotlight to the Siren who briefly appeared in the previous episode. In the Batman universe, the Siren was a famous singer able to sing in 7 octaves. She turned to a life of crime when she realized that she could hit a specific note that could charm any man into doing her bidding. Siren heads straight to Commissioner Gordon and charms him with her magical note. Gordon invites Batman to a meeting, then fails to show. Batgirl is concerned about the disappearance of her dad. Acting on a hunch, she heads out to find the Siren's lair. But first, she gets her own theme song.
Batgirl, Batgirl, Batgirl.
Instead of meeting with Batman, the Commissioner hides out in the trunk of the Batmobile. The Siren's task for him is to find out the location of the Batcave. Gordon hitches a ride to the Batcave and climbs out of the car when Batman and Robin leave. He spots Alfred dusting the cave. He recognizes the man as Bruce Wayne's butler, and the voice that answers the bat phone. Gordon actually puts 2 and 2 together and figures out the real identities of Batman and Robin. Uh-oh. Alfred knocks the Commissioner out with a sleeping spray before Gordon reports his findings to the Siren. At the Siren's lair, Batgirl overhears the Siren hypnotizing Bruce Wayne over the phone. Well, she wants to charm her way into the millionaire's fortune. Like, that's never been tried before. Wayne leaves to meet her, completely under her spell. Batgirl immediately tries to call Batman, but she gets Robin instead. Batman and the Boy Wonder show up at the meeting spot, but they're too late. Bruce Wayne has already signed over everything he owns to the Siren. Now that the Siren has Bruce's riches, she doesn't need him anymore. She orders him to jump off the roof of his own manor. Robin and Batgirl overhear this and show up to stop him. In the fight, the Siren is knocked off the roof. Robin catches her, but only promises to save her if she sings the antidote note that would bring everyone she's entranced back to normal. This frees Bruce Wayne from her control. It also restores Commissioner Gordon, who slept through and forgot everything, and Chief O'Hara, who was told to jump in the lake.
I didn't do much drying.
Poor guy. In episode 98, The Sport of the Penguins, a woman with the delightful name of Lola Lasagna is giving a press conference. She has with her a precious parasol and a horse named Parasol. The penguin waddles right up and steals her parasol, the umbrella kind, not the horse kind. A little while later, Penguin visits the library and steals a precious book about umbrellas and parasols. He does this right in front of Barbara, who, for some reason, just watches him do it. When he's almost wandered off with the precious book, she finally snaps into action. She snatches the book away and he flees, leaving behind a ticking umbrella. Barbara calls her dad, who calls Batman and Robin. The umbrella eventually waits until Batman safely picks it up and takes it to another room before exploding. Meanwhile, Penguin is hiding out in his secret bookshop, called Penguin's Bookshop. Batman will never find him there. Lola Lasagna shows up, and the Penguin reveals that her parasol was a worthless fake. It turns out that Lola is completely broke after a brief marriage to a South American billionaire. She had to sell her collection of precious parasols to survive. All she has left is Parasol. The horse, that is. Why she didn't sell the horse before the umbrellas is a mystery. Lola wants to win Bruce Wayne's charity race with her horse Parasol. There's just one problem. It's a charity case. Parasol is the race's favorite, so she can't even make money from the betting. The Penguin comes up with a scheme to switch Parasol with another horse, disguising them as each other. With Parasol running under worse odds, they'll be able to bet against the favorite and make bank. Lola and the Penguin head to a local glue factory to buy a spare horse. The factory's owner lets them know that the horse's hooves aren't actually used to make the glue anymore, but he does keep a horse around for emergencies. Whatever that means.
Well, you see, I always keep a spare one here just in case of an emergency.
While they're haggling, Batman and Robin show up to throw some hands, and Batgirl joins them shortly. Penguin manages to run away, but first he glues down the Batmobile's wheels. Meanwhile, Lola horse-snaps the emergency glue horse. Lola disguises the glue horse and swaps it with Parasol. She names the disguised Parasol Bumbershoot, which is a fancy word for umbrella that I bet you didn't know. But the only way that the two can make any actual money by betting on Bumbershoot is by actually having money to bet, so Penguin goes back to the library to steal the umbrella book that he tried to get earlier. As the episode heads to a rare third season two-parter, Barbara's library alarm goes off. In episode 99, A Horse of Another Color, Barbara calls Gordon, who calls Batman, who fails to stop the Penguin. The Penguin rushes to sell the folio to a collector, named Mr. A. Alfred. It's Alfred. Of course. Alfred pays the Penguin for the folio, and it is returned to the library within the hour. The Penguin now has his betting cash. He and Lola decide to even the odds and get all the other horses to withdraw from the race. Lola infects them with itching powder, leaving only the fake Parasol and Bumbershoot. Batman finds out that his charity race only has 2 horses competing, and one of them is ridden by the Penguin himself. Batman decides to enter his own horse into the race, which he hadn't done before because it's his own race and it didn't feel proper. Since the Penguin is racing atop Bumbershoot, Batman also gets his young friends Dick Grayson and Batgirl to be the jockeys for the other 2 horses. But he doesn't want his young ward riding Wayne's horse. That would be weird.
No, Dick, I couldn't allow my own ward to ride my own thoroughbred.
Penguin riding Bumbershoot, who is secretly Parasol, Grayson riding Parasol, who is secretly the glue horse, and Batgirl riding Bruce Wayne's horse named Waynebow. And they're off. Bumbershoot takes the lead for most of the race, but Batgirl and Waynebow take the lead in the end and win the race. Bumbershoot comes in second and Parasol in last place. Penguin cuts his losses and tries to run away. Batgirl stops him, buying Wayne and Grayson enough time to change into their masked alter egos. They join Batgirl, and Penguin and Lola are arrested. That's the end of their racing career. Episode 100, The Unkindest Tut of All, sees the old Egyptology professor get hit on the head again. When he returns to being Tut this time, he decides to retire from crime and set up shop as a crime predictor. When 3 crimes he predicts actually come true, Batman begins to suspect, rightfully, that the Pharaoh is committing the crimes himself. King Tut's real target is Batman, and once again he comes closer than any other villain to discovering Batman's real identity. Tut botches the crime attempt on purpose and uses the chance to plant a tracking device on the Batmobile. This leads him to discover that the Batcave is hidden under Wayne Manor. He reveals his discovery by calling the manor,
Hello, Batman. This is your monarch speaking.
And asking for Batman instead of Bruce Wayne. Of course, Wayne denies being Batman. Tut demands he proves this by being in the same place as the Caped Crusader. So Wayne arranges the Batmobile to drive a dummy of Batman to meet with the Pharaoh. Through some expert ventriloquism, King Tut is fooled. How'd they get the dummy's mouth to move in sync with his words? Tut is disappointed, but quickly shifts gears. If he can't have Batman, he'll take the world. The Pharaoh tries to steal some ancient Egyptian artifacts from the library that allegedly hold the secret to world domination. Realizing the danger, Batgirl rushes to the library on her bat cycle, but she's too late. She chases King Tut to his new hideout, but she's knocked out by Tut's new queen. Luckily, Batman and the Boy Wonder track Batgirl to the hideout. They free her and defeat Tut and his loyal followers. In episode 101, Louis the Lilac introduces a flowery new antagonist. Louis the Lilac was played by Milton Berle, a beloved TV star and comedian known to audiences of the time as Mr. Television. Unfortunately, his appearance in this role is played completely straight, so he's not at his best. Gotham City is in the thrall of flower power and peace protests when Louis enters the scene. But there are no longer flowers in the city because Louis has bought them all. It's totally groovy. Louis uses his special lilac spray to whisk away a young hippie named Princess Primrose. Primrose is Barbara Gordon's old friend, so she reports the abduction to her father, who dismisses her completely. So she calls for the help of Batman and Robin, who are more willing to listen to her worries. The two visit Louis' flower shop, but it's a trap. Louis' assistant knocks Robin out with poison flowers, while Louis takes out Batman the more traditional way, by hitting him over the head with a flower pot. Louis sends them to a hothouse full of man-eating flowers where they're ferociously attacked by the plants. Meanwhile, Louis takes Primrose back to the park. He wants to convince the other flower children to follow him, but while she's giving them a speech about how great Louis is, the flower spray wears off. She refuses to help him recruit henchmen from her hippie friends. So Louis kind of just gives up. He returns to the plant shop hideout just as Batman and Robin break out of his trap. They kick a hole in the hothouse, which lets in the cold air and kills the plants. Batgirl also shows up, and the terrific trio battle and defeat Louie and his henchmen. Batgirl snatches up a spray can of powdery mildew. Louie begs her not to use it, so she smiles and sprays him with it full in the face. Damn, Batgirl.
Anything it touches molds and decays.
Louie, now covered in mold, vows to get Batgirl back, and also to control the flower market. Maybe get some bigger goals if you're going to be a Batman villain. In episode 102, The Og and I, the Brainiac Egghead is back in Gotham. He's accompanied this time by Olga, Queen of the Cossacks, who looks oddly familiar. Wait, isn't that just Zelda the Great? Egghead and Olga work together to kidnap Commissioner Gordon. Egghead demands that Gotham City pay a terrible ransom. 10 cents tax per egg eaten. Oh no, actually it's more horrible than that. Egghead wants the entire police force to be reassigned to be his egg counters. Their task would be go around counting and collecting the tax on every egg eaten in Gotham City. Eesh. Batgirl and Alfred team up to follow Gordon's scent, literally by following the scent of his potent aftershave.
I think I guess your plan.
Meanwhile, Batman and Robin head to the embassy of Olga's homeland. The ambassador is convinced that Olga is after the samovar of Genghis Khan, which is kind of like a really fancy kettle. Anyone who owns the samovar becomes the official ruler of Olga's home country, which is why she's out to snatch it. This samovar is big enough for Batman and Robin to fit comfortably inside of it, so they do. When Olga arrives to steal it, she's unknowingly taking the duo to her hideout. The whole thing was a trap, though. As soon as Batman and Robin burst outside of the samovar, they're gassed by Olga. She was secretly working with the ambassador and is now going to cook them up in some nice borscht. Or rather, Commissioner Gordon and Robin will be soup. Olga wants to keep Batman as one of her 6 husbands. Egghead disagrees. He thinks they should kill Batman and his friends now that they have them. They argue until one of Olga's loyal Cossack henchmen knocks Egghead out with one strike. She settles down with her husband-to-be as the Robin and Gordon soup is prepared in a massive pot. Thankfully, Gordon's aftershave is so strong that Batgirl was able to find the hideout. She arrives in time to bust the 3 out of their soupy ordeal. Egghead wakes up and comes to Olga's rescue. He pulls out 2 chickens. He's been feeding the poor things nothing but onions for weeks. He throws their eggs at the terrific trio, and they explode into clouds of tear gas. The bad guys use the chance to run away, and the episode ends in a rare Season 3 cliffhanger. In episode 103, How to Hatch a Dinosaur, Olga and Egghead continue their capers in Gotham City. This time, they steal 2 pounds of radium, a highly radioactive and dangerous element. The radium isn't worth that much money, so Batman suspects the two are up to something much bigger. Meanwhile, Barbara Gordon goes to the Gotham Museum of Natural History to deliver a book to a professor of paleontology. While she's there, an ancient dinosaur egg is stolen from the museum. She reports to Batman and Robin, who head to the Batcave to puzzle this out. It's no secret that Egghead loves eggs, but why would he want to steal a 40-million-year-old dinosaur egg with 2 pounds of radioactive material? Batman and Batgirl conduct some research that leads them to a special article published in an obscure journal. Alfred happens to subscribe to it, so they both call him to locate a specific article for them. The article talks about using radioactive energy to bring fossils back to life. So that's what Egghead and the Cossacks are up to. They want to hatch their own very Neosaurus dinosaur. Batman and Batgirl track the radiation from the stolen radium to Egghead's warehouse. The boy and girl wonder rush inside to fight the Cossack henchmen. Egghead captures Batgirl and the Cossacks get Robin. They all get to watch as history is made. The ancient dinosaur egg starts to hatch right before them.
The Neosaurus is going to hatch!
But wait a second. Where's Batman? What? Did you expect Batman to come bursting out of the egg? That would be impossible. The dinosaur rushes at Egghead, Olga, and the Cossacks. When they realize they can't control it, the villains run out of the warehouse and right into the waiting police vehicle outside. Batgirl and Robin square off against the baby dinosaur. But there's no need, it's just Batman in disguise. Of course the egg didn't hatch. That would be impossible. Wait, but how did Batman get into the egg? In episode 104, Surf's Up, Joker's Under, is the obligatory beach episode you didn't know you wanted. The Joker decides to become a world-famous surfer. He sets up a shop in a shack by the beach and kidnaps a handful of popular local surfer dudes. He wants to get all of their surfing tricks and secrets and become king of the waves.
I will rule the waves. Me, the Joker.
It's all part of his quest for world domination. Trust. Barbara is at the beach and she suspects foul play. Chief O'Hara and Commissioner Gordon show up at the beach undercover as beach bums Buzzy and Duke. Oh, good to see them getting a vacation for once. Batman and Robin also arrive, though sadly they don't swap their outfits for a beachy variation. They spot Joker's newest mall pretty quickly, but they can't pin them down as doing anything wrong, so they just let things be for now. Meanwhile, Joker has another surfer at his beachside hideout. He has a cool new machine. It saps all of the surfer's knowledge and youthful energy and transfers it to the Joker. The Joker could use this machine to get so much knowledge and power, but what he really wants is to win the local surfing championship. Batman and Robin decide to drop in on the Joker to see what he's up to. Inside the shack, Batman and Robin are hit by poisonous sea urchin spines. Poisoning them isn't enough, though. Joker hands them off to his expert henchman craftsman, who turn the dynamic duo into a pair of surfboards. Batman and Robin explode the surfboards from the inside and escape. The materials used in the surfboard creations are highly combustible. They must have reacted with something in Batman's utility belt. And the foam has melted all the sea urchin spines off and dissolved the poison too. Okay, they're not even trying at this point. There's only one way to settle this. Batman challenges Joker to a surfing showdown.
Shall we go into the men's locker room and put on our baggies?
Aw yeah, there's the limited edition Batman beach costume. Batman and Joker hit the waves. They go toe-to-toe, putting on one hell of a surfing show. Batman even gains a few more points by pulling out some shark repellent on the handful of sharks that get too close. Throwback to the movie. They come crashing back to shore, where Batman is declared the winner. Joker gets 1 point for looking rad, but Batman gets all the other points. The Joker's skills aren't his own, anyway. A beach brawl breaks out and the Joker is sent away, but first he's forced to transfer all his surfing skills back to the youngins, where it rightfully belongs. Episode 105, The Londinium Larcenies, is the start of another 3-part series. This one has Batman, Robin, and Batgirl leave the familiarity of Gotham City and places them in the foggy streets of London. I mean, a totally fictional city called Londinium. The episode opens with a theft of the Queen's private museum in Chuckingham Palace. The Queen's priceless snuff boxes are stolen by Lord Marmaduke Fogg of Fogshire, played by Rudy Valley, and his sister, Lady Penelope Peasoup, played by Glynis Johns. The sibling duo escape under the cover of fog created by Lord Fogg's special pipe. Back in Gotham City, Batman is called to Londinium by the President of the United States, by request from Londinium's First Minister. Commissioner Gordon happens to be on the way to Londinium to give a lecture at an international policing event. This means his daughter Barbara, aka Batgirl, gets to come along on the adventure. As the entire Wayne Foundation and half the police department slowly wind their way to Londinium by boat, Lord Fogg and Lady Peasoup steal another precious artifact this time. They steal a lady's jeweled Russian Easter eggs. Lady Peasoup reads the poster that Batman is on the way to Londinium to take on their case, but Lord Fogg isn't worried. He announces that they have just one final heist to undertake, the crown jewels of the Tower of Londinium. When Batman arrives in Londinium, Alfred sets up a temporary British Batcave in a rented country manor. How did they get all that stuff here? Batman, Robin, and Barbara Gordon all go to visit the Foggs' estate, because they want to check out their cool estate and do some sightseeing priorities. At the Foggs' estate, they meet Lord Fogg's daughter, Lady Prudence, played by Lynn Peters. She runs a young ladies' school where they help women learn the ways of the world. Batman, Robin, and Barbara are shown around the grounds. The three become more aware that something is not quite right here.
I'll have the chauffeur and the footman start preparing a grave at once, sir.
Meanwhile, Prudence lets Robin in on a secret. The girls in her school are actually taught to be expert thieves for the Fogg family. When Batman and Robin go to leave, they're stopped by a roadblock. Fogg's henchmen attack the Americans. Batman and Robin are quickly joined by Batgirl, who quickly change into the bushes. The three defeat the bad guys thanks largely to Batgirl's help and return to their Londinium Batcave, but the Batcave is full of smoke. In episode 106, The Foggiest Notion, Batman and Robin appear at the British Police Department. The fog was nothing but a distraction planted in their Batmobile. The dynamic duo suspects the Fogg family is behind all the recent illegal shenanigans when they were fighting their henchmen. Batman recognized the Fogg estate's servants. Barbara Gordon arrives at that moment carrying a mysterious package. Batman calmly explains that the smoking gadget is about to blow up. All it does is open the package, revealing 3 bells. This leads Batman and Robin to a pub called the 3 Bells. Batman goes inside while a disappointed Robin waits outside. He's still underage, you know. Batman is ambushed in a pub brawl. Outside, Robin is also captured by a group of girls from the ladies' school. Meanwhile, Batgirl visits the Fogg estate again. She finds all the stolen loot conveniently stashed in the estate's cricket court. They even neatly labeled it, so she could have no doubt that they're the stolen goods. Batgirl is attacked by Lady Prudence and several henchmen. Prudence paralyzes Batgirl and takes her hostage. Back at the pub, Lord Fogg shows up to take care of Batman himself. He uses a special device on Batman that erases his memories. Luckily, Alfred spots Batman before the guy gets lost in Londinium. He takes the confused crime fighter back to the Batcave and restores his memories with a bat gadget. Batman wastes no time and calls up the police department.
That perfidious Lord Fogg trapped me in the Three Bells pub, Commissioner.
He tells them that their hunch about Lord Fogg was right. Alfred was really looking for Batman to pass on a message from Batgirl. She wanted him to know that she was entering the Fogg's den. And that's where she is now, joined by Robin. Batgirl is thrown into the dungeon by the ruthless Londinium ladies. But the Foggs have a much better idea for Robin. They bring Robin to the Tower of Londinium and tie him down to a giant wrench. This is connected to a drawbridge, and when a ship comes along, the drawbridge is raised. Robin will be crushed to death by the mechanism. Batman appears and rescues Robin in the nick of time. They battle Fogg's henchmen, but Fogg unleashes a cloud of fog from his pipe and escapes. In episode 107, The Bloody Tower, Batman fights his way out of Londinium Tower, then reunites with Robin and Alfred. The three head for the Fogg estate to rescue Batgirl. Batgirl is still chained up in the basement dungeon of the Fogg's mansion. Lord Fogg and Lady Peasoup prepare to get rid of her. They leave the dungeon and throw lethal fog pellets down the stairs behind them. Before long, Batman and Robin arrive at the estate. Robin steps right into the trap, even though it's very clearly labeled with a sign that reads, Death Bee Beehive Tripwire. He's attacked by a deadly African death bee. The bee doesn't actually sting him, but he's too terrified to move, understandably. Lord Fogg and Lady Peasoup go to check on their bound Batgirl. Somehow she's still not dead. They figure their lethal fog might be a little stale, so they go get a fresh batch. When they return, they come head-to-head with Batman, who's broken in to free his fellow crime fighter. Fogg pushes Batman down the stairs into the dungeon and throws the fresh poisonous fog pellets after him. Back in the main house, Lady Penelope is waiting with Robin. It seems that the bee finally decided to sting the boy wonder. Batman gets rid of the fog with his anti-lethal fog bat spray, which he handily pulls out of his utility belt. He then gets to work freeing Batgirl from her chains. Meanwhile, upstairs, Robin is totally fine, actually. He had one African death bee antidote pill left, so he's not dying anymore. Yay! Wait, his last one? Just how often does he have a reason to use them? Now that he's okay, he's been torn apart by something far more dangerous than murder hornets. Teenage girls.
I'm getting out of here.
The brave boy manages to get away by jumping out the window. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Lord Fogg and Lady Peasoup realize their time is running out, so they prepare their private plane to escape to Argentilla. But first, they have one final heist to pull off. Batman and Batgirl also escape from their dungeons through the grate overhead. Batman has his anti-death fog spray, but he forgot to pack his batarang. No worries, he simply uses an ancient technique of rope charming to coax the rope to float up to the grate and tie itself. Bat logic is a marvelous thing. The terrific trio race to the Tower of Londinium to stop the nefarious Londinium jewel nappers. Despite leaving later, the crime fighters beat the criminals to the tower. They even have enough time to change into Crown Guard costumes and fool the old fools into getting close enough to capture. The local Londinium police also arrive, and the crooks are captured red-handed. Episode 108, Catwoman's Dress to Kill, starts with Commissioner Gordon and Chief O'Hara receiving an award at a fashion show. The award isn't for them, it's for Batgirl for being the best-dressed crime fighter in Gotham. Figures.
This award just goes to prove that there is room for style, even in crime fighting.
Anyway, the award ceremony is crashed by a strong female from the other side of the crime-fighting world, Catwoman. In this episode, Catwoman is played by yet another new actress, Aretha Kitt. This was a huge choice at the time. Not only was Kitt the first black woman to play Catwoman, she's also one of the only small handful of people of color who appeared on the show at all during its run. In the episode, Catwoman enters the scene full of jealousy. Why should Batgirl get the Best Dressed award when Catwoman's clearly got the most stylish getup in this side of Gotham? Catwoman throws a special bomb at the assembled women in the audience. The bomb gives them a horrific bad hair day. Forever. Catwoman's plan is simple. She's trying to lure Batgirl and the other crime fighters out so she can get rid of them. Then she'll be free to steal her greatest object of desire, the Golden Fleece. The famous dress is made entirely of gold and utterly priceless. The dress will be worn by the visiting Queen of Belgravia. Catwoman is going to steal it, then sell it right back to the Queen. Catwoman lays her trap for Batgirl by publicizing the plans of her next caper. She shows up at the fashion show where the dynamic duo are also waiting for her. Catwoman distracts the two until her real target arrives. Batgirl. The feline felon lures Batgirl into the women's dressing room where she gasses and abducts her. Batman and Robin go in to help Batgirl, holding their eyes closed, of course. They're gentlemen. Catwoman has Batgirl taken to her lair and inside an abandoned clothing factory. She straps her to a conveyor belt, leading to a sewing machine that will transform Batgirl into a dress. Then she calls Batman and tells him where he can find his fellow crime fighter. The sewing machine is geared up to start maiming Batgirl at exactly 3 p.m., which is the same time that the Belgravian Queen will be arriving at the Belgravian Embassy. If Batman saves Batgirl, Catwoman will steal the Golden Fleece, but if he saves the dress, then Batgirl dies. What will our hero do? Everyone seems to forget that Batman has a sidekick and they can, and have, split up. Instead, Batman calls another ace up his sleeve. Alfred. Alfred gets to Batgirl in time to stop the machine. Wait, what? What is he wearing? Batman told Alfred to wear a disguise so Batgirl wouldn't connect Bruce Wayne's butler to Batman. Catwoman crashes the party of the Belgravian Embassy and steals the Golden Fleece just like she planned. But things go south when Batman and Robin show up, followed by Batgirl. They fight and defeat Catwoman's cronies, and Catwoman is sent right back to jail. Episode 109, The Og Couple, Egghead and Olga are back. Again. How do they keep getting out of jail? The two troublemakers are bound for the museum again. And this time, they're after two artifacts in one. A silver scimitar stuck in a golden egg. Olga wants a sword because it will signify her as the true leader of her nation. Wait, this samovar wasn't enough? And Egghead just wants the egg, of course. Their last little mishap didn't break them apart. Egghead and Olga are still as in love as ever. But Olga won't have a big marriage without a dowry. Egghead plans a series of heists to gift Olga the biggest dowry ever. And he plans to start with eggs. Of course, but they're fish eggs. 500 pounds of incredibly valuable dehydrated caviar. The caviar is being stored in a cooled vault at the bank. Olga and her Cossacks run right through and steal the caviar before Egghead can even get there. He shows up a few minutes late and is stopped by some guards. When Batgirl gets to the scene of the crime, Egghead begs for protection from the horrible guards.
Oh, protect me, Batgirl. That monster is going to shoot me.
Of course Batgirl will protect him, as long as he tells her where his Cossack friends are hiding out. Egghead brings Batgirl to his hideout and he tells her Olga isn't there, but of course she is. They're planning to ambush her, but when he opens the door to announce her, she's gone. The crafty heroine saw through Egghead's scheme and pops in through a different door to counter-ambush them. Batgirl is still captured and forced to dance for Egghead and Olga's amusement. Batman and Robin raid the place. Egghead throws Batgirl into the caviar where she starts to drown and also freeze. The dynamic duo rescue their friend, but the Cossacks and the Egghead escape to heist another day. Episode 110, The Funny Feline Felonies. The Joker is released from prison on good behavior. He insists he's a reformed man and even shares a cigar with the prison warden that doesn't explode when he lights it. As soon as he walks out of prison, Catwoman's hideous green Cadillac pulls up. Catwoman pretends to kidnap Joker while the prison guards and warden watch.
She's kidnapping me! Honest!
The Joker and Catwoman working together? What are these two up to? Catwoman and the Joker set up in a hotel room across the street from the commissioner's office. Gordon, O'Hara, Batman, and Robin are in there at that moment discussing the case. A shot into the room throws them all to the ground in a panic. Batman bat creeps to the window and figures out where the shot was fired from. By the time the Caped Crusaders, joined by Batgirl, show up in the hotel room, Catwoman and the Joker are long gone. The only thing they leave behind is Joker's prison-issued outfit and a tiny scrap of paper. When she thinks Batman isn't looking, Batgirl slips the piece of paper into her pocket, then leaves. Okay, weird. Catwoman and Joker settle in at their new hideout, where Catwoman reveals her clever plan. She's stolen an old poem from the library. The poem is a riddle to finding 1 million pounds of gunpowder hidden somewhere in Gotham City. Once they have the gunpowder, they can use it to blow a hole in the Federal Depository building and loot it. Catwoman fully intends to play a game of cat and mouse with Batman. She left a corner of the poem's parchment paper at the hotel room for him to find. What she doesn't know is that Batgirl found it first. Batgirl has no intention of keeping her secrets to herself. Using her day job at the library, she discovers the missing poem and immediately decodes it. Then she calls Batman and tells him to meet her at the apartment of a famous music producer. Catwoman and Joker show up at the apartment first and face off against a guy in a nightshirt, threatening them with karate. The nightshirt is the key to finding the gunpowder. Catwoman's goons overpower the poor guy and strip him. They prepare to leave, but Batman and Robin show up just in time. They fight and completely trash the producer's apartment. With the henchmen out of the way, Batman just wants to know one thing. Why? Why steal a guy's shirt? Joker makes up a story about Catwoman fooling him into it, but when he goes to shake the duo's hands in good faith, he shocks him. This is no joke buzzer either, it's a lethal toxin that'll kill him within minutes. Catwoman and Joker run away while the dynamic duo waste away. Batgirl arrives in the nick of time and gives them the bat antidotes. Batgirl shares the real reason behind Joker and Catwoman's caper, and their quest for the gunpowder treasure. They rush to find another part of the poem, but they're too late. The villainous twosome already has stolen it, and now they're lying in wait outside for a cliffhanger. Episode 111, The Joke's on Catwoman, continues with the previous episode's story. Joker and Catwoman wait for Batman and Robin to ride away in the Batmobile. Then they ambush Batgirl. Catwoman ties her up with a special twine that reacts to the heat of her body. They leave Batgirl to slowly choke to death. Unlike Batman and Robin, Batgirl doesn't need saving. She saves herself by rolling to the sprinkler and turning it on. The cold water causes the string to expand instead of contract, and set her free. Back in the lair, Catwoman and Joker pull their ill-gotten loot together. They form a map and riddle that points them to Phony Island on the tip of Gotham City. The terrific trio watch the scene unfold in secret, then follow along in the Batmobile. The map clues lead Catwoman and Joker to a nearly abandoned lighthouse. The two cat burglars capture the lighthouse keepers, which prompts the terrific trio to take action. They rush in to free the couple, but the fight opens the fake wall in the lighthouse. The false room behind it is stacked floor to ceiling with gunpowder. Joker lights a match to see inside better, and of course he drops it. The pile explodes and nothing happens. You see, in the moments before the gunpowder exploded, Batman managed to fill the room with anti-blast gunpowder. Even Catwoman rolls her eyes at that ridiculous explanation. Well, there goes the Catwoman's plans to use the gunpowder to blow their way to riches. Catwoman and Joker are captured and we're only halfway through the episode. Now what? Now the series turns into a courtroom drama. Catwoman calls the best criminal attorney in the city to represent them. The charges against the two are pretty bad. Robbery, attempted murder, assault and battery, mayhem, and worst of all, overtime parking. Batman calls the lighthouse keepers and last episode's music producer to the stand. They testify that Catwoman and Joker are guilty as charged on all counts. For some reason, Catwoman's lawyer doesn't offer any kind of defense or cross-examination. This should be easy with tons of evidence and eyewitnesses' testimony against them. The jury reaches a verdict without even discussing it. They find Joker and Catwoman not guilty. The judge is appalled by this. How could these men overlook the facts like that? Batman susses out a secret. All of the jurors are actually old associates of Catwoman's. With their secrets out, the jury attacks, the courtroom turns into a brawl, and even the judge gets in on the action and thumps a thug. Catwoman and Joker are captured and arrested, and this time they'll be going straight to jail, as is customary in Gotham City. Episode 112, Louis' Lethal Lilac Time, Bruce Wayne is relaxing at his beach house with Dick Grayson and Barbara Gordon. While exploring the beach, Grayson and his friends come across a strange substance. They bring it back to Wayne, who informs them that it's ambergris. Congealed whale fat that's extremely valuable in the perfume market. Yes, it's a real thing. Before they can do anything with it though, Louis the Lilac shows up with two gangsters. They threaten Wayne and Grayson at gunpoint. They steal the ambergris and force the two men to come with them too. When the call about the kidnapping is placed to Batman, the commissioner is appalled to discover that the dynamic duo is out of town for a few days. Who will save Wayne and Grayson? Louis has a new plan to capture the flower market, through perfume. He brings Wayne and Grayson back to his home base where he has a whole perfumery set up. His assistant is prepared to make perfume with the valuable ambergris they stole, but she needs more ingredients from various other animals. Louis sends his henchmen to go get them. Soon, word reaches Commissioner Gordon and his daughter that the zoo is missing some muskrats, beavers, and civets. And back at Louis' hideout, it's up to Wayne to remove the correct parts of the animals through surgery. Why Wayne? He's apparently an animal expert or something. The ever-resourceful Alfred tracks down his employer, he alerts the police and Batgirl, and sends the Batmobile to the hideout, in case they need it. Everyone arrives at the hideout all at once. The police demand that Wayne and Grayson be released. Meanwhile, Batgirl takes things into her own hands. She rushes in, but is instantly taken out by Louis' lilac spray. He captures her and prepares to dunk her in a tub of hot perfume oil. Bruce Wayne agrees to help Louis perform the operation of the animals. In return, he asks Louis to spare Batgirl. All Wayne needs to perform complicated veterinary surgery is 2 glasses of warm water. Louis locks Wayne and Grayson in the basement, then he continues his plan to kill Batgirl anyway. He's just waiting for the oil to get hot enough. Alone in the basement, Wayne pulls out his secret pill-sized weapon, instant unfolding bat costumes. All he has to do is add warm water, and Batman and Robin are back in action. The two leave through the window and then burst in through the front and rescue Batgirl. They round up Louis and his gangsters and deliver them to the police. Then they go back down to the basement to release the hostages. Batman and Robin go in, and Wayne and Grayson come out. The day, the animals, and Batman and Robin's secret identities are safe once again. Episode 113 stars Barbara Rush as the women's rights activist and villainess Nora Clavicle. Nora gets buddy-buddy with the mayor's wife. Through her influence, she gets the mayor to fire the entire police department. Nora has everyone replaced by women. The horror! The trouble isn't that the police force is all women, the trouble is that they're all women who work for Nora, who's secretly a crime lord. So the ladies in blue chat about sales and shoes and fuss with their makeup while Nora robs the city blind. Not a good look, ladies. Batman, Robin, and Batgirl find Nora and her gang in their headquarters at a knitting needle factory, of course. The heroes are overcome by Nora and her henchwomen. She ties them up in an inescapable technique which tangles the trio's limbs. Struggling, apparently, will only make the bonds tighter and put the adult Batman in a more compromising position with his two young companions. Ew. That's not all. Nora releases a bunch of mechanical mice in the city that are scheduled to blow up at midnight. Wait, what? Why? She's hoping to crash in on an insurance policy that she took out on Gotham City. Yeah, the whole city. Batman somehow finds a way to escape the inescapable knot by wriggling his ears strategically. He and his two sidekicks use flutes to lure the mechanical mice like robotic Pied Pipers, and this works because something about the mechanism. The three lead all the mice into Gotham Harbor, where they presumably take out an entire chunk of the life and destroy the marine ecosystem. But the city's saved. Nora and her policewomen are captured and the real police force is reinstated. Of course, they continue doing an amazing job of calling Batman to do all their work for them. Order is restored. In episode 114, Penguin's Clean Sweep, the Penguin breaks into Gotham City Mint. He causes a whole lot of chaos and puts all the workers to sleep, but when all is said and done, he doesn't actually steal anything. So when Penguin marches right into Police HQ, Batman and Robin can't actually arrest him. When he leaves, Batgirl arrives with her own hunch. If he didn't steal anything from the Mint, maybe he put something in. The terrific trio examines the money at the Mint. Sure enough, the foul-feathered felon has infected the entire cache of cash with the terrible Ligerian sleeping sickness. Getting infected by this disease causes people to fall into a 1,000-year sleep, which sounds nice, but probably isn't supposed to. The Penguin has his henchmen and Maul vaccinated against the sickness. Then he throws the rest of the vaccine down the drain. Now they're the only people in Gotham City immune to the horrors of the disease. Batman and Robin arrive to the hospital too late. The Penguin and his gang escape by releasing a swarm of disease-carrying flies in the hospital room. Batman captures the flies without getting stung with his expert bat tweezers. The only way to protect the citizens now is by destroying all the money in circulation and bringing in a clean batch. Batman issues a statement to the citizens of Gotham. He warns them not to handle their money, which might carry a deadly disease. The people react to this news in a rational and level-headed way. Wait, what am I saying? No, they don't. They dump their money on the streets, and the Penguin can clean up. Literally. He walks the streets vacuuming up cash. But all the cash in the world isn't worth anything if you can't use it. When Penguin tries to spend his ill-gotten gains, he discovers that he can't. Influential millionaire Bruce Wayne made some simple phone calls. Word has spread that the cash is contaminated and no one is willing to accept Penguin's money. Desperate, Penguin calls Batman. He threatens to release 500 Ligerian fruit flies in Gotham City if he doesn't fix the economy in his favor. Penguin carries out his threat and lets the flies loose. When he heads out later, he finds Batman, Robin, Batgirl, the Commissioner, and the Chief of Police all sleeping soundly in a cuddle puddle on the street. But when he gets near, it turns out that they're really just pretending. Penguin had failed to account for the climate of Gotham City. It's a much colder climate than Ligeria, where the flies come from. Neither the flies nor the disease could survive in the cold and instantly become harmless when released. Of course, this means the money of Gotham City is safe to handle too. Unfortunately for the Penguin, though, his own vaccine ends up being his downfall. He took a double dose just to be safe. Ironically, this ends up giving him the sickness. See you in 1,000 years. Rip Van Penguin. In episode 115, The Great Escape, the cowboy villain Shame is rescued from prison, and he's sprung out dramatically by a tank driven by his fiancée, Calamity Jan, and her mother, Frontier Fanny. Calamity Jan is played by Dina Merrill in this one, who was the real-world wife of Shame's actor. Actually, Shame requested that his wife appear in the episodes with him. Aw, that's sweet. Bruce Wayne is having fondue with Commissioner Gordon and his daughter, Barbara, when the call about the jailbreak comes through. Shame sends Batman a note via wooden horse. The note states that Shame will hit Gotham City stage that evening to steal a rock and roll. This guy must have spent too much time with the Riddler in lockup. The Gotham City stage is code word for the Opera House, where a Western opera is being performed that night. The rock, it turns out, is a 283-carat diamond worn by the leading lady, and the roll is the cash that the leading man always carries around for good luck. Shame is joined by two other characters who look like they walked off the set of a Western, Chief Standing Pat and Fernando Ricardo Enrique Dominguez.
Howdy. The pleasure is entirely mine, you may be sure.
Shame and his gang interrupt the opera performance and steal the loot. Batman, Robin, and Batgirl attempts to stop them, but they're sprayed with fear gas. The two crime fighters turned scaredy chickens lets Batgirl get kidnapped. They return to the Batcave and are made right again by Alfred's anti-fear gas, chicken soup. Once Alfred convinces them it's not poisoned. Batman and Robin rush to Batgirl's rescue, but when they get to Shame's hideout, they find Frontier Fanny knocked out just outside the door. She was apparently accidentally knocked out when a horseshoe fell on her head. This gives the duo a perfect bargaining chip as the story heads to a sequel. They now have a trade offer for Shame, Frontier Fanny in exchange for Batgirl. In episode 116, The Great Train Robbery, Shame inexplicably agrees to trade Batgirl for his future mother-in-law. He and Batman set up a meeting at the closed-down Gotham State Fair.
Don't make a deal, Batman. They'll gun you down.
Of course, Shame doesn't play fair and fully intends to shoot all three crime fighters once he has Fanny back. Batman negates all of the villains' guns using a special bat bomb that makes their weapons too heavy to lift. After a big battle, Shame and the rest of his gang get away. But at least Batgirl and Fanny are where they belong, even if Shame isn't too thrilled about having his future mother-in-law back. While she was in prison, Batgirl overheard Shame's plan to hijack a train. His target is a special train that takes torn and old money from the treasury to be destroyed. Shame breaks into the train as predicted using the drill bit made from the diamond he stole earlier. Holy continuity, Batman! He then makes all the guards useless with his fear gas. Batman resorts to the most effective way to bring a man down, a few pegs. He insults Shame. Batman uses a Skyrider to call Shame a coward. He challenges Shame to a one-on-one duel, mano a mano. Naturally, Shame takes the bait, but of course, he brings his whole gang to this one-on-one fight. As Shame and Batman trade polite insults, Shame's gang prepares to fire. Luckily, Robin and Batgirl also tagged along. They disabled the lackeys and gave Batman a proper chance to take down Shame in person. Shame is no match for Batman without his backup. He tries one last trick, a gun hidden in his hat. Batman immediately disarms the cowboy and he turns him into a whimpering coward. Episode 117, I'll Be a Mummy's Uncle. King Tut pulls a reverse Uno on his psychiatrist. He puts his psych to sleep with his endless complaints and escapes. His quest this time? To obtain some nilanium, the strongest metal in the world. There's a vein of nilanium right under Wayne Manor. Somehow the all-knowing Batcomputer never thought to tell the millionaire Bruce Wayne that he was sitting on a literal gold mine. King Tut wants to buy the manor, but it's not for sale, so he decides to buy some land right next to it. King Tut gets to work blasting a path underground toward the nilanium, but in doing so, he unknowingly creates a path towards the Batcave. Batman and Robin race to the site of Tut's mining. Meanwhile, Tut's mining operation hits the titanium shell around the Batcave. None of the miners that Tut hired want to take the chance of blasting it, so the mighty King Tut heads in to do it himself. Batman, Robin, and Batgirl show up to stop him, but he rushes to the cave aboard a minecart. Batman and Robin will just have to beat another world record run to catch up to him. They leave Batgirl at the entrance, but really they leave her there so she doesn't discover the Batcave and Batman's secret. The minecart easily breaks through the unbreakable titanium. King Tut is delighted to discover that he's accidentally found the Batcave. Desperate to keep their secret, Batman and Robin follow Tut into the cave, and they battle the invading Pharaoh and his royal companions. To their horror, King Tut escapes with the knowledge of the Batcave's location and secret. They use Batnesia gas to make the henchmen lose their memory of the place, but they don't have enough for Tut. The dynamic duo chase King Tut back to the top of the mine shaft. At the entrance, they find Batgirl as well as Commissioner Gordon and Chief O'Hara, who arrived during the battle. King Tut prepares to reveal Batman and Robin's secret to the world, but then a rock falls on his head, and the forgetful Pharaoh turns back into his professor persona, forgetting everything that happened. Batman claims the rock shifted because Tut raised his voice. In episode 118, The Joker's Flying Saucer, the Joker looks to the stars for inspiration. He plans to build a UFO and make Gotham City residents think that they are under attack from aliens. But before he can build the spaceship, Joker spreads some fear and rumors. He sends out henchmen dressed like little green aliens to wreak havoc on the city. Batman has seen a lot of things in his crime-fighting career, but even the Caped Crusader seems to have some trouble believing that Martians have invaded Earth. Once Joker builds a spaceship, he plans to ransom the entire world.
What are those demands going to be, Poopsie?
He prepares to broadcast his demand. The aliens won't invade the Earth if they're given some money. Why do aliens need money? Don't worry about it. To build a convincing flying saucer, Joker needs to get his hands on some beryllium. This metal is the lightest in the world, and it's being researched by the Wayne Foundation. He plants a bomb in the Batmobile. When the two climb into the car to pursue the Joker, the bomb blows up. The Joker's heist goes off without a hitch. As a bonus, he manages to catch Batgirl and Alfred at the Wayne Foundation Research Department. The Joker assumes that Alfred is a scientist and puts him to work on his spaceship. Batman, the Masked Man, and his plucky sidekick crawl out of the debris left behind. They're unhurt, but the Batcave is taking a beating. The two realize they've been knocked out for over 8 hours. The power is out in the cave and every bat tracker is broken. They get to work restoring power so they can find out what's been happening out there. The Joker has been preparing for a journey into outer space. Alfred, not a scientist Pennyworth, has built the UFO that Joker wanted. Joker straps Batgirl to a rocket and prepares for a liftoff of her own. But Batgirl's utility belt has taken some cues from Batman's. She puts out the fuse with her handy fuse extinguisher. Joker gives up and just stuffs her and Alfred into the UFO with him. One way or another, everyone's going up in the air. Alfred secretly tries to contact Batman again, and this time the message reaches the Batcave. The Joker's UFO launches successfully, and it whizzes around the world in seconds, causing panicked calls to flood into Gotham City. Batman and Robin are in hot pursuit in their Batcopter. Thanks to intel from Alfred, they rush to intercept the intergalactic vehicle. Alfred managed to slip a homing device into the UFO when he was building it. Joker panics, and then the spaceship suddenly gains a mind of its own. The spaceship makes a beeline for the spot where they started and to where Batman and Robin are waiting. The Joker and his malicious Martians are arrested and sent to their new home, not on Mars, but in jail. In episode 119, The Entrancing Dr. Cassandra, Gotham City Bank is robbed by two invisible thieves. They are the groovy Cassandra Spellcraft, aka Dr. Cassandra, and her husband, Kabbalah, who are played by Ada Lupino and her real-world ex-husband, Howard Duff. I'm sure that wasn't awkward at all. Dr. Cassandra has developed camouflage pills in which can turn people completely invisible. She has a few more tricks and she can't resist a little showboating. Still invisible, she visits Police HQ and calls Batman for the commissioner. Then she and her husband go on a crime spree. If no one can see them, no one can stop them. Dr. Cassandra announces her next heist to the terrific trio. She plans to steal a famous diamond from the legally distinct Spiffany's jewelry store on 15th Avenue. When Batman, Robin, and Batgirl show up to stop Dr. Cassandra, she uses her patented invention, a shiny ray gun. Instead of killing them, the gun steals their third dimension. In other words, it makes them as flat as paper. Dr. Cassandra's husband slides the trio under the police commissioner's door. Not knowing what else to do, Gordon decides to call in the voice that answers the bat phone. Meanwhile, Dr. Cassandra and Kabbalah go invisible to sneak into jail to release 6 of the biggest villains in the gallery of rogues. The Joker, the Riddler, the Catwoman, King Tut, and Egghead. Once again, Alfred is the real hero of the hour. He has the commissioner ship the trio to the post office, then delivered to the Batcave by remote controlling the Batmobile there. He uses the third-dimensional Bat Restorer on them. Of course that's a thing. Then he runs away so Batgirl doesn't see him, because while he knows who she knows him as Bruce Wayne's butler, not Batman's. Wouldn't want her getting any clever ideas. Batman, Robin, and Batgirl track the escaped prisoners using the special escaped arch-criminal Bat Locator. The trio rush to the villain's lair, but first they put Batgirl to sleep so she doesn't learn the Batcave's location.
She looks very pretty when she's asleep.
That's a little creepy there, Robin. When the terrific trio arrive at the hideout, all the crooks swallow their invisibility pills. This leads to a fight where Batman, Robin, and Batgirl are fighting absolutely no one. They have no luck until they turn off the lights, evening the playing field. Luckily, the pills only work on conscious criminals. Back to the state penitentiary with this lot. Episode 120, Minerva, Mayhem, and the Millionaires, is the final episode of the 1960s Batman series. It starred the legendary Zsa Zsa Gabor as the magnificent Minerva, a new villain for Batman to face. The show's producers, William Dozier and Howie Horwitz, also make cameos in this final episode as millionaires. Dozier also been providing his voice as the show's narration the whole time. In this episode, Bruce Wayne attends a spa that caters to rich clients, owned by the magnificent Minerva. But the spa isn't just a place for the wealthy to unwind, it's a criminal front. Minerva has gotten her hands on an amazing device that can let her hear people's deepest, darkest secrets. Secrets such as where they hid their money. Minerva overhears Wayne mention that he's holding onto a stash of precious diamonds at the Wayne Foundation, so she steals Wayne's watch when he isn't looking to use as a lure. When Bruce Wayne realizes he lost his watch, he calls Minerva. She invites him in for a special scalp treatment as an apology for misplacing his watch. No one, not even a millionaire, can resist free stuff. Before Wayne heads to the spa, though, he gets a call on the bat phone. There's been a string of thefts from Gotham City's wealthiest who are also all Minerva's customers. So now he has even more of a reason to go back. Plus, he gets to see the dazzling Minerva again. It's a win-win.
She's so beautiful and worth investigating.
Back at Minerva's, Wayne is treated to Minerva's special scalp treatment. While she's at it, Minerva finds out the combination to the Wayne Foundation vault, which is full of precious diamonds. As Wayne prepares to leave, he overhears a call to Minerva from a certain Lord Easy Street. He figures the spa is worth investigating, so he walks out, and literal seconds later, Batman and Robin walk in. Holy lightning fast costume change, Batman! Minerva senses that something is wrong. She offers the dynamic duo the full treatment, fully clothed, of course, including her patented persimmon pressurizer. The spa treatment will pressure cook our intrepid heroes. While Batman and Robin are enjoying their deadly spa, Minerva waltzes into the Wayne Foundation and steals the diamonds from the vault. Batman and Robin arrive at the Batcave, notably unpressurized. Good thing Batman popped a steam-neutralizing pellet in time. They now know Minerva is behind all the thefts, but have no way of proving it. With the help of Barbara Gordon, they come up with a plan to get back inside without arousing suspicions. They know Lord Easy Street has an appointment with Minerva, so Barbara calls him into the library for a rare book he's been looking for. Meanwhile, Alfred takes the Lord's place at the spa. Minerva tries to extract Lord Easy Street's secrets, but she finds out that the man in her spa is nothing but a phony. Batgirl rushes in at the moment to help her friend, not knowing he's there on Batman's behalf. Both Batgirl and Alfred are thrown into their persimmon pressurizer, but Batman and Robin arrive and rescue Batgirl and their butler. Then they have the final fight showdown of the series. Before long, Minerva and her associates are arrested. And with that, the third and final season of The Batman come to an end. The Batman movie was released in 1966, a month after the first season of the TV series ended. The movie begins with Batman and Robin getting summoned to the help of a famous inventor, Commodore Schmidlap. They head out on the Batcopter to intercept him on a yacht. Just as Batman descends a hanging ladder to board the ship, it vanishes. Batman is lowered into the water, where a shark immediately chomps down on him. This gives rise to one of the best scenes in cinema history. Batman uses his shark-repellent bat spray, which causes the shark to stop biting Batman, fall into the water, and explode. We're off to an excellent start. At police headquarters, Batman and Robin put their heads together with Commissioner Gordon and Chief O'Hara. They list off 4 villains from the Rogues Gallery that are currently at large, and they come to the horrifying conclusion that all 4 of them might be working together. The Joker, the Riddler, the Penguin, and Catwoman are actually working together. They've somehow managed to transport the Commodore to their lair without him realizing it. Ship cabin and all. At the Batcave, Batman figures out how the villains made the ship disappear. The ship they saw was just an illusion projected onto the water. The real ship was spirited away somewhere else. Batman and Robin find the buoy that was used to create the projection using the Batboat. Little do they know that the criminal gang and their captive is closer than they think, right under them in the Penguin's submarine. As the dynamic duo investigate the buoy, the Penguin launches torpedoes, aimed right at them. Batman reverses the polarity in his bat transmitter and makes the first 2 torpedoes explode far from them. But the transmitter runs out of battery at the worst time, and the 3rd torpedo makes it through to the heroes. But they escape unharmed. Thank goodness that passing porpoise decided to sacrifice itself for them. In the submarine, 4 criminals plot to take over the world, and with the stakes high, they'll have to get rid of Batman before he can stop them. They decide to lure Batman into a trap that combines the Joker's tricks with penguins. The perfect person to lure Batman into the trap is Catwoman, disguised as a reporter named Kitka. Now all they need is to kidnap some patsy that Batman will rush to rescue. The Riddler knows just the guy, millionaire Bruce Wayne. With the plans made, Catwoman lays the trap. She visits Bruce Wayne as a damsel in distress. She receives some riddles on the Wayne Foundation stationery, and Wayne believes the riddles are a threat to Kitka's life, so he figures he better keep an eye on the beautiful woman. Over dinner, strictly business of course. Oh, who am I kidding? Bruce Wayne has fallen utterly and hopelessly in love with Kitka. Wayne heads back to Kitka's apartment where things get a little frisky. The Boy Wonder and Alfred, who have been watching everything unfold in the Batmobile, decide to give the man some privacy. The villains choose that moment to strike. Riddler, Joker, and Penguin burst in through the window and they kidnap Wayne and his companion, the lovely Kitka, and bring them to a safe house. The villains wait for Batman to come rushing to the hideout to save Bruce Wayne, and wait. Where's that cursed crime fighter? Luckily, the millionaire is perfectly capable of saving himself, and he's distraught over losing Kitka, who has already changed back into her Catwoman fit. So Wayne fights his captors and escapes their clutches. Desperate, the gang of criminals turn to Plan B. It's time to use the special invention of the Commodore, and the whole reason they kidnapped him. It's a machine that can extract all the moisture from a person's body and turn them into a powder. Then, that powder can be rehydrated by simply adding water. The Penguin tests it out on 5 of his henchmen. Now he has 5 portable fighters at his command. Just add water. While the villains plot their next move, Batman returns with Robin to the place where he was kept captive. A lit bomb is waiting for the caped crusader inside. Who knows how long that fuse has been running? Sure is considerate of it for it to wait for our heroes to arrive. But Batman can't just let the bomb explode. There are people in the house and in the streets and on the nearby pier. He snatches it up to get it somewhere safe. When he finally disposes of the explosive, he and Robin are approached by the Penguin in disguise. He is so obviously the Penguin, but he claims to be the Commodore, Schmiedlap. He agrees to have his biometrics tested to prove that he's the Commodore, but it's all just a ruse to get the Penguin into the Batcave. As soon as they get to the Batcave, the Penguin springs his trap. He adds water to the 5 henchmen powders, and they pop back up in one piece. But instead of attacking, the henchmen pop. The Penguin miscalculated and added too much water. Oops, he's just blowing everything up. Batman tricks the Penguin into leaving the Batcave by pretending to be fooled by his disguise. But as soon as the fake Commodore makes a break for it, Batman and Robin follow him to the gang's hideout via Batcopter. The Riddler can't help himself. He sees the duo coming and launches a riddle rocket. Instead of giving Batman a clue, the rocket hits the Batcopter and knocks him out of the sky. But the Green Prince of Puzzles can't help himself. He launches another riddle that reveals the villain's next location. They plan to be at the Security Council at the United World Organization that very day. Sure enough, the Riddler, the Joker, the Penguin, and Catwoman all arrive at the Security Council. Inside, 9 delegates from different countries argue at peace talk. The felon friends force their way into the meeting and dehydrate all the delegates. Where are Batman and Robin through all this, you might be wondering? They decided to run through half the city to the meeting. They'll be there, eventually. By the time they do, of course, it's too late. The fiendish felons bring their haul back to the submarine. They now have 9 delegates from different countries, each in their own little vial. And they plan to ask for $1 billion from each country as ransom. Batman and Robin are hot on their tails. They track the sub on the Batboat and avoid all the torpedoes sent their way. Then they return to fire and force the sub to surface. The dynamic duo board the surface submarine and battle the villains' pirate henchmen on its hull. Catwoman tries to escape back into the sub, but Batman follows. In the process, Catwoman's mask falls off, revealing to Batman that she is secretly Kitka. Batman is devastated. He almost got down and dirty with one of Gotham City's most notorious criminal masterminds. With a heavy heart, Batman has Robin handcuff his almost love. All the criminals are captured, and the Coast Guard is called in to clean up the mess. Batman and Robin find the dehydrated delegates. Whew. But just at that moment, the real Commodore Schmiedlap enters the room. He's come to complain about the service and all the shaking, but he trips and crashes into Batman, breaking all the vials. Then he sneezes on them, for good measure. The contents of the vials all get mixed up. Now how will they be able to reassemble all the country's representatives? Have no fear though, Batman is always prepared for anything. He and Robin take the vials back to the Batcave and fire up the Bat Dentrifuge. The machine separates all the dust particles into their proper piles again. Then all that's left is to rehydrate the delegates, and everyone and everything will be back to normal once again.
Rock Shalom. Shalom. This is ausgeschlossen, mein Land.
Well, almost normal.
Tune in next time. Same bat time, same bat channel, and by golly, feel free to click through to one of my other videos.
And please, like, subscribe, comment, do all those other awesome things you people do, and I'll see you next time.